government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government. It's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government,
black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear black guys that ain't down with them.
Right.
Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say their name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? No, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. This, that, yo. These rumors were made by radical black racists Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say their name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, your leader? Oh, man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say their name? We're gonna give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, your leader? Oh, man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop.
All right. Peace, Leonard Walker. Can you hear me clear?
I can hear you, bro. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Ron Harrison, my name. Everybody know my YouTube is Unbiased Sports. I cover a range of different topics. Like you name it, I talk about it, basically. But let me give some background for the people that's going to be listening, chiming in today, tomorrow, next year. Some background about you, but specifically the background that ties you into DAS.
Okay. I'm the former president of Descendants of American Slaves, Incorporated. This movement actually really got kicked off and started, I'm going to say, about 2015. 2017, I was a part of the meeting where we had a rally at Frankfort, Kentucky, to kick this whole thing off. We had a rally out there. They actually got started. I mean, a lot of people was on the fence, did Yvette and Tone started, Tariq started. To my knowledge, it was started by a man by the name of Dr. Norris Shelton. He wrote a book called America's Little Black Book. So he kind of started a conversation about descendants of slaves, identifying, FBAs or ADOSs as, through lineage, all right, lineage and culture. So I was a part of that. I watched this thing grow. Like I said, is Yvette and Tone, they took this thing where we couldn't take it, right? They took it, they had the social media presence and they took it from there. And then brother Tariq Nasheed, he is taking it to a whole nother level, right? With the FBA. What I like about FBA is FBA incorporates not just the lineage of Black people who were born here of slaves brought from Africa, enslaved Africans, but also, you got this, you got the brothers and sisters to say, hey, listen, I come from people that was already here. We were already here.
Right.
Okay. So they FBAs incorporate them as well. So, I'm like, okay, so yeah. All right. So, that covers all of the bases. That gets us all on code. Right. See, so that's my background with that. I'm retired U.S. Army, disabled veteran, just living my life. I'm an investor, business owner, that sort of thing. So I keep up with this thing, keep up with the movement of what's going on with, like I say, with FBAs and ADOS. A lot of people, I know there's beef between ADOS and FBAs.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. So and right. And so what I'm doing,
Mhm.
and even they got the freedmen out there, freedmen.
Right,
So right. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a whole new culture
right.
where we're not going to delineate amongst each other.
No,
No, no.
exactly. That's
And
that's
so
that's how that's how I look at it. I'm like
yeah,
this, I look at it like this, when the story is like I said, is when Tone and Yvette came and they hooked up because Yvette had just broke away from what you call Boyce Watkins, right?
right,
She still had, she was still doing her Breaking Brown, but it was this conversation about lineage and everything. So they came to Louisville, Kentucky, and they met up with a pastor. Well, he's a reverend and the president of Simmons College. What's his name, man? I don't tell me I didn't forget his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. That's what happens when you get old. You
all
forget names.
right.
But anyway, like I say, you can look him up. The president, Dr. Cosby. There you go. They met up with him, and he had kind of, because he was also, he had been talking to Nora Shelton as well, right? So they met up with him, and they kind of broke away, from what we were doing, and we kind of felt salty. But then, I had to say to myself, I said, listen, you know what? This is bigger than our feelings, okay?
Right.
If somebody can take this to places we can't take it, then you know what? We got to step aside and let them go, let them lead, let them follow. So that's how I feel with Tariq and how Tariq is kind of evolved the culture from what Yvette and Tone have done. I don't like the beef between them, but at the same day, at the end of the day, it's the same message, the same people talking about the same thing. So it's just we calling ourselves different things. So I'm like, hey, listen, FBA, ADOS, freedmen, Black Americans, true Black Americans, whatever, if it's all lineage based, it's all about reparations. It's all about honoring our ancestors, all right, and picking up the fight that they did. It's all about delineating, understanding who we are, letting people know who we are and what we have done and what we actually have brought to this nation, all right. Then I'm all for all of that, See, so and being that I'm military, all right, I have the unique perspective of understanding how an army is just not one big army. It's divided in divisions. I was in
Right.
aviation. Yeah, I was in aviation. You had guys that was in artillery and infantry and combat engineers
Right.
and
Right.
so on and so on.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it was all one team. All right. We had different functions. We actually aviation supported the artillery supported the infantry, the combat engineers supported it. See, so it was all about the mission. It was all about what we was trying to get done. Okay. And we functioned as a team. So that's why, I don't really have, beef with any of these guys or anything. Anybody ask me about them, I'm like, hey, listen, this all whoever takes us the farthest, that's great.
Right.
It's a win-win situation. See, so that's how I feel about it. I know some people's like, oh, I'm like, listen, you know what? Is when you look at the messaging, all right, it's all pretty much the same message. All right, this is all the same thing. Like I said, Tariq's whole thing, he's good about research, about letting people know, bringing information as far as history, letting people know, what we've done, how we got here, who the key players are, that sort of thing. Yvette and Tone are good about breaking down the politics and the economics.
Right.
All right. See, so you need all of that. You
Yeah.
need all of that. See, so you can't be against one or the other. Like I said, I don't. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm not trying to. Whoever takes us where we need to go
Yeah.
is
I'm gonna give
all
you my
good.
position on it. So I look at FBAs. Okay. So I compare this to the civil rights movement,
Hmm.
the march. So you had the marchers, right,
Hmm.
who was out front trying to get policy change. I look at that as ADOS. and then you
Yeah.
had the Deacons for Defense.
Yeah.
They were not political. Okay,
Mhm.
we're hands on. We're getting messy. What you want to do? So I look at that as the FBA. It's like they're not trying to be politically correct. They're not taking disrespect.
Uh,
They're out there frontline, ground, grassroots, kicking and stomping. So that's how I
right.
look at it. So it's all one. It's just that one is more aggressive and ain't trying to be politically correct. Listen, you go low, we go low. You dig? And that's FBA's. And ADOS is more so we try and get the policies and
Right.
reparations. You know, they're more like that. It's not wrong. They both work together
Hmm.
in that fashion. So I agree with you. So I want to ask this. Well, I want to say this. So Leonard Walker, he was already on here. I don't know
Hmm.
how long ago was that talking about this?
Wow. That's had to be years, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna say at least 5 years ago.
At
It could be
least, at
longer.
least,
It could be longer.
at least, yeah.
Okay, so Leonard Walker was already on here talking about this. Like, actually, he was talking about it before it got as big as it is now.
Right.
Okay, he was so early with it that I was not even on board. I'm like, that sounds good, but I'm back to what I'm doing, you know.
Right.
So right, so it wasn't even like the thing when he was addressing it. So he
Hmm.
was on my channel already. Actually, my other channel where
Hmm.
we discussed it. He took questions and answered questions and gave more answers. So now we're finally catching up 5, 6, 7 years later. We're like, oh, okay, that's what he was talking about.
Right. Right. Right.
So we there with you now.
Hmm. Hmm.
And
So,
I want to say this. I want to ask you. I got a bunch of nothing is written down. Everything I'm just freestyling. Okay, because I didn't want to
right.
write stuff down.
Hmm.
So I wanted to ask you based off our conversations. But I want to ask you this: what hurt me the most is that when the argument for reparations was introduced to America, white America,
Hmm.
I expected white Americans to be upset. What
Yeah.
was that your expectations?
Yeah.
Okay. What hurt me is when I heard my black immigrant families upset.
Hmm.
That's when I did like a double take. Like, wait a minute, I thought you was I and I was you, and like that's the part that's my I'm not putting that on you. That's my personal experience. What is your experience is that do you share the same experience or yours different as far as black immigrant
Um,
support with reparations?
well, at first you kind of hurt because what it is being that you in the tri-state area, New York and London, all right, when it comes to black people are kind of the same. New York, DC, Philly, all kind. You have a large amalgamation of all types of black people within these cities, okay, and everybody interacts with each other and cultures are exchange. All right. What has happened is what we've gone from is the old model of civil rights where if you was black, no matter what, okay, all you was just a funny talking negro. Right.
Right.
See, so that they all saw us all the same. This is why you had Marcus Garvey and Shirley Chisholm and even Minister Louis Farrakhan. These are black Caribbeans. Or we celebrate Patrice Lumumba, or different people, right? Franz Fanon. See, so we celebrate all of these people because black was black back then.
Right.
Well, the strategy has kind of changed a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because
We're tightening up.
what has happened is through, and I have a good friend I speak to in the UK, and a lot of what she says she can't really relate, right, and understand from my perspective, right? She tries, but it's hard because what you have, okay, those of us who have a lineage here, all right, your grandma, great grandpa, especially if, definitely grandma, great grandpa, all parents sometimes, who have lineage here have we have now I'm not gonna say the advantage, but the experience of growing up in a culture where we had people that came from the racist South, right?
Right. Right.
So we understand, our struggle is a little different, all right? So when you have, Caribbean brothers and sisters in which, you know, they're victims of slavery as well. All right, within the islands, they're descendants of slaves also. Um, Brothers and sisters from the continent, which are, you know, descendants, they're actually so when you have people that come here, right, from other places, they don't come here with our lineage, all right?
Right.
They come here, all right, with a whole completely different mindset. We are fighting and still have been fighting for equality and justice, right? In social justice. Whereas they come here for economic prosperity. They
Right.
see
Right.
they see the opportunity. They've not felt what it is to have the GI Bill denied like my grandfather did, right? And not be able to buy a house or land. They it's hard for them to really kind of grasp that. So it's a misunderstanding kind of thing. So what it ends up looking like is it's like, man, why are these people, you know, and like I said, there's a lot of times, you know, you go to different places, um, and people think that America, you know, the streets are paved in gold. And if you just hear by proxy, then you got to be rich. I mean, there's no
Right.
way,
Right.
you know. See, so, but what they don't understand in there, you know, racism is not so much overt as it is covert now, you know. So, you know, they're looking at, well, you know, well, wait a minute, you have these opportunities, those opportunities, this, that, and other. The problem you have with us as a people, and I've come to this conclusion, is that many of us, not all of us, but many of us are stuck. I remember Sister Sherzad Ali said, you know, black women stop aging mentally at about 14 years old. Well,
Mm.
that kind of applies for a whole lot of black men too. We just gonna keep it a buck, right?
Yeah.
And our behavior, you know, as grown people, grown men and women, but still making decisions like teenagers. All right, this is what and it took me a while to really understand that. See, so when other people, our other brothers and sisters come over here, they're already mentally mature. They come here ready to work, ready to build their fortune. All right, that's why they're here. Okay,
Right.
so it's hard for them to really to kind of understand, well, what you got all this opportunity in front of you, why don't you take advantage of it? It's kind of like,
Right.
you know, kind of like a elephant. There's the proverb, the story about the elephant. Take a baby elephant and you drive a stake in the ground and you tie that elephant to that stake. All right. Well, you know, as a baby, he won't be able to pull it up, right? And you know, he'll try and try and try, and you'll condition that elephant from a child to, you know, eventually not go against that stake. You know, in his mind, in the elephant's mind, I'll never be able to pull the stake up. I've tried. Well, when the elephant grows to be a full-grown elephant, okay, got enough strength, got enough power to do it, but mentally, because he was conditioned as a child to not be strong enough to pull that stake up. If somebody who owns the elephant ties their own elephant to the stake, he sees it, say, I can't do this, so they won't even try.
Yeah.
So it's like being stuck in a certain mentality. And these are things that have been done to us that have not been done to our brothers and sisters from outside, you know, in the diaspora, that they just kind of can't, a lot of them can't grasp or understand. Or they say, well, you can't let that stop you and be an excuse. I'm like, you just don't understand. I mean, you know, at some point, you know, you get tired of the microaggression. You get tired of, you know, all these types of things. So that's really kind of what we got going on. It hurts you to see that, but I had to understand it. But then, you know, some people, I just had to cut them off. I said, oh, okay, so the bottom line is this. Is we gonna, if we're gonna be B1, all right, if we're gonna be B1, it's either you're gonna be on code or you're not on code.
Right.
I cannot, you know, try to, you know, I cannot try to get you to be on code if you can't see or even open to the idea of some sort of unity among our people, right? And there was a pastor, I forget what I was watching, but a lot of us suffer from what he called hyper individualism, right?
Okay.
Where it's completely, I mean, there's no collectivist thoughts. It's all about what I want to do, what I'm going to do, and I'll
Right.
do whatever I need to do to get to where I have to get to. In a way, I'm not going to say all immigrants have this mentality, but in a way, it's a kind of survival mechanism that our immigrant brothers have because they didn't come here for fight for social justice. They came here to take advantage of all of the things that America has to offer. And I'm be quite honest with you, we could kind of learn from that in ourselves, right? See, so if we, say, okay, all right, these brothers and sisters see America a little different than we do, and they're not going to let these obstacles stop them, or they're going to act, emotionally mature enough to deal with this kind of stuff. Then, hey, maybe we need to adopt some of their attitude when it comes to taking advantage of the social economic things that are available to us that were not available to our ancestors.
Right.
So like I said, but you know what? It's not just our, it's not just our immigrant brothers and sisters. It's also some of our FBAs just completely off code as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. But I will step in and say it's mainly because they don't know what ADOS FBA freedom is about. I think because there are like normally, there's a conscious community,
Hmm.
on YouTube. Like it's actually called conscious community. And
Right,
those people kind of got it real fast, right? They were a lot of them began as Pan-Africanists,
right.
but now you got the laymen that just play basketball, video games, and party. Like those guys were always clueless, right?
Hmm.
So when those guys get sat down, because a lot of them be like, "Yo, what's FBA?" They don't know, and then,
Right.
hey, Brother Leonard, once you explain to them,
Hmm.
they be like, they're some of them be like, "Oh, oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Right.
I'm on code." So
Right.
so I feel like the more it's explained to them, and I'm loving the publicity, the negative publicity we're getting, because
Yeah.
it's an educational moment. Now, I
Right.
was playing the clip earlier. I got a lot of clips for you, by the way. I got a lot of clips
Mm.
for you to get your
Okay.
thoughts. I got a lot.
Okay.
The first clip you heard,
Hmm.
are you aware of Fat Joe comments, the rapper?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
so let me get your response on that.
Okay. Um, Here's the thing with Fat Joe. The good thing about this movement is this is a litmus test. All right. You ever did a science project, litmus paper, where
Yeah,
you can stick it into acid or an acidic substance and it'll change colors. You stick it
yeah,
into alkaline sea. So this is the litmus test. All right. So Fat Joe exposed himself because what it really did was showed, all right, what he really felt about, you know, black people, especially like I said, FBAs, just period. All right.
right.
So he exposed himself because it'd be real easy, even if you didn't know. Like I said, you from the Bronx, okay, like I said, I'm from Chicago, but I'm old enough to where I was kind of there when hip hop went national, right? And I've done my research on it, right? So so like, yeah, you from the Bronx, okay. I was here when it started. You was a little boy when all that with Cool Herc
Yeah,
them jumped off, right? But yeah, I was here when it started. I was, so and so, such and such, this, that, and the other, all of this. Here's the truth about it, okay? The truth is that Fat Joe wouldn't even be commenting on anything, right? Had not people all of a sudden started to see that hip hop was not going away, right?
right,
When it
right.
first started out, people was like, man, this is people with no talent. They don't know anything about instruments, music. They're just
Right.
taking great beats, and the DJing. I mean, you had those famous DJs like out of Philly, with that fast talk and spinning, all of that kind of stuff. So, all of that kind of incorporated in, right? So like I said, is had people earlier on, all right, felt that, oh man, this is going somewhere. Now, you had some business people that saw that, but the general public was like, man, this ain't R&B. This ain't, what is
Right.
this? This ain't no talent behind any of this, right? So they looked at it as being worthless.
Right.
So now that it's been around, okay, for a while, and they started to see this thing is not going anywhere. And of course, black people, we are like the purveyors of cool. Everything cool comes from us, right?
Yeah.
So eventually people were like, well, man, this is kind of, next thing you know, you seeing, people, white folks and all different types of people. See, so like I said, Fat Joe could have easily just said, you know what, even though I'm from the Bronx, okay, and culture all my life, this is a question I never really kind of explored. So before I really say anything, let me just do the research on it and I'll get back because I can't really speak on it. Instead of him saying that, oh no, it was 50-50 blacks and Puerto Ricans. No, it wasn't. Okay, so where was the salsa breakbeats at? Where was, where was any of that? I mean,
Right.
everything, when you start hearing, dance parties, hip hop dance parties, it was all nothing but, black music, okay? Soul music. All right.
Yeah.
See, so where was everybody else's music? You
Right.
didn't start to see break beats from, people hollering Puerto Rico. Oh, you didn't start seeing that till
Right.
the 90s. You didn't start seeing break beats from actual reggae, all right, in hip hop to the 80s. All right. Actually, think about it like this. Run DMC injected rock and roll when they did
Yeah.
Walk This
Yeah.
Way,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
all right, into hip hop before you had, anybody else's music. See, so in which rock and roll is still our music anyway.
Yeah.
So like I said, is the whole thing is, I think, the offense is, and like I said, is anybody that's intelligent enough can say, okay, I can tell the truth. And the truth is, okay, yeah, you guys were the foundation of this. All right. Y'all was the foundation of this stuff right
Right.
here. That doesn't take away from how damn good or how great of a damn lyricist Big Pun was. Right.
Right. Right.
Pun is like top
Oh
10.
yeah, nah, that's one of my he's in my top 10. Yeah.
I mean, it's when you talk about flowing, all right.
Yeah.
See, so
He killed it.
him, all right. So you can't take anything away from that, all right. You can't take anything away from any of these guys, any of the Latino or even Jamaican or whomever, right? You can't take that because these guys, if they got a popping hit, they got a popping hit, right?
Yeah. Like
But
we like
that's
good
not
music. Yeah.
right. But that's not the conversation, right? Ain't nobody trying to say you guys, hey, y'all, you ain't nothing. No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is this is the foundation. This is the bedrock in which y'all built from, right? So
Yeah.
if you can't admit that, then now you're showing your hand. And
Right.
that's what Fat Joe, now all of a sudden he ain't doing the BET Awards. His
Uh-huh.
record sales is down. I mean, you think about it like this, is this is somebody who has made his entire living off of our culture,
Right.
right? You got to pay
And from our
homage, man.
support.
Right. You got to pay homage to that, right? And that was his mistake of not paying homage, right? And like I said, not paying homage, but then revealing. Okay, so now you
Yes.
coming like a colonizer. You coming like a culture
Right.
vote,
Right.
right? You see, because why is it so hard for you to just say, hey, you know what? This is where this came from. Matter of fact, there are actual college courses. I've listened to college courses out on the West Coast at different colleges. I'm talking years before this conversation, years before ADOS, years before FBA, any of that, where you have college coaches at PWIs, predominantly white institutions, that admit music and culture came, American music and culture, came from descendants of slaves. And
Right.
then that music came from Africa. They went all the way back to the drum and everything, right? But when they got to America, okay, they admitted the heavy influence that we had on all of the music here. This is something, an accredited college course that
Hmm.
people are taking, right? So what are you talking about? This is
Right.
already a fact. All you had to do was build upon it. Because you couldn't do that, now you counsel, buddy.
Yeah. And look, I have a clip for you. I want you to respond to this.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago, New York, or Detroit, or wherever you were born. For generations, your family has been here, you know, built this country too.
I hear it. Like,
Sweat and tears and all that, you know, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
You have
so
said.
did you get the gist of it at least? Like his point he was making about resenting African American rather be called American.
Right. I get that because I had an issue with that, not because I was hung up on the moniker of African, right?
Yeah.
Because like I said, is you know, African is beautiful, right? That's you know, that's you know, the origin of my genetics, okay? But what he was talking about is cultural experiences, all right, and a
Right.
vested interest in his nation. So yeah, I can feel that. Also, just to kind of, you know, just to kind of piggyback off of what he was saying as well, okay, is what we have to understand is when we're talking about, well, you know, I won't get into that. I'll just leave it at, you know, yeah, you know, Smokey Robinson, yeah, Black American, because, but you know, the question is black. You know, people don't understand it. It took me a long time to understand what black really is, right? But yeah, you know, not African American, but Black American. African
Right.
American is an ethnic identity, right? It's an ethnic. Well, some people say, well, Black Americans. Now, when you put black on something, you're proclaiming what team you play for.
Okay.
See, that's the thing that we gotta kind of understand is that are you team black? Are you B1? All right, meaning that you know we're in complete opposition to white supremacy. Okay, so you know, when you start thinking that way, now we could, you know, just like the army, just like I said, I was in aviation. I had buddies that was over in infantry and artillery. We all did different things. We have served different functions, but we was all part of one team. Okay, so you know that was a lot of people, you know, kind of see that as being anti-African, and it's not. He's just telling his truth. He's like, listen, you know, I have to honor the struggles of my ancestors here. All right. And, you know, just like I was on, what was it? I forget one of these, it was something on Facebook, one of these geological, you know, genealogy, you know, sites where, you know, it was talking about, you know, ancestry. And it's cool to, you know, because I know my African ancestry and my slave ancestry, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's cool to know all of this, but let's just keep something in perspective, right? Had not our slave ancestors survived the worst Holocaust in world history, okay? In the history of the world, the worst, all right?
Right.
Had they not survived that, we would not exist.
Right.
So okay, you know, I mean, it's good, you know, to like celebrate Mansa Musa and, you know, some of these African kings, Queen Nzinga, and, you know, all the, it's good to celebrate that and have pride in that. But also have pride in your enslaved ancestors
Right.
that survived. All right, they not only survived, they found a way to procreate and have children, and and their children survived. All right, we've outlasted. Okay, you know, so you gotta honor that, and I think that's what Smokey was saying is you gotta honor that, you know, and that's one of the things I'm big on is, you know, one of my mottos was honoring those America has forgotten, which was our ancestors. Well, we kind of are forcing that issue now, right? You know, we're forcing it, see, and it's personal for me because, like I said, is my grandfather was a World War II veteran. He did not complete college. I think he did about maybe I think he completed 2 years of college, right? And then
Okay.
he had to drop out of college because he had to go to work because um, um, my aunt, all right, was coming along, right? So he had to do what a man had to do. But even still, with 2 years of college back in, you know, the 30s and 40s, that's, you know, that's an educated man back then.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because ain't nobody was doing that. Ain't
So
nobody going to college
so
back then.
even as an educated man, like I say, even as an educated grandpa, the only job he could get was a Pullman porter. You know, and Pullman, you know, they told me stories about how, you know, sometimes, you know, he would get nickels and dimes, and, you know, had to do a bunch of different things. So, you know, but my point to that is I have to honor him because he was a World War II veteran who qualified for the GI Bill, but nobody in America would honor him. And why is that
Right.
important? Because he would have been able to buy land, buy a business, and I would have changed the trajectory of my family. Okay. And that's the story of a whole lot of us, how because our ancestors were denied so much and had to fight and never complained and never, you know, cried or broke down. They just did what they had to do. All right.
Right.
And instilled, you know, these values in us to keep trying and keep pushing. All right. We have to honor that. And I think that's kind of what Smokey was saying. He's, you know, you got to honor those struggles of those people. And you can't do that if you skip over them and go directly to
Right.
Africa.
Right. Okay. So now let me ask you about this.
Hmm.
Are you aware of the term diaspora wars?
No.
Okay. Hey, no. Put it down. I was unaware of this as well. I Googled it because I heard, okay, so I would hear, let me just paint it this way. But I would hear our Black immigrant family discuss like their disdain and their stereotypes against SBA's Adolf Freeman before they even came over here. Like, and they would say they'll say two reasons why they had these hateful, degenerate thoughts about us. They'll say they can't like be consistent. It's like all over the place. So one thought would be they got it from movies. And I'm like, well, y'all didn't watch Ella Got a Groove Back. Y'all didn't watch Mo Better Blues. Y'all didn't watch, you know, all these great movies about us. So y'all was only funneled, you know, Training Day and, you know, New Jack City. Like, and of course they can't say that. So it's like, okay, that don't make any sense. And then the other thing they'll say is this, and this is the Diaspora Wars videos, and I'm gonna play some for you. The other thing they'll say is this, they'll say their mothers taught them as, you know, like elementary kids about black Americans. They say, hey, don't go around them. They're criminals. They're pimps, prostitutes, whores. You know, all the negative, you know, stereotypes that white supremacists would say about us way back in the 19 Jim Crow and even, you know, pre-Jim Crow. Like those talking points, you know, scientific racism. So, and mind you, like these foreigner parents had never been to America yet.
Right.
And they're telling their kids about Black Americans, like, hey, they basically ain't shit. Sorry, my language. They ain't shit. Don't go around. They're bum slums. And I would look at that as projecting, right? They're looking at their condition.
Yeah.
And they're painting on us because whatever you're saying, ma'am, you're going through that. We don't have coups where we take over the government, kidnap kids, and why we don't do that.
Right.
So
right,
anyway,
right.
but that's part of the diaspora wars. You have Black immigrants, our family is getting on podcasts all over YouTube before the world, saying how wretched, degenerate we are, and they're justifying it by movies or their mama says so.
Right, and that's a point of education, because the question that comes up, and this is how they look at it. I mean, like I said, is they look at America, the land of opportunity. All you got to do is come here and work, and you'll be able to make a fortune. So they look at it like, why are we not in a better position than we are after being here for so long? All right. So if we're not in a better position, then it's something inherently wrong with us. It's kind of, you know, the question that perplexes them, in which that goes back to education of not knowing our lineage, our history, all the things that we've done. It's you know, so you think about it like this. You have FBAs right now that don't know a quarter of the stuff that has been done, right? You have that. So you can imagine what, you know, an African or Jamaican or Dominican or Cuban, you know, Afro-Latinos or, you know, continental Africa, you can imagine how they have been completely shut out of our experience. And therefore, you know, when they look at things from an outsider view, it's you take on the attitude of the white supremacists, because that's one of their strategies, is saying, oh, well, you know, slavery's over. And, you know, be able to, like I said, is grandpa, and like I said, I go back to my grandfather. He, you know, when World War II was over, he got out of the Navy in 1946. And he was supposed to get the GI Bill and was denied the GI Bill.
Right.
Like I said, his wealth is tied to land and ownership in this country.
Yeah.
They have intentionally locked us out of the middle class in the wealth building process of this nation. Therefore, this is why we've never been able to get ahead, or we've always been in a situation where, you know, we've been painted, you know, we paint ourselves into a corner and have to walk back through wet paint or wait for the paint to dry. You know, it's bad choices, bad. And so, like I said, plus, you know, like you said, is they're, you know, the worst of us, okay? The subcultures of the worst of us are what's magnified around the world. You know, see, so you know, people see, you know, the pimp culture, the drug culture, you know, the black man killing another black man. They don't see no stories of, you know, unity or anything. So yeah, you know.
Wait,
so,
I allegedly don't see it, because I don't know. Again, when I had them more on my show, by the way, I had Jamaicans on the show that said this, and when I asked them, hey, so do they only smuggle those movies, or do you get the Cosby's and Ghost Dad? You get that too? And like, and see, this way they'd be disingenuous. They don't want to answer. It's like, okay, because they know the next question is, well, why do you prefer Boys in the Hood over Ghost Dad? You know, why do you prefer this over the Cosby Show, or, you know, what's the thing with Wayne, The Different World? Like, why are you preferring that image over this image? Because at the very best, it's 50-50. Because for every negative video you could say about us, there's a positive one.
Right. And that's because they're like us. I mean, you think about it, we like drama more than we like to be educated or inspired. All right, as far as, you know, positive stories. You know, we would prefer to see a train wreck. We prefer to see, this is why you got, you know, BET is showing, you know, all of these shows.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm gonna get a little pushback. Yes, but we don't go teaching our kids to hate Jamaicans over
no.
or belly.
No, we don't. But the thing is we do. There has been a culture, because my dad even told me this, right, before he passed away, is that, you know, even my dad, he was a Panther, he was part of the struggle, all of that kind of stuff. But he was like, nah, we anti-African, we're different from them, right?
No, wait. Okay, please show an example of how we're anti-African, and explain. No. Explain why. Like what made us anti-African? Was it movies, a TV show, or our parents?
He never really explained it. Okay, he just was like, nah. It was almost like written in the code. It was like the civil rights struggle was our struggle. Okay, you know, this was way before even the thought of AUS or FBA. You know,
right?
So you know, and Dad passed away in 2004. So, you know, this conversation was like in the 90s, right? So like I said, is you know, what happened is him and my mom got divorced. My mom married an African man. Okay, my stepdad is from Cameroon, and he's cool, right? So I learned a lot from him, and he learns a lot from me. I'm very respected. But my father was like, an African? Nah. You're not supposed to, you know. And I was kind of confused, because I'm like, black is black, ain't it? You know, and he's like, no. See, so, and my grandmother even said something, you know, no, they're not like us. So there's a generation.
But they're right though. They ain't like us. They're right about that.
Yeah. So there's a generation.
So Leonard, so what I'm getting to is this. what I'm getting to is this. I just skipped it. Jamaicans are literally saying, I'm gonna play the clip. They're literally saying, our disdain for FBAs is from our mothers. What I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is our so-called disdain for Africans. Does it come from our mothers? Do our mothers sit us down and say, those Africans, when they come over here, don't go near them. They're degenerate, they're cannibals, and all these. What was that?
Can you repeat that? Because you was kind of lagging there for a minute.
Okay. So so people from Nigeria, Rwanda, the Somalians, all those African countries, they will say their parents taught them that we were, we ain't shit.
Yeah.
Their parents are the source of the information. What I'm saying is, when it comes to FBAs, if we got any bias against Africans, is it something that we just developed ourselves, or did our parents hand it down to us like it was handed down to them?
It had to have come from our parents, but it also depends on where you are too, because like I said, it's somewhere like a New York, somewhere like a Miami, where like I said, you got a lot of Caribbeans, a lot of FBAs, a lot of different types of black people interacting, because we was all put in one area basically, right? You may not see that as much, but in other places you will see that. Okay, so
yeah, I gotta show you a video then. So you can get you can finish, but I gotta show you a video so you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey brother, I lived in Mississippi. I'm gonna tell you my background. I went to school in Mississippi, McComb, Mississippi, Dallas, Texas, Forest City, North Carolina. Right? Yeah. I ain't never hear a grown up tell me, discourage me, do not hang around Africans because they're cannibals. They are just no good. I ain't never in my life experienced anything remotely close.
Now, I'm going to tell you where you're going to really see that at, because you didn't see that, but I'll tell you I have. And I'm going to tell you where I really saw that at is in the church. Okay?
Where?
It's in the church, in the black church. So it was, if you wasn't, because, obviously Africans was either Muslim or, they practice Vodun, right? Traditional African religions. And that was, oh no, you evil, you wicked, you practicing witchcraft. These people are backwards. They're going.
Yeah, but that's not fair. That's totally different, because religious folks, they get spooky when you talk about like an atheist, like you said, Muslim. You could even be a Jewish person that's Old Testament only and deny Jesus, and they'll say wicked. We ain't talking about that, because when the Africans talk to their kids, the religion's left out of it. When the Jamaicans talk to their kids, religion ain't introduced. They're saying these people, like when I grew up, my parents, like Rob or Mike, my parents say, don't hang around Mike because he ain't shit, because he actually wasn't. So my parent had something to go off. My mom she looked at him, she see his household, she see his brothers, no structure, don't hang around him, he's troublemaker. And she was right. So because there's evidence to back up what she's saying.
Right.
I'm saying, I know it did not exist. African Americans was not just looking at TV one day and say, you know what, Africans ain't shit. What?
Right.
They won't. Yeah, but what they're saying, and I'm gonna play the clips. They're saying that their own mother told them, the Nigerians, everybody from this black immigrant basically, was telling them, don't hang around them. They are degenerates. They're criminals. They're whoremongers. They're pimps. All this type of stuff. Not religion based. Not politically moved. Just this is how they actually felt for some weird, strange reason.
So I can kind of so let's think about it like this. Isn't that kind of the same thing that East Indians say? Right? Or Asians. All right, just look, when an Asian or an East Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, they look down. All right. Oh, wait a minute. You getting ready to marry a black person? Oh, no.
Oh yeah, they do the same thing. Right. I'm not exclusively saying Indians, but the reason why I'm focused on our brothers, because Indians don't when it comes to black people, they're segregated. They're in their location, because when they, especially in Jersey, the Indians got the Indian section.
Right.
Hispanics got the Hispanic section. The Jays got the Asian sex. They ain't with us. They're not entered. They're not in our public housing. No, they got their own public housing. But
Right.
Jamaicans and our Africans, they are in our public housing. Okay.
Right.
They're living amongst us. That's a big difference.
Right. And but the thing is, the attitude is still the same because as Black people, we're considered at the bottom of the barrel, right? Globally.
Yeah, but they're not on the hot seat though. They're not the top of this, right? Yeah, but they're not on the hot seat. The hot seat tonight.
You even have
The
hot seat. The hot seat is what.
Oh yeah, the hot seat tonight, it was trending.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so now I'm not surprised, and most Black folks ain't surprised if an East Indian is racial against us. We're not surprised if a Latino is, an Italian is. We're really so shocked and surprised that Black people are. That's the shock.
It's surprising, but I wouldn't say it's the surprising. It's more that it's kind of discouraging. It's a betrayal, is what it is. Because like I said, it's at one point in time. Because here's the thing: is our culture for the longest time was open to anybody, right? We were accepting. Even like I said, is if you say you was in Mississippi, if an African family moved to Mississippi, yeah, they from Africa, they got some strange food, they got some strange customs, but they are neighbors now. They part of us. We've always incorporated and brought people in. Now, whether you marry that person, even if grandma, or grandpa, or papa didn't like still. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what, I experienced that living in Chicago. There was a Jamaican family, brother Pascal, and he had like 3 daughters. He had 3 sisters. All of them was fine. Dad was like, no, you're going to stay away from all of these, Yankee Black kids, right? So they never hung out with us, right? Never hung out with us, right? And never understood why. It was just, and what's bad is where we were living at that time. I grew up in Chicago, but we moved out of the city out into the suburbs, which is pretty much all Black now, where I lived at. But when I was out there, it was over 95% white Hispanic, right? Especially white, right? So it wasn't that many of us, handful, literally, as it was. And then you get, some other Black people, it was Jamaican or Haitian or whatever, and no, stay away from them. Huh? You doing like the white folks is doing,
Right.
So yeah, I experienced a little bit of that, but I just kind of brushed it off because for every experience I had like that, I had some other experiences that weren't like that, right? So.
Yeah.
But I mostly, like I said, is mostly, the racism, came from white folks that I dealt with, not all, obviously, but like I said,
but let me insert this. All of the Caribbean people I met were good relations. Right? So I'm not coming from a position of like bad experiences. All of the Jamaicans every Jamaican I ever met, great people.
Yeah.
Every Guyanese person I met, great person. Trinidad, great person. So this is not coming from like he's hurt. No. I had great relations. I always considered them Black like me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, and this diaspora war ain't pop off with Fat Joe and hip hop. This started when Black folks said, "Hey, when you think it started?" This separation.
The war itself started with the delineation. I mean, Fat Joe just kind of, I ain't gonna say he solidified it, but that's just another example, right? But
so look, be more specific. When you say delineation, what was done that you think kicked it off?
Well, like I said, it's from my perspective. I know for a fact that just dealing with North Shelton and dealing with ASI, American Slaves Incorporated, and those guys, I know for a fact that they were more leaning into our lineage and focused on us, all right, as far as, as far as descendants of slaves, all right.
Okay, and
They,
for what purpose? And for what purpose?
for one purpose, because we needed to handle our own business, okay. And these were things we need to handle our own business, and we needed to honor our ancestors, and we were the ones that were owed reparations, okay.
There you
Because
go.
of
Start
all
right
of the
there.
things that our
Right there.
ancestors.
There you go. That's what I want you to say. And Leonard, I want you to say that. Because when you say handle our own business, I'm like, but you're not. That don't really mean anything. You said it, bro. I experienced this before Fat Joe. When we said reparations for DOS only,
Right.
that's when the diaspora wars kicked off.
Yeah.
And Fat Joe just heightened it.
Yeah, because that's when, like I said, it was Yvette and Tone kind of, because they talked about that, how if there were certain scholarships that were offered, they would just offer to a black person and not based upon lineage. Okay, saying, okay, wait a minute, now this is a black person, but this is an immigrant that did not experience the things we experience here. So if anything is owed because it's all about correcting an injustice. All right. Black immigrants did not experience the same injustice that we did, but the system throws us all together, and they're like, wait a minute, how does this person get, so this is where that delineation. So like I said, and the bad part about it is I don't know if anybody had ever explained it, right? To, say, listen, my brother, don't take this, personally, but this particular benefit is for our people, because this is part of the justice that we deserve, because we were denied that. Your family they didn't get that justice. They didn't experience that injustice here. Okay. And from there, now the ball is in it. So, okay, so how do they react? Well, I don't think it's fair. So, okay, so now I know what you own now. All right.
Right.
You white adjacent now. See, so yeah. All right. See, so, but like I said, all of these conversations are litmus tests. Those that, are down with the team, they can understand it. What's for somebody's, that's just like I said, is if Jamaicans were to get reparations from the UK, I would applaud. All right. I'm not like, hey, listen, get all that you're owed. All right. Everything. Get every single dime, every cash, whatever benefit, get it all. And it's all for you, because that's for your ancestors. I don't understand how, us saying this, but like you said, that's an argument that people, matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you who understands that is the comedian Trevor Noah. He was talking about ADOS, and he was like saying, as a South African, all right, I really can't inject myself into that conversation because I don't have that same history. That's a conversation for those who've experienced that history, right? And he understood that. And you got a lot of diasporan brothers and sisters that understand it. It's just the ones that don't. I was watching YouTube, and there was a sister on there, and I know she was from somewhere. Just listen to her accent, and I probably watched her video for maybe 2 minutes. All right. And she tried to biblically prove how what's the guy's name? Reginald Denny. Oh, not Reginald Denny, whatever that guy's name is. What's his name? Denny? The damn guy that choked out what you call Jordan Neely. How he was justified in doing that biblically, and was like, praise God, he was fighting against evil. Man, I had to not only stop.
Wow.
I had to like undo her whole entire channel. I was just listening. I was like, how, and I don't even want to hear no more if you're going down this path, because I can't even stomach that kind of crap. So yeah. So yeah, you got, and that's it, and I get, that is very disheartening, because like I said, you see somebody, and like I said, I think from the perspective of team. So I see somebody wearing my uniform, okay, that's a black person like me talking greasy. I'm like, nah. Nah,
Right, right.
you completely off code. And I don't care if
Yeah, yeah.
you're FBA or if you're a
Right,
diaspora.
right. Yeah, nah, we nah. Like, off code is off code.
Yeah.
You know, disrespect is disrespect. We don't get passes like that.
Right. That's just like I'm in North Carolina, and you know, we had the lieutenant governor just lost his race. Mark Robinson actually is a graduate of North Carolina A&T. I'm like, dude, man, you went to an HBCU, and you talking about how black people owe America reparations? Are you serious? Thing is, you know, I know he knows better, but it was what he was trying to do, and that's why he ended up losing. So, plus, you know, some other stuff that came out about him. But you know, like I said,
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, man, you are FBA. Grew up right here in Greensboro, where I live at. Went to North Carolina A&T. Okay. HBCU, and you talking like this, made it to lieutenant governor, and you talk. I don't care that you're a Republican, all right, but you're talking like
No, put it
this.
down.
Like I said, you talking like this. I'm like, nah.
Put it down. Right. All right. So let me catch up to speed. Where we at today? All right. All right. So let me get back to my screen. Let me hang up on the phone.
You're on mute.
Okay, so when I hung up the phone, put me on mute. All right.
There you go.
So can you see my screen again? All right, now watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this right here. Okay.
Okay.
So now this is what's trending all over YouTube. All you do is type in diaspora words. You're gonna hear stuff like this.
Like, I don't even really feel that way. I feel like
Wait. Let's back it up. Now you see this. She's very young, 21, 24, very young. Okay. All right, watch this.
Interesting. So let's explore that.
that's really interesting. I had no idea.
So I have this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But this is what she said. Yeah.
I got a great hypothesis. She was definitely a Black immigrant, but we don't know.
That's really a lot of hate, I feel like.
Now, you heard what she said, right? She said, that's a lot of hate, I feel like. I want you to note that. That's a lot of hate, I feel like. Watch this.
I don't really feel that way. I feel like that's a little harsh. But I do, like, coming from, my mom would say, because I'm obviously, like, American, right? And I'm born and raised, like, in New York. So I have a lot of, like, culture, you feel me, from America. But, like, my mom would agree with that comment.
Okay, Leonard. She just said that comment was a lot of hate. And she said my mom would agree with that. That's what I'm trying to explain with you. Ain't no FBA parent got that much hate for an African or a Haitian.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. Because like I said, it's especially somewhere like a New York or Miami or a DC or Philly, where all Black people was kind of put together, right? You know, all in one. You know, you was in the Bronx, you was in Brooklyn, you was in, you know, you was in West Philly, you was, you know, so all Black people was, you know, all Black people was all. So yeah, FBA, you know, parents is like, nah, okay. Matter of fact, you know, oh, that's the little Jamaican boy, or that's the little African boy, or that's the little, you know, the little Dominican boy, or whatever, you know. And no, there was no hate there. Okay, not like that. You know, there was some differences. You say, okay, well, they're different than us, but we don't hate them. No, but yeah, the whole thing. But that is a global, universal. That's a global, universal immigrant mentality. All right. Only way you get with a Black person is, or a Black American, FBA is if, they got some money, if they, a doctor, a lawyer, they're doing something with their lives, they got some money, something like that. But just the average, everyday hard work, oh no, I'm not getting with them because, like I said, they thugs, they pimps, they this, they that, So, that's part of the programming, right? So yeah, all of these, culture war, gender war, all of this is all part of the next phase within white supremacy, because you think about it like this: as much as we've been through, we're still here and we're still fighting. And not only are we still here and still fighting, some of us are prospering well. We're taking advantage. All right. Dr. Claude Anderson said that, intentionally America tried to make us, put us at, the lowest level of real life monopoly game. So lock us into a permanent underclass.
Right.
Okay. In order to do that is you got to do things to make it to where you're not owning property. All right. You're not you don't have any economic empowerment, and you stay disjointed and you stay ununified, okay, all the time against everybody. Right. See, so like I said, like I said, you think about the 60s, you still had let's think about the civil rights movement. All right. Some of the players of the civil rights movement. Of course, you had Dr. King and Malcolm X. Okay. Malcolm X, who's, part FBA, part Caribbean. All right. Dr. King, but you also had Harry Belafonte, who was Caribbean. Okay. And you also had what's his name? I can see his face. Told you, man, I'm bad with names. What's his name? He just did America, I'm Not Your Negro. They just did the movie on him. Oh man,
I don't know.
Wasn't it Charles Baldwin?
I'm not sure.
James Baldwin. There you go.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay,
So
I know he is. Yeah.
James Baldwin was gay, all right, and was openly gay.
Right.
But the thing is, he was still black first.
Yeah.
You see, so even within the civil rights movement, you still seen black first going on. It didn't matter. Okay, if you was on code, you was on code, right?
Yeah.
So there was so like I said, it's over time. The next strategy was we got to break this code. We got to, have delineations among these black people, right, to where there's more disjointed and more, more, ununified. Right? Because if we let things stay the way they are, all right, they will unify globally, all right? And there's way more of them than there are of us. And in Africa, like I said, is if FBAs made some like if we picked up with Marcus Garvey and created, a global economy, because to Marcus Garvey's credit, Marcus Garvey was able to see the future over 100 years ago. The world has globalized, right? And he saw that happening back in the 1900s and 1920s, right? So they knew that if we fool around and let these people, because where they live, all right, is where all of the resources. If black people control the resources and was able to take these resources and transform them into goods, now we'd be a global competitor, right? They saw this back then. So, now you see, like I said, now you're seeing this push toward, oh, you're not like those guys over there, or, the gender wars, the diasporan wars, all of that. All of that is to keep us, but at the same time, we still have to remain educated and fight our own battles. FBAs, we got our own battles we have to fight within this country. Now, we don't mind support, but we have to take the lead because it's our fight. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I got a difference in opinion on that.
Okay.
Marcus Garvey, coming from Jamaica to America, didn't know much about America. He knew absolutely nothing about Africa. So it's not like he had like some relationships with Africa. So he had this hypothesis that he believed that, okay, but what happened when he went over, when he sent a ship of FBAs to Africa, They got locked up right away, and the president, whatever it was, said, "Don't come back." Like, yo, don't bring nobody else back. Like, yo, what y'all doing? Because we came there as illegals, pirates. You dig? And like we're tethering them to the country. That they're like, "Yo, who y'all?" Oh, Marcus Garvey. Who's that? So so that was like kind of like a John 3:16 dream. Like, hey, God loved the world. You know, hey, that sounds good, but it got to be practical. Like these guys got to be aware. Africa got to be aware of the plan you got for us and them. You know, and I find it interesting that he didn't draw a bridge with Jamaica and America first. Like, why would you skip that bridge and go try to build a bridge with Africa, 50 something countries with America? You know, and they know nothing about us. We know nothing about them. I found that a little strange. But meanwhile, we're here getting things done, fighting. You said your dad was in World War II. Well, he was fighting with white folks. So we're
his dad was in Vietnam. Dad was in Vietnam. Grandpa was in World War II. Yeah.
Okay, shit. So both of them are fighting alongside with white people. So now we got a history of going to war with white Americans, even though a lot of them treat us a certain way because of the time. But even with the civil rights movement, that doesn't work if white folks don't get involved because they are the majority. Like we're a small fraction of the country. So I'm saying, I think we're messing up behind because we keep going to Africa and all these other places with this pseudo kumbaya thing when all we need is a handful of white folks to get on board, and that's it. You know, we're gonna take off like we always have done. Just a handful of them, mission accomplished. And then with that, yeah, now let's go abroad but let's get it right here first. And then you said competitor. Bro, again, that Pan-Africanist thing, we thought white folks were our competitor and we thought our brother and sister was with us. But as you can see, history turned out that no, they in their minds, they're our competitor as well, along with white folks. It's like, so, but you go ahead, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab the pizza.
Go ahead, man. All right. Yeah. See, so yeah. But that's why we have to look at things from a team perspective. You know, what team do you play for? All right. And the question that has to be asked is, are you playing for Team Black, or are you just trying to find a comfortable spot within white supremacy? See, and you have a whole lot of our people unconsciously. That's what they're doing is trying to find a way. And like I said, is you can use anybody. I mean, in the art of war, you know, traitors, spies. You can use anybody.
Yeah, but you got United States and China. They straight ops and they do business. United States and Soviet Union, you know, Russia, whatever, they ops and they do business. North Korea, not so much, but definitely China and Russia, United States play ball with them, and they're straight opposition. So now when you say white supremacy is a system ran by people, right? And okay, so now there's white people who are running it. Is it all white people? No. Is it some? Is it enough? Yes. So you gotta be careful with that. You say white supremacy because in a black person mind, when you say white supremacy because of Nation of Islam and all these radical groups, like we gonna think it's everybody white, and then we start ruling them out.
Now, you got, like I said, it's white. It's when you think about it like this, all right, and this is an argument that I have, is I'm gonna ask you a simple question. In the state of New Jersey, do you have to have insurance to drive a car?
Yes.
Okay. So the insurance companies, which is basically a financial institution, all right, part of the banking cartel, have infiltrated government policy to make it to where you have to have insurance, all right,
Right.
in order to drive a car. They've made it policy, all right. And what was it? I don't know if Trump repealed this, but I remember if you didn't have health insurance, whether it be Obamacare or whatever, you were going to get some of that money deducted from your tax returns.
Yeah.
And this is a long time coming, how you start to get insurance companies and all of this. These are systems within white supremacy. All right. It's not the masses of white folks, because, like I say, poor white folks are no threat, other than being a physical threat. If I got a gun, you got a gun, then we'll shoot each other up. But I'm talking about systems by which they can control my employment, my ability to prosper, right? My whole entire life. Okay. That only a very few white folks have that type of power. Okay. And like I said, with that type of thing going on, here's the thing. That's a very, very, very small group. Okay. Very small group. So you're
Yeah.
talking, like I said, that's people that you don't even know, that you're not, Rothschilds, Bilderbergers, Lehman Brothers, the people, BlackRock, Blackstone. Okay. These people that buy politicians. This country is an oligarchy and a plutocracy. Okay. It's literally, this past election just proved that, right? But what is the weapon of choice for white supremacy or these white elites? If that, like I said, when I say white, yeah, it's European, but that's the team. Okay, that's the team colors and uniform, right? Anybody can serve them. Only certain people can actually have power within them. Ann Coulter, when she did that interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and she told him, she said, you know what? You're saying all the right things. You're smart. You're this. You're that. You're so and so. If I was to say that to a black person, they get offended, but not you, right? You say all the right things, and I agree with everything you say. I still wouldn't vote for you for president because you're Indian.
Right.
Okay. She said that. Said the office of president in this country is reserved for a WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Okay. She said this. All right. And this is how a lot of them think. And that's that's code right there. So even Obama, all right, because his mom, all right, and that's what she said. So even Obama, yeah, his dad was African, but he was raised in a WASP family. Okay. He dated
Right.
white women up until, he dated Michelle. And I think that was a political move. Right. So like I said, is there's a specific group, and the main weapon that these people use, right? The main weapon that these people use is resentment. That's the main weapon. Because if I can, so let's think about this, all right? We all know about the Willie Lynch syndrome or Willie Lynch letter. The Willie Lynch letter never stopped. That strategy is going to this day. If I can make you resent the other person, okay, then you'll be busy fighting with these people over here. Meanwhile, I'm doing what I got to do, creating policies, getting richer, doing things that you don't know about, right? Creating things that, make it to where, creating glass ceilings, make it seem like, oh yeah, I got opportunity, but you really don't, right? You really can't reach this level. See, when we get back to this, diasporan wars, the resentment machine is in full effect, all right? Because you have resentment going both ways. Now, it's hurtful to us because, like I said, we've been in this country, the struggle for us, is in our DNA, all right? It's things that you could see or feel that in your soul ain't right because your ancestors felt that. Your ancestors went through all of that, right? So, it's a form of betrayal when you see somebody that you think is wearing your uniform, all right, comes back and they playing for the other team. So you resent that person, and that person resents you. And meanwhile, so we having this war, gender, all of it. Meanwhile, these people, the plutocrats and the oligarchs are doing their thing. See, so that's kind of the real story. But back to FBAs, we have to fight our own battle. We have to make our own, inroads and because nobody's going to do it for us. It's already been proven, right, that we can't rely on people. Now, like you said, is if you can get a spy, a sympathizer from another group, oh yeah, by all means use them. That's part of warfare. All means use, sympathize, but it's never an equal relationship. You always
you
have
you
to
don't
be the
need
one
it.
in
You
leadership.
don't need it.
Yeah.
As long as, because I'm a chess teacher, and all the chess pieces are not equal, and they all
No.
have things that's great about them that next piece can't do. All right.
Right.
So okay. So you use pieces for what they are. If this person is a pawn in your life, then he's a pawn. Don't make him a knight. If this
Right.
person's a queen, then they're a queen. Don't make him a king. And it's as simple as
Right.
that. As simple as that. All right.
Oh yeah.
So now the problem is you have to fight the fight in front of you to get to the fight that's far off. For example,
Right.
if you watch
Right.
Bruce Lee, he
Mhm.
can't fight the leader because he's too busy fighting the leader's minions.
Right.
Okay.
The henchmen. Yeah.
Right. The 100 of them you got to beat up before you get to the leader.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then that's why Rambo can't get to his op because he got to fight all these peons. And that's the
Right.
thing. Like they're programming or help programming these peons in our way. And guess what? They are literally in our way. You got Fat
Mhm.
Joe lying, Hip Hop 50/50. You got other Busta Rhymes lying. You got academics lying, and like so that's like really creating a narrative that so we can't even get where we want to go because this person who's supposed to be in good with the black community or he looks black himself, they're spewing information that's going to be detriment to our purpose. So now we got to come backtrack and address that in that person. Then we got to go forward again.
Yeah.
And so we have to deal with the people who are in front of us because they're the most impactful. So a KKK member, he might have a plan to blow up my city in 20 years.
Mhm.
But guess what? I still got to fight the black drug dealer who's going to attack me or the gang guy. I still got to fight him. So I don't.
Right. Right.
He
Right.
can't. I can't just like walk past him because he's going to attack me. So you still got to fight the
That's
fight in front of you.
Yeah, that's the immediate threat. The immediate
Right.
threat. Now, Baba Imalimu Baruti, all right, Imalimu Baruti call those people buffers. Now, what we call
Yeah.
a tether is what we call what he
Right.
would call a
Okay.
buffer.
Okay.
Because if you ever watched you ever watched the movie Snowpiercer?
No.
Okay, you need to check that out because that encapsulates really
No piercing.
it's more about a class struggle, but just a brief for people who haven't seen it. It was about how the world scientists had did something to where they made the world freeze over, right? But in the meantime, while they were doing that, they had built a huge, gigantic train that could travel all the way around the world, right? And it was travel nonstop. Okay. So, and it was called a snow piercer because the world was covered in ice and was piercing through the snow, right? But that name is deceptive because all of the people at the back of the train was like poor and scrapping and fighting and everything. Everybody at the front of the train was rich and had it made. They could take baths. They drinking champagne. So what you had is a group of people trying to go from the back of the train to the front of the train. So as they were going through the different stages, they ran into the buffers, the law enforcement, and these other people,
Yeah.
all of the buffers that would shield all of, because understand it's like I said, remember, like I said, is the elites or the oligarch class or the plutocrat class is very small. These are like 1% and less than 1%. They need buffers in between,
Yeah.
all right, If you know this is who I'm after, like you said, they got to have obstacles. These buffers, you know. Okay, so like I said, I got to fight this drug dealer. Drug dealer is all he thinking about. He's individual. All he thinking about is selling drugs. He's not down. He's not on code. He's not down with the movement, right? So I got to clean that up, or I got to clean these other individuals up, or I got these, you know, like say Fat Joe and all these other people, you know. So yeah, I got to clean all of these other guys up, right, before I could actually get to that person, right? And like playing a video game, you know, you got to fight the henchman before you get to the boss. So scenario going on. And like I said, you get a chance, like I said, don't watch the series. You got to watch the actual movie. Yeah, the actual movie. Because that, like I said, is very metaphoric as far as, you know, once you watch it, you'll understand, say, okay, all right, I see how all of this works. And then at the end, it'll surprise you. So,
all right. So I got something for you right here.
All right, let's see what you got.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So, immigrant.
Okay, so that played through, right? So I got a couple videos. So that one right there, she made it very clear. You said, "What team black?" Well, they don't see team black; they see team immigrant.
Yep,
okay.
Exactly.
Now watch this. So that's one.
Exactly. Team immigrant.
What is this?
Community.
I feel like she said, it would not like change because being like my parents are both from Grenada. They came here in the like 80s and 90s. So what he was saying about how they think that black people are lazy does like resonate with me because I've heard that a lot. But obviously, as me being a first generation American, like I don't really obviously agree. But I don't know. Like I don't know what can change it, to be honest, because I feel like it's a real stereotype that we just cannot change. Obviously,
so that the Canadian stereotype against black folks never met us. We're lazy and it just cannot change. She don't see it changing because so many people in that country repeats it. All right, let me go a few more. This is Rwanda.
Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
Sex workers. I mean, that's weird because that's what they do out there for money.
They do what?
They fuck a lot. I don't like them.
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like they don't like it. Yeah.
But I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
All right, so hold on.
Need to start gatekeeping Carnival. There is no reason on this earth for anybody that's not from the Caribbean to be at Carnival, and I don't care how y'all feel on the subject.
All right, I think I got one more. Do I? Yeah. Last one.
I look at Phil Scott too.
Let's see those up.
Yep.
So now let's move forward. So as an immigrant, I'm here in this country. What do I want to do? Put
It's a little slow.
my best foot forward. What do my parents want to do? Put their best foot forward and give us the best opportunity they possibly can. Thank you, Lord, for my parents because they did exactly that. But it's my turn as their child to hold the baton. And one thing I always say, my parents did not risk their lives to get to America for me to get involved in some political warfare. My parents did not risk their lives for me to get to America, for me to sit here fighting people all day. That makes absolutely no sense. And I think because you guys have never taken that level of a risk, you don't understand that level of responsibility and accountability. That's really the problem here. Because if you really risk your lives to have something, if you really risk your life to get something, you're not willing and ready to throw it away.
And this might be the last one.
I want
Okay, now that's
to
it.
from my perspective.
I don't need that one. Okay, so now you see the youth from these first generation babies, whatever, angry babies. You see their mentality, and it's stemming from their moms. That's why I'm not gonna waste time trying to do no allegiance for these people. their mind. The Grenadian woman said, "There's nothing." She said she don't believe that mindset could change because our whole country believes that, and you got to
Right.
do some real blackwashing, FBA washing, to get them to not know that, to believe that anymore. So like, I'm immigrant first. So like you said earlier, like they're coming for economic reasons. And she just said we ain't trying to get part. We ain't trying to take part in no political thing. And then the first woman that said immigration, Jamaican and Blacklash, or career and then Blacklash, she also said, damn, it just skipped my mind. I'll come back to it. But as you can see, like they're not prioritizing coming to America and build some type of allegiance, alliance, and brotherhood of black folks. No, we're trying to get by. If getting by is befriending you, I'll do it for the moment. But once I can cut you off, bye.
Well, like I said, see, so that's where the kind of the betrayal comes in. Is as you think about it like this, all of these things that they have, we fought for.
Right.
Okay, is they're taking advantage all of the rights and everything, because as soon as these white rights were created, they were extended to everybody.
Right.
Right.
Immediately. Yeah. Yep.
Immediate. So they're taking advantage of things that we created, and they don't see that because they, like I said, it's part of the education. It's part of, like you said, is you look upon, you say, all right, so if all you see is movies of, black people being poor, black people being drugged, black people doing debauchery, all right, that sort of thing. All right, if that's all you see, okay, and that's the,
I don't
like I
believe that
said,
though. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's all they see. That's all they want to see because they're
well,
watching
yeah,
the
that's
other
all
movies too.
well, I mean that plus, if people come here and then they go back, say, okay, well, what was it like? Oh man, it was great. So what was black people? They was like, so the problem you have is if you don't understand our history and our story, all right, you're gonna have these stereotypes. All right. If you don't take the time, and like I said, it's an immigrant mentality. They don't come here to be part of our struggle. Okay. But they will come and take advantage of our greatness, our music. It was a big argument. What was it? Part of the Fat Joe argument and all of that was how Fela Kuti came to America and Afro beats, like I said, as they was talking about, well, the argument is Afro beats was created in Nigeria. No, Afro beats was created in Ghana.
Right.
They go back and forth, but either way, it was still influenced by FBAs. It was influenced by James Brown.
Yeah.
Okay, and that funk sound that they created, right? Because you can hear that within the Afro beats, but you never, nobody ever, same thing with, how you had Roy Ayers and Fela Kuti collaborating, making song. They made the song Africa Center of the Universe. All right, but you can hear our influences, and same thing with what's going on now. All right, with hip hop and the music. So like I said, is what was it? It's somebody, I seen a video where say we didn't come to America to be part of a struggle. We came here to take.
Right.
All right. So a person with a taker mentality, you can't have them as part of your army because they'll be a liability. Plain and simple. Is they, and it's kind of hurtful, like you said, because you look at this person, they're wearing your same uniform.
Right.
But I'm a Chicago Bears fan. All right. So my team's colors is blue and orange. But so is the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
All right. But we're not the same team.
Right.
So I can look at the Denver Broncos and say, yeah, y'all got our colors, but we're not on the same team. Matter of fact, we play each other. All right. We're going to be playing each other to win. So yeah. So you have to, this is why, like I said, delineation is important, because like I said, we have to hone in our struggle, because we have to come to the realization that, one, historically, we've been betrayed within, all right? And two, we have to be the ones to spearhead our own improvement, because if we don't, then, like I said, if we don't, then it'll be, we'll be waiting forever, all right, for this stuff. See, so, well, you got Math Hoff and, yeah, what you said, Fat Joe.
Yeah. So,
Step
okay. So I got something for you. All right, I'll put this link in the chat first, so y'all can read it yourselves. And dig. Okay, so so now we know the 1964 Civil Rights Act. That's what included immigration, right? Immigrants to that
Right.
one particular.
Right.
Okay, so before that, Jamaicans were and the West Indians were trying to get in the UK. So before they looked at America as their
Yeah.
promised land, it was all about the UK. But look
Right.
what happens. I'm a dates guy.
Mm-hmm.
Look what happened in 1962 to make them want to come to the United States and Canada, because that's the three countries they go to: Canada, United States, and UK. Okay, so the Commonwealth Immigrants Act 1962, way before
Yep.
the Civil Rights Act was signed, was an act of the Parliament of the
Mm-hmm.
United Kingdom. The act entails stringent restrictions, that's the key word, restrictions, on the
Right.
entry of Commonwealth citizens, Jamaicans and West Indies, into the United Kingdom. Restrictions.
Right.
Only those with work permits, which were typically only for high skill. We know the 500 who came on that damn shit was not highly skilled. I got the
Right.
video. I played it yesterday, the day before, day before, day before. You hear the Jamaicans out of their own mouth. They don't have no skills. They don't even know why they're there, because they don't have like something to bring. They're looking for jobs. They're not bringing a job. Okay. So only for those with high skilled workers such as doctors. So they gave you it in IE and EG were
Mm-hmm.
permitted. Doctors, high skills. And we know the Jamaicans that could find that came on that ship, none of them were doctors. They would come in there as layman workers, typical hand, I help you move something around, warehouse type shit. So when these high restrictions, because they wanted doctors, okay, close the door on them, that's when they start looking towards America as their promised land. But
Right.
they see what's going on. They seen Jim Crow. They said not yet. They seen
Yeah.
racial segregation. They seen racial discrimination. They said not yet. Let's wait for the FBAs to win another war, which I call the Civil Rights Movement War. We won that.
Mm-hmm.
Signed off. They attached the women's lib to it. They attached everybody else,
Yeah.
immigration, and none of them was there. None of them was there to suffer. We suffered, but they're attached to it. And then here they come in 1965. Spotted. But like she said earlier, 80s and 90s when they came, they like a whole influx of them came.
Right.
In the 80s
Right.
and
Right.
90s.
Right.
Okay.
And to your point, my friend in the UK speaks about it. Her parents actually immigrated to the UK from Jamaica in the 50s and
Yeah,
60s. And
because
the
of
reason
that
why,
war, right? Because that came for that war, right?
because of World War II. I mean, World War II, the Germans did a job on England, so they needed
Yes, they
laborers,
did.
all right, to be able to rebuild. And
Right.
and of course, like I said, is the people that are there, because really the black population in the UK is what, roughly around 6%. Okay, so that's
It's very
real
tiny.
low.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very tiny.
it's low, but that's all they needed, right? So once they rebuilt, now you see this come into play.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Yep. So okay, well, we don't need y'all no more, y'all laborers. So what are we gonna do with these people? See, now, like I said, the British are, I'm gonna say, experts in criminalizing the poor. Okay, so once those factories is built and all of this, and some could work there, but others say, okay, we got to start putting some of these people in jail. This is why, even though you have 6%, black population, that's Africans, Jamaicans, West Indians, all right. In the UK, I want to say the prisons. What was that number? I want to say it was like 9 times as many black people in the UK jail, all right, than any other group. 9 times as many from a population that's only 6%. so like I said, it's crazy how that works. But yeah, but like I said, yeah, it's see, so, and this is why we have to remind them, say, listen, you wouldn't have these opportunities for it. It was our fight and our struggle, okay? And like you said, is I don't know if it's willful ignorance or just plain ignorance.
Really?
All right.
Wait. Oh. Well, that
Yeah.
thought, because you said we got explain to them, hey man, but listen to that. Hey, go back in there. Listen to that train of thought. Leonard, look at
Yeah.
this video. Look at this video right here. Okay, so he was
Yeah.
deported from
Mhm.
UK because he was there majority of his life, but he got deported because he was for robbery, and he ain't deny it. He ain't, and so he actually did it. Okay, but listen to this question the white boy gonna ask him.
Do you feel British or Jamaican? I feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school.
I'm gonna go back.
Oh yeah, because he was kind of buffing a little bit.
Oh, good. This is why I don't think we're gonna have an alliance here. Hold on.
Oh no, because like I said, it's willful ignorance. It's in order to be part of our team, you got to meet some qualifications. And if
Bro,
you don't
listen.
qualify, then you can't. Then you're on the other team. So
Listen to this. This question you're gonna ask him. This was embarrassing, bro. Every Jamaican got a cringe.
mhm.
Let me know if you hear this 50-second video clear.
Do you feel British or Jamaican? I feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school there. I went to college in the UK. And I'm just here.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
Did you hear that question, bro?
Mhm.
Did you hear his answer?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. I just don't see it, man. I just don't see it. Like these guys want to throw that flag in the trash to
Mhm.
be. So what's the whole point of fighting for independence? What is
Well, yeah,
that?
the Maroons and all. Yeah, what was the whole point of that? When you get, but see, that's the desire, and this is an immigrant desire, and it's not just with African immigrants either. So
Oh yeah, no,
it's
I
it's,
understand
it's
that, but they're in the hot seat. Nobody else, because you know why?
oh yeah, oh yeah,
I don't hold non-blacks to a higher standard. Like you said, they supposed to be team black.
yeah,
I don't expect Latinos, Asians, the Japanese, Arabs to be team black. So they can do what they
right,
want to do. I don't care. I expect these guys to be team black. So when I hear shit like this, so are you more British or Jamaican? I'm more British. Like, yo, dude, get away from me, bro.
right, exactly. See, but I mean, like I said, but that's the desire of white proximity. See, so now here's the other question. So check this out: is those same Jamaican or African or whomever or Dominican or Puerto Rican or Afro Latino, those same black mothers that was like, nah, don't get with those African Americans, would have absolutely no problem with their children getting with a white person.
All right, zero. That's the goal. The goal is go marry
Yes,
a white person.
right. See,
Okay.
so yeah. See, so because like I said, that's proximity to wealth. So like I said, that goes back to us being at the bottom and being worthless, even to our own people. All right, our own brothers and sisters, around the world within the diaspora. But if it comes to white man come knocking, let's pull out the good silver and the good china because yeah, we want you know, I was and you know what is you also have that even some of our FBAs feel that way and it's terrible.
Well, I mean, okay, when they do that, it's for a separate inclusion. Like the mentality is totally different. Like
Right.
they're never gonna say, do you feel white or feel black? I feel white. They're not gonna do that. They're not
Nah,
gonna do
nah,
that.
nah. What they will say is no. Is there's only one race, the human race. They
Yeah,
they'll
but
they'll
you know
try to
what?
dismiss color and all of this. But
Yeah,
listen,
I get it. I get it. But guess what? It's a small pinch of them.
mhm,
Small, but not in this. These Jamaicans are leaving Jamaica and trying to go to UK,
mhm,
Canada, and America. And guess what? When they
mhm.
do that politically, that's called a brain drain.
Yeah, brain drain,
Oh yeah,
exactly. But
oh yeah, oh yeah,
but I
yeah.
mean, like I
I
said,
did
and
my
that was
research.
that was
Yeah.
done intentionally because I mean, you think about like I said, it's the island of Hispaniola, all right, where you got Haiti and Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
And same thing in Africa. All right.
India got the same problem because they're complaining amongst themselves.
But
Their
but
best is
but
leaving.
hold, but India, here's the thing now. The problem you have now, Africa's coming up, but still Africans for thousands of years have been a commodity-based economy. All right, where you get raw materials, but you
Yeah.
don't transform it
Right.
into some sort of end-use product
Right.
that's more valuable, right? And as long as you can keep doing, long as you keep doing that, that's just like as a farmer, okay, if I sell a bushel of corn, shoot, I don't know, like something ridiculously cheap, like an entire bushel or something like 50 cents or something, we can look it up, but yeah, like I said, it's very cheap. But if you take that corn and transform it into corn syrup, right? Now you can sell it for way more.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I
And
get you saying. Right.
and that's the thing that we did not. That's the thing that we did not. We haven't figured out yet. Is that you got to transform these goods. Can't just completely. You can't be a commodity base. That's just like at one point in time, salt was worth its weight in gold, literally. Okay, and why was
Right.
that? Because of salt's usefulness. Salt, you can make leather, you can preserve food, it's all kinds of stuff, right? Well, when they came out with air conditioning, what happened with salt? You
Yeah.
see, so you
Right.
didn't
Right. Right. Right.
adapt to the times, and you thought this was just going to be forever. It was never going to change, and that's what you're dealing with. You talking about people that are constantly improving, and if you don't constantly improve, all right, then you'll be stuck, all right, and you'll be like I said, it's the same thing with the chocolate industry. Okay, is you still have slavery going on, child slavery in Africa over the harvesting of cocoa from cocoa plantations. So, and I think it's the same way now. If you look at what is that? Palm oil. Okay, so yeah, it's a lot of problems, but the thing is we have to deal with our problems.
And some of our past problems, I'm gonna read off a few. And
Mhm.
all of these predates 1964. And this is
Oh
why
yeah.
when we say they're not like us. So
Mm.
for the immigrants who are watching right now, you're our family, and I
Mhm.
agree with Brother Leonard. If you're on code, we're one. It's that simple. But for me, I don't know how Leonard position is. I'm gonna speak for myself. Whoever is on code with us, to me, is one. I
Mhm.
don't do the black, white, no, no. Listen, man. I
Yeah.
get somebody on code. Okay, so white, Chinese, Japanese. If you on code and you trying to push what we trying to push, and you there, to me, you won with us, right?
Right.
You on code. All right. So I don't see the color of the black shit. I don't care about that. If you on code, you on code. If you off code, you off code. Don't care if you white, black, you off code. I ain't gonna ride with you. Okay, so for the black immigrants is out there, when we say, hey, you're benefiting, you're doing good in this country, a small percentage of y'all come over here. By the way, Leonard, the more you are, the more highly skilled in your country. So you're
Mhm.
the anomaly coming over here. You're
Right.
not the person living in a damn shack
Right.
eating leaves. You ain't that person. You're
Mhm.
an anomaly. The bulk of your countrymen are shit poor,
Mhm.
and they'll come over here and do nothing but rob, steal, and kill. Okay, so you guys the anomaly. All right, so I'm gonna put that, and Tone Talk gonna explain that. So you
Mhm.
guys are anomaly. Okay, so yes, you're gonna thrive by what we fought for and got done. We got the Civil Rights Act done. You didn't. You were not there. None of y'all. And I'm saying in mass, not one, two folks you just named earlier. We're talking about in mass. You were not there. You didn't experience it. You're a recipient. You're an unworthy recipient. Speaking for myself. So one of these things you were not there for is called peonage, right?
Right.
So this
Peonage.
is
Yeah.
yep. So this is a peonage. This is a system of forced labor based on debts incurred by workers. This came right after Emancipation Proclamation.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So it is known as debt slavery or debt servitude.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So again, like this went on where it started with really um what what's the charge when you're not working? With V.
You're talking about the vagrancy. The
Yeah, there you
vagrancy.
go, vagrancy. So
Yeah.
really, what they would do is they'll pick up. This is right at the Civil War, right? So the country ain't even built up yet.
Mm-hmm.
What they'll do is they'll go catch black folks who ain't working and charge them with vagrancy. Now, this is what
Right.
happens after that. The go to court is a court fee. They ain't got the money. Now, by the way, it's different than it is now. You had to pay the
Right.
sheriff,
Yeah.
you had to pay the judge, you had to pay a bunch of people, and plus the court. And
Right.
if you're locked up for vagrancy, that means you ain't working. How are you paying anybody? So now they locked you up because you can't pay the debt, and a steel company or a mine company will pay the debt on your behalf, and therefore now you're working for them, right? So I know that's common, at least it's a little different,
Right. Right.
but it's kind of like still they're going hand in hand. All right, this is a little different
But
because
they got peonage, the peonage system from Mexico. That's where they actually got the peonage system from that they used. All right, post Emancipation Proclamation,
wow,
because like I said, is they were looking for a way. Okay, how can we continuously make these people continuously be laborers, right? And like I said, have you ever read the vagrancy? You have to read it to see all of the types of stuff that was like illegal. Is you couldn't be doing street gaming, juggling. It had all types of
stop!
ridiculous
You
stuff.
said juggling, bro. Stop, stop.
Look it up. Look it up. Look up. I'm serious. Look up the vagrancy law, and they'll show you you couldn't
Yo, he said
juggle street.
juggling.
Seriously, you couldn't be a street performer, a juggler.
So Leonard, basically, some white people watch and see what we do, we like to do. Our activities say, "Oh, that's illegal."
Yeah, you had to
All
be.
what you like to do is illegal.
So you had that, and then
Juggling.
you had that, and you had the apprenticeship law, which basically, if you was a young teenager, okay, you was going to work as a apprentice to a white, business owner for nothing. All right, just to keep you. So in a free country, all right, in a free country, you have to be gainfully employed, or else you'd go to jail.
Right.
That was a vagrancy law. See, so
Right.
and like I said, is that all of these types of things, in which I'm down with a brother who's part of the new abolition movement, and one of the things he points out is slavery never really ended. It just got transferred from the private sector to the government sector.
Yeah.
Because when you read the 13th Amendment,
Yep.
slavery,
Crime.
yes, sir, slavery is abolished unless you commit a crime, then you become property of the state.
Yeah.
Right. So they had to say, well, we have to make some crimes. Oh, well, if he was juggling, street performing, running a tippling house,
He said juggling. Yo,
man,
I'm done.
I'm serious. When I seen that, I was
That's wild, bro.
running a
That's
tippling
wild.
house, running, all types of. I'm serious. You got
Yo, you got locked up and thrown in debt slavery for juggling.
Look here. I tell you what. Pull it up. Pull up. Google the vagrancy law.
I gotta do that.
We got to do that right now.
I gotta do that. Okay, so what vagrancy laws right here?
Not
Which
the one
one?
in 1824.
This one?
No, not that one. Let's see. Vagrancy laws after slavery. There you go. I want to say after
Yeah.
slavery.
If I see juggling, I'm done.
Part of the black code. You got to look and see what the actual law was. There we go. Let's look and see here. Yeah, look at the Vagrancy Act of 1866. Let's pull that up and see what it is. You have to look at it. No, it was right down there. Scroll down.
Right here.
Yeah, let's see what that says. Look at this picture.
Yeah, that's why. See, like again, black immigrants, you were not here for this. This is
No.
psychologically damaging.
Right. And the thing is this is within our DNA.
Right.
It manifests itself, like I said, as with PTSD. Hold on, let's see. Civil War.
Yeah, I gotta see this juggling shit, bro.
I'm serious. You gotta pull it up. We gotta pull it up. Vagrancy law. I'm telling you, because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's not gonna be here. I'm gonna tell you right now.
The
okay,
law.
Let me just type it in.
Yeah, let's go back. Go back to it.
Let me just type. I just gotta know.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Bro,
The
if you was on the
white
street,
man is
if,
the devil.
if you was on the street
Oh my
juggling,
God.
you could get arrested. Have
Yo.
been used to
And thrown
historically.
into like convict leasing and peonage. Yo, that is crazy, yo. This, if you were
I'm
juggling, that was justification to do a life bid, basically.
juggling. So what if you just was walking down the street and just just had some apples and you went.
Yeah. No, stop,
If
stop,
they
stop.
saw you doing that, they could come and arrest you.
Bro, you're just bored. You're walking, you got a long walk. You're walking, you just juggling. Let me waste some time. Hey, you got a
Yeah,
whistle. Get over here.
yeah.
That's illegal.
No, there wouldn't be no get over here. They would come and get you.
Oh, they'll
And
tackle
now
you.
you got
Oh.
arrested. And see, these are laws you didn't even know about.
Yeah, I ain't never see that.
You have to look up the entire, like I said, look up the
Yeah,
entire,
yeah.
because
I
it's
gotta do
all
a show on
types of
that, man. That
it's
is
all
wild.
types of stuff, man. I looked
That
at
thing
that.
said juggling.
Yes, yes. Juggling, rolling, tippling houses. Oh, tippling, I guess, is some sort of gambling or something. So you had that. You had all kinds of stuff, man. It just, you'll go
So,
through that, and you'll be amazed that you could, if you weren't really gainfully employed, working as as a sharecropper or
and who
something.
the hell was working right after the Civil War? Like, come on.
Well, like I said,
Nobody's working like that.
exactly. So they arrested a whole lot.
Yeah. I mean, like that's disgusting. But listen. Although I'm mad at white folks, brother, and look, I'm mad. You know, hey, Leonard. Somehow you're mad at who you're mad at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to get them, but you go to the store, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go to the store, and this person don't want to move out your way, bro. What's gonna happen? All who you had for a real person
Mm-hmm.
is gonna be transferred to that person who's yo. Can you excuse me? I'm trying to get out. No, you say please, my boy. Listen, man, I'm going through some shit, bro. I want to beat my uncle up or my girl's uncle up, dude. Just
Wow.
I don't gotta beef with you. Just get out my way. You gotta say please. You're gonna release the crackle on that person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm watching right now, what I'm reading for myself, it makes you angry at white people, white American.
Mm-hmm.
But when I see these goddamn tethers who's got these stereotypes against me, don't even know our history, don't know none of this stuff. That energy now, who I had smoke for, becomes transferred to you now.
Yeah, because because like I said, it's one thing to I mean, have a feelings about your opposition, right? Because you're supposed to have some aggression about your
Yeah.
opposition, right? But it's another thing to have feelings about those who betray you.
Right, you on my team, and you doing this white
Betrayal,
supremacy stuff, like, dude, really?
betrayal is the absolute worst, because that's what you feel like. It's like, listen, man, you wearing my same uniform, okay, and you're betraying me, But and then what's bad is they can't see it. They, completely and totally. So what you have to do is you just have to leave. You just have to say, you
Yeah,
know what?
because I damn sure ain't trying to make them see it. It's like, dude, all right, look, do what you do, hold your own nuts, and you know what I mean. Become a squirrel and hold your own nuts. I'm gonna call them squirrels.
Right.
Become a squirrel and get out my way, bro. I ain't trying to teach you shit. This is 2025. It is when I mean, like, why am I looking at why can unbiased sports? Ron Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Just go learn about why Africa is poor. Go learn why Nigeria is poor. Go learn why Jamaica's poor. Why can I do that? And you can't do that when you're in. Y'all got iPhones. Y'all live in like
See,
huts.
and that's the engine that's driving delineation. It is just killing Pan Africanism, because, like I said, it's not an equal exchange there, right?
At all.
It's kind of like the church. We doing, it's 20% of the people doing 80% of the work, right? See, so the 20% of us is doing 80% of all the work
Right,
for the
right.
diaspora. So, and it's like, hey, listen, plus, so, your session about to expire.
Not mine.
Is it mine? Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, it ain't mine. Yeah.
Mine was trying to.
Yeah, I just paid my bill.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
like I
got
said,
12 hours or more.
there you go. But like I said, it's you're not matching my energy. You don't,
Right.
and don't get me wrong, is when it comes to like I said, is if it's Jamaicans fighting for Jamaican rights in Jamaica, we can, or I give you a better example. I have absolutely no problem with supporting, all right, them brothers in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, kicking the French out. I have no problem with that. Okay.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that's Africa. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're
Right.
supposed to be taking their land back and doing it now. Of course, they're gonna make deals with the Chinese and Russians because they don't have, history with them. Plus, they need the technology and the resources. So it's gonna be some sort of trade, right?
Right.
But like I said, is the French have been taxing West Africa for centuries, all right, and that's what their economy is based off of, and they're getting them up out of there. So I can celebrate that, okay, and not be hating, all right. And matter of fact, the fact that I even know about it, okay, speaks to the fact that I'm engaged with the total engaged with our diaspora, right? However, why can't we have that same energy? So I can support, okay, this happening over here, that happening over there. Jamaica's talking about reparations. I can support all of that. And even if I was to support it, okay, I'm not going to come in as a usurper or somebody trying
Right.
to take over your movement. I'm going to come in as a worker saying, how can I help you? What do you take the lead? Because this is your battle, right? I'm just here as the support, okay, to support you how I can, but this is your battle. You take the lead.
Yep.
So when we take the lead on our battles, then we get pushback. Oh no, so yeah, that's like I said, but that's from people that are not on code. It's good. It's fortunate enough that not all of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, are
Well,
off code.
now, okay, I'm gonna be a little messy. They're not my brothers and sisters. They're my cousins. My brothers and sisters are
Yeah,
FBA's,
yeah,
Adolfs, and Freedom.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They are
Yeah,
cousins. They are
yeah,
cousins.
they
But
are
but
they are cousins.
but in African tradition, I'm gonna say this is something because some of the things we pick up from Africa too. African tradition, there's really in certain cultures there is no cousins. It's all brothers and sisters, right? So I mean, yeah. See, so like I said, it's so I'm gonna say it like
I wish
that.
I would have a brother like that.
But hey, he could be your brother and be a betrayer.
No, no.
All right.
I have. Listen, man. Listen, Leonard. I'm very tight with all of my family. Okay,
Mhm.
all of them: aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters, mothers. I don't even understand what you're even saying. You dig? I don't. I have no. I know y'all experienced that out there, but
Mhm.
I have not experienced that where like a brother or a cousin or an aunt. I can't relate. All of my
Right.
family is good relations, all of them equally, right? All of them.
Mhm.
Okay, there's nothing. It's weird because they all like first cousins. I don't really know a second cousin. They all like first cousins,
Right. Right.
aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. But I have no. I never experienced like oh, I don't like that cousin. I don't know how that feels.
Well, I must put it like this: is you have I've experienced cousins in my family that were dysfunctional. Okay, that were dysfunctional. And these were not cousins my age. These were cousins who were old enough to be like uncles and aunts.
Yeah.
Right? Came from a generation where they were dysfunctional, and you had to put boundary. You had to set boundaries,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah,
So,
I cannot relate to that, man. I
yeah,
just can't.
it's a lot. I got brothers that I deal with right now. Okay, my good friends, my brothers whose own children, and you know, their brothers and sisters. You know, it's complete dysfunction. See, so you're fortunate because dysfunction is rampant. I told you, it's it, if you don't take anything away, just remember what I tell you about this. Is look at how we behave. Far too many of us are stuck at about 15, 16 years old in the brain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You see, and
Cause,
that's
cause
the
I, cause
problem.
I got a friend who every time he called me, he brings up middle school. Like, dude, we 90 years old. You bring up middle school, bro. Come on, stop, bro. Like, let's talk about current events, man. So
Yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah. See, so and I mean, it's the choices they make, decisions they make. You know, impulsiveness. You know, there's my thing is if you going outside wearing pajamas and
Yeah,
now
yeah, yeah.
you got men wearing pajamas, house shoes, and bonnets. Okay,
Every time I see that, I automatically think y'all ain't showered. Like that. That's my perspective on it. When I see y'all in pajamas, I think you woke up and put on slippers and got in the car and just drove to the store. I don't believe you did anything. No cleaning at all. No cleansing at all.
Here's the thing: is to me that's a form of unconsciousness. All right, you are not prepared to do anything if you outside in pajamas.
Yeah,
I
come on.
mean, it's like I said, it's that if the house catch on fire and you got pajamas on, and yeah, you got to get out the house, right?
Yeah.
But if you're just in Walmart shopping with dudes with bonnets on, not do rag. I always
I ain't
had
never
a
see that. I ain't never see that.
you ain't see this. Look, dudes with bonnets. I've seen couples wearing matching pajamas and bonnets.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, first I want to say something, but I said, you know what? Is is you just have to chalk these people up as being vanquished. How did you not know you can't be out conducting business? All right. It's one thing to have on a sweatsuit or
Yeah.
you ain't got to have a three-piece suit
You can have
on, or certain
you can have gym shorts if you want.
you can look like somebody that needs to be taken seriously.
Right.
Okay, somebody that's wearing clothes, and people say, "Well, what difference?" No, it's about perception. Okay, if you look like somebody who just got out of bed, still got your hair wrapped up, like I said, don't look like you've bathed. So people automatically are going to assume, okay, this is somebody who's still walking around sleep. All right, they're not.
Right.
I can't take you serious, right? So, and when I say serious, I don't mean serious in the sense of here's somebody I got to worry about that they're gonna try to rob me. I'm talking about somebody that can command my respect. You can't command my respect if you're out here in pajamas and bonnets and house shoes in the street. And what's really bad is I see people in their 20s doing it, but I also see people in their 40s and 50s. I see people
Yeah.
damn near my age,
Yeah, I see
grown
everybody
ass
stop con.
men,
I see everybody stop con do that shit. Like, yo, y'all all just wear slippers, my boy. Like, God, ain't nobody get dressed out here.
house
Cause
shoes,
yeah,
and
I'm in South
pajamas.
Carolina right now. I'm in South
Are you
Carolina, bro.
okay? Where you at in South Carolina?
Well, I ain't gonna tell these internet weirdos, but
Okay, all right.
I'll tell you off the internet. But you got weirdos out here. And
That is right. You did. You told me you was moving down that way.
yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
definitely out
yeah, yeah.
here. So let me
Oh, well,
see.
you
So
enjoying it because you enjoying that lower cost of living.
I'm enjoying. I got no neighbors. You did.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't see no homes where I'm at.
Yeah, so you got you some land. See,
Yeah, yeah,
that's how I have land, but I'm going up in Virginia. But
yeah.
like I said,
I
I'm.
love having no neighbors. This is life right here. This is the life for me, man.
You ever thought about homesteading? Is that what you're doing?
What's that?
Homesteading?
Yeah, what's
That's
that?
growing your own food and having your own chickens. And
Um, I mean, I wouldn't mind, to be honest. I wouldn't mind. But right now, I'm trying to uh, figure out some other streams of income, to be honest.
well, here's the thing: is if you grow your own food, instead of having another string of income, now you're not spending as much out in the store, especially if you
Yeah,
got the land to do it. right? Now it's gonna take some work, right? Because I've gardened before, and it's gonna take some work. But like I said, is if you can do that
Yo,
and
what's
become
up with
part
this
of
grass out here, bro? It don't grow. Like, what's up with that?
where you at?
Yeah.
I don't know what part. I don't know because grass be growing. My grass, shoot. Like I said, I have to.
It's this is still low. I ain't in 3 months. I ain't.
Well,
There's
it's the
nothing.
winter time too. It stops growing at this around
Okay.
this time
I'm
too.
about to
See,
say,
so
yo, this is beautiful. Like, ain't nobody got cut grass. I love this.
nah, you ain't this time of year. You don't have to cut grass, but as soon
Okay.
as like late February and March hit, as soon
Yeah.
as it get like the sun
Yeah. Yeah.
when
I
when
always
it
said
jumps in
like
the shine,
I always said coming from this tri-state, I always said I want to live around no Latinos and Negroes. And
mhm.
that's what I'm doing right now. I'm done with Latinos and Negroes. And
Hey,
I ain't say
not
FBAs, ADOS. I said Negroes. They're
yeah,
different.
exactly.
Latinos and Negroes, I ain't gonna live around no more. And now I'm exactly where I am. No Latinos, no Negroes. This is heaven.
Nah, man, get you. Hey, but homestead. That's what another thing you need to do is look up the South Carolina homesteading laws because you might get some tax exemptions.
Okay, yeah, because I've been seeing cows and everything around here. All type of
Yeah, become part of a farming community, and that's where you trade. You grow some stuff, or have some chickens, or some whatever. I don't know if you eat pork, but like I said, it's some pigs or some goats or whatever, and you trade this. They go back and
yeah,
forth. So yeah, like I said, I got some tomatoes. What you got? And that's how you avoid spending money. Plus, that's how you get involved with your neighbors and know who has what. So when you need things, like I said, because my thing isn't about, like I said, I'm 57. Um, Probably in about the next, I want to at least do this by 60 and start building my house in Virginia, my forever home in Virginia. But I also want to keep bees as well. That's something else you can do. You could right down there by Georgia, you could keep bees and have an apiary.
now that's something I might be interested in. Something
Yeah,
like that. I think I'd be more interested in.
because you can make that into a business. You can sell the wax, the honey, obviously, and it'd be raw
Yeah,
honey from the
yeah,
area.
yeah. That's
Some
something I might be more
bee
interested in.
pollen. Matter of fact, that's what I do is I don't buy my honey from in the store. I go all the way out into the county to an apiary where the guys, has bees, and that's where I get my honey and stuff from. Like I say, so yeah, that's another stream right there.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The bee thing, because I had, I had some interest in reading about bees in Africa and the European bee, and I found that very interesting. So that's and it's funny. I recently asked a white guy. He's a conservative, but he's a cool conservative. Like he's not extreme. And I asked him about like how much a bee suit costs. You think I was just interested, and
Hmm.
he was gaming me on that type of stuff. So. Yeah, I'll be more interested in that. But let me read these few things for our cousins out there that
There you
never
go.
experienced these things.
Right.
All right. So the reason why I say you're not like us, okay, because you have not experienced Jim Crow. So by
Mm-mm.
definition, Wikipedia says the Jim Crow laws were state and local laws introduced in the southern United States in the late 19th and early 20th centuries that enforced racial segregation, Jim Crow, being a pejorative term for an African American, not
Hmm.
Jamaican, not Nigerian. That's talking about ADOS, DOS, FBA, freedmen. Okay, says
Hmm.
the last of the Jim Crow laws were generally overturned in 1965, where you were not here. Okay,
Hmm.
so the last of it overturned. You waited till this date was over, and you started to come. And let
Yeah.
me go a little more. This is a quick little paragraph. So housing discrimination under the Fair Act, right?
Right.
Learning about the Housing Fair Housing Act, which prohibits discrimination in housing. When they say based on race, color, religion, okay, you could just cancel out religion, sex, and that bullshit. This was about race and color originally.
Right.
All right. So again, none of y'all know LGBT. None of y'all were affected by this. It was just specifically for FBAs. Okay. So
Right.
let me get rid of that link. And discrimination in banking is illegal if you think a bank has been unfair or deceptive. FBAs. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so The schools remain highly segregated. Segregation has historically been associated with the Jim Crow laws. You know that's not you. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so be humble yourself and learn about because you're in our country, not in yours. So
Right.
learn about what we've been through, what white America's been through before you cast judgment on us in our own homeland. That's super disrespectful. I would never move to Kingston, Jamaica, and make judgment on people in Montego Bay or whatever else is out there. I would never, I will learn about that area first and then make a judgment if I need to make a judgment. Okay, so that's
Right.
our problem with you guys. Okay, you're casting judgments and preconceived racial biases on the victims. You dig people who suffered. But now watch this: white people hung, white people Jim Crow, did all these things, and they look at them as Jesus. Like they actually did the things that they watch about. Like they did that in reality. You watching movies about us, but they did it in real life,
Right.
and you don't hold no judgment for them. So that's what I
Right.
said. Like I'm not trying to do nothing with y'all right now until y'all can fix your life, Yolanda, first, and then we can do something later. But right now, is what I know is 43 million FBAs. It's
Right.
1 million Jamaicans, it's 1 million Nigerians, it's a handful of Puerto Ricans. We don't even, this is just, I'm not speaking for Leonard. We
Mm-hmm.
don't need your alliance at all in this country.
Nope.
Zero. You're the super minority. What we need is the majority to 200, 300 million. That's white America. We need that. We need that. We don't need another million. Okay, so we're 43 million, right? And we can't get shit done. So what's 44 million gonna do? Another million. What's that gonna do? Nothing.
Right.
We need a significant number to help us. So like I said, I'm not speaking for Leonard, I'm speaking for myself. So when I came to that conclusion, like, yo, you know what? Like all of our cousins acting like we need them. Like, yo, I did the number. I said, yo, oh, you know what? Well, Tone Talks really. I
Mm-hmm.
said, you know what? We really don't need y'all. Y'all are really low in population over here.
Right. 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 Well, here's the thing: is it's not so much numbers; it's the quality of warriors. Okay, what you have to look at, because if you could have so many people, but if they're not pulling their weight and they're
Yeah.
it then they become just because you still got logistically, you still got to feed and take care of and provide for
Yeah.
all of these warriors, right? We want those who are dedicated, in the
Right. Stone
struggle, and
Cold.
which and there are tiers to this. All right, so the top tier obviously is somebody that's going to be a politician or representative or leadership. All right, and the bottom tier of the struggle of those who donate time, donate money. When we mobilize and say don't do this, they follow through. That's just like how just past election. Oh, so you're not gonna do nothing for black people? No problem.
Right.
We're gonna keep that same energy for you.
Yeah.
All
Black
right.
police.
And exactly. We're gonna keep that. Hold on, you know what? I think I just found it. I just found it. Did I just find did I just find the vacancy law?
He did.
Hold on, let me see here. Let's see what it says. This is for. No, this is the one for Virginia. Like I said, I'll tell you what, I'll look it up and I'll send it to you. I'll send you the link when I find it, and then we can the next show you want to do, we can go ahead and pull that up if you want to do that. Cause yeah, that's serious. But yeah, like I said, so everybody has a role, but one role you're not gonna play is opposition
Right.
to what it is we're trying to do. Because like I said, and here's the truth of the matter is here's what a lot of these guys is because we have such proximity to other black people, that
Here.
if we benefit, they benefit too.
Yeah. Bro. I mean, listen, man. When I first heard the case of reparations, I actually heard it by Raymond Wimbush.
Okay.
Is the first time I heard about it, right? And I had got his book about reparations, but he was talking about HR 40 in his book mainly.
Yeah, HR 40. Yeah, the study. Yeah.
So, and I'm thinking, so when I heard the pushback from people who I believe are my cousins, I'm like, why do you think, like, yo, like your Caribbean lines, like a Jamaican restaurant, as I recall, it's FBA's in your line, like making it. You know what I mean? Like, where's the line? So it's like, yo, if we get a lot of money, why do we just cut you off? Like, dude, like, yo, we're gonna be supporting whatever you got going on. And then we're gonna invite you in what we got going on. Like, I like
we're gonna partnership. Yeah,
bro. Listen, Leonard. In my
because
mind,
we'll rise together. Yeah, we'll.
Leonard. In my mind, growing up, when I seen a Jamaican or a Caribbean dude, not African, I ain't gonna lie, it was definitely the Caribbean. When I seen them, I seen them as black like me. I ain't see a difference growing up. So if I come across some money and I got things rocking, I'm definitely inviting you guys on.
Right.
But for you guys, like, hell no, no money for you. I'm like, I just like, what do you mean? Like, are you serious? Like, yeah, we're serious. No money for you.
That's the litmus test. Again, that's the litmus test. That lets you know who's on code and who's not on code. Because those who are on code.
So right now, with these, for me, I don't speak for Leonard. For me, you got to hold your own nuts, and then like you said, the litmus test, you got to prove that you're on code. And look, in my proof, what you got to do for me, you got all these math hoppers out here and all these academics out here, call them out. Because Leonard, what I see constantly with the Caribbean and the continental Africans, bro, they don't call each other out for shit. Not in this country. They are on code like a mother, bro.
Yep.
As long as they are, they will never call themselves out in public. As long as they be.
Right, because that's being on code. That's, you don't air your dirty laundry. Yeah.
So that's why I'm on some more hold your own nuts, man. Like, good luck. Good luck.
Well,
good luck with your 1 million population in this country. Good luck.
Like I said, and all it takes really is for, and like I said, the first step, the fact that and legacy media is hiding this fact, but let's make no mistake about it. Kamala Harris lost this election because FBAs did not show up to vote for her.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line. And you got the Democratic Party talking, well, we need to reach out more and connect more with the rural white voter and the working class and all of this. No, they're doubling down on trying to exclude any type of anything for us because we have demands now, right? So that's the first step, and that's why I tell everybody. Everybody's like, "Oh no, how is this that?" And they listen. I said, "Do not listen to legacy media. Let me explain to you how this works." Okay, they know which states they'll win and which states are up for grabs, right? The ones that are up for grabs, they literally are looking at the urban areas. So let's look at Michigan, all right? Kamala won Detroit, but she didn't win by a great enough margin to offset all of the red in everywhere else.
Yeah.
Like how they would do in maybe like same thing with Georgia. All right. You got Savannah and Atlanta, all right, and everything else is red. So Kamala did not win enough of Atlanta, all right, to offset the red. Okay. Now she won enough in Illinois, all right. Didn't win enough in Pennsylvania. Didn't win because, like I said, you got Pittsburgh, you got Philadelphia. What you call James Carville say? Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and Alabama in between, right? So like I said, and that was because, like I said, she only got 83%. She got less than Hillary Clinton did. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Oh no, it's like 86%, something like that. But she got less than Hillary Clinton did. She got less than Joe Biden did. And that's because, and it was real easy for all she had to do was say, listen, reparations is a hard thing, but I support it and we'll see what we can do. Definitely an anti-black hate crime bill. All right. Because we're still and definitely police reform. You're sitting up, Sonia Massey got killed. Listen, let me tell you something. As a U.S. Army veteran, when I got ready to get out and I had a other than honorable discharge or dishonorable discharge, anything other than an honorable I could not get out of one branch of the Army. Let's say I got out one branch of the Army with an other than honorable discharge and then turn around and re-enlist in the Navy. I would be banned from or any federal enforcement type jobs, right? Any of that, okay? But you had a police officer, okay, that not only had a other than honorable discharge from the Army because he got kicked out for DUIs, but he was on his 6th police department where he had got fired 5 other times before and was still, and like I said, and he's out on bail now. So
wait, so that same guy got fired from 6 different police departments?
Five different, and was on his 6th police department.
Wow, I didn't know that. His 6th.
Yes,
that's wild.
he was on his 6th police department, right? Killed Sonia Massey in her house because he was looking for somebody to kill, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is this, and President Biden, expressed condolences. Oh, he's sick. So okay. So guess what you could do as president with an executive order? You can say, all right, all law enforcement across the nation, if any officer has a other than honorable discharge from the military, all right, that disqualifies them from joining any law enforcement agency. And if any officer is fired for misconduct from one agency, they can't go and apply for go over here and they have a national. He could have done that, right? And that right there is police reform right there in a nutshell. Okay. You could have done at least that, right? But oh no, it's see, so like I said, it's yeah. So yeah, we said, okay, you're not gonna give in to our demand. So, it didn't take all of us, all it took about 10-15% of us not to vote.
Yeah, it wasn't all, yeah.
Yeah, that's all it took. So this is like the first step. And like I said, is enough of us, legacy media is trying to say, oh well, she lost because she lost the white woman vote, or she lost because she didn't appeal to the working class, or didn't, talk about the economy, which those were reasons, okay. But the people they were targeting were already going to vote red anyway. They were not going to switch them, okay.
Yeah.
All right. She would have had to come out off the bat. You're saying, look, this is what we're going to, and then again, now you're looking at, okay, she wouldn't throw Joe Biden under the bus, all right. And then
that was weird, man. Like that
was talking about. I wouldn't do anything different. Wait a minute.
Okay, that right there killed it, because now, okay, so you are the extension of the Biden administration.
Right, extension. So you're going to get more of the same, which is high prices, high rents, and mortgages, which you're still going to have that anyway. I mean, we're in now economically. You're not going to see any relief as far as prices go. We're going to have an anti-price gouging bill. That's not how you regulate prices. You regulate prices through competition, not through, So you got that. So what Trump is doing is, and he's not going to say this, but these prices are not going to change that much. Even with inflation going down, still the prices of stuff we're in the new normal now. But what he can do is reduce taxes so you can have more money in your pocket to be able to buy some of these things, all right, or to pay your rent, or to pay a mortgage. Housing crisis, that's, they're going to have to do something as far as the anti-monopoly. But my point to all of that is that This was the first step, all right? And we have to constantly remind our people, listen, we did this. We caused this to happen, right? And like I said, is in California, when they passed, when you had the Black Caucus, yeah, in California, you had the Black Caucus, Black California Caucus, rejected at the in the 11th. It was like 11 hour and 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rejected or killed the California reparations bill.
Yeah, yeah.
And see, it's a lot of black people, but their population, it ain't but about 6%. The state of California, but about 6% black, right? But it's still Los Angeles, California still has a lot of black. They have the third most black people in America, right?
Damn.
So still, all right, saw the betrayal of our own people, right?
Right.
When it comes to, so now we're even delineating amongst ourselves. Either you are going to be on code with what we're talking about,
Right.
all right? Because like I said, it boils down to the question: which team are you? Are you playing for Team Democrat, or are you playing for Team Black people who elected you? Because that we're the majority of the people. Because guess what? Is without and this is the message we send to these Democrats. They won't say it, but the message is you can't win without our votes.
Right.
And they're trying to double. This was the push for these immigrants. They wanted us to vote for them only to actively replace us with immigrants. Dr. Claude Anderson said it, man. Yeah, he said it in 1995 back in Black Labor White Wealth.
Yep.
Of how they
I had that book. Yep.
Is how they were going to put. So you think about it like this. That book now is getting ready to go on 30 years old. And he predicted this 30 years ago. And now we're seeing this come to fruition, especially this year when they opened up the border. So I'm like, listen, this is not anything we asked for. And you got cities like Chicago where, like I said, but it creates resentment. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against refugees, or I'm not against legal immigration into this country. I'm not against that.
Yeah, me
right?
either. I make that very clear. I'm against illegal immigration.
Well, I'm against is putting other people ahead of tax-paying people here in America.
Yep.
Like I said, because all of these people, all these immigrants, they were displaced in our communities, not in anybody else's communities.
Yeah.
So like I said, so how is it they get resources, they get this, they get that, they get housing, all this kind of stuff, yet and still the people in our community to pay taxes is trying to have something are struggling. They got a history here. So that creates resentment, right? So what we've done is focused our energy on the actual immigrants themselves instead of focusing on these politicians. But we focused on the politicians too, because Brandon Johnson in Chicago gonna be out. All of them. Any of these. What's his name? What's up in New York? What's the mayor? He's struggling to try to keep his position.
Yeah, mayor. What's his name? The black dude.
Yeah. Adams. Eric Adams.
Yeah.
So he's struggling to keep his position. But yeah, all of these politicians, everybody's keeping tabs and notes. And that's one thing about us is FBA and Black Grassroots. We have a long memory. We do not forget. So okay, you come election time. Oh yeah, you remember when you flooded our community with all these immigrants and you gave them EBT cards and they was able to get stipends every month and housing and all of this and the kids, and you tried to actively replace us, okay? Not to say, and then try to act like you didn't have the money, yet still you got the money for all of this other stuff.
Did they come as asylum seekers?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They came as asylum, and see, they came in through Texas, and then Texas said, okay, you know what, you can't stay here. We're getting ready to send you to all of these sanctuary cities. So they send them to Colorado, they send them to San Francisco, they send them to Chicago, they send them to New York, they send them to Philadelphia, all right, Newark, New Jersey. They send them, everywhere there was a sanctuary city, that's where they would send them to. And that was a massive. That's where all of the money. This was Did you see what happened in when you had the hurricane that came through Asheville in the western part of North Carolina and in South Carolina? this past hurricane, how you had, you know, the who was it? The director of the Homeland Security say we don't have enough money to support another hurricane.
Yeah.
So like I said, but this is an agenda that's happening, and I say all this. I don't want to try to get off track, but this is an agenda to replace us because we're pushing back. FBAs are pushing back and saying, hey, you know what? We want something for our votes.
Right.
All right. We want cash reparations. All right. We want a strategy, a plan. All right. We want these things. Okay. And if you don't give them to, matter of fact, we don't want them. We demand them. And if you don't want to give them to us, fine. We just won't vote for you. We won't vote for anybody. Like I
Right.
said, I didn't vote for the couch, but I didn't vote for.
Yeah, I get you saying.
I voted for who was offering reparations for us, which was Jill Stein. So there you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with her. Yep. Yeah. So that was pretty much because I had notes. These were notes leading for you. This for me. Like I said, you know what? I can bring them here, but I pretty much tackled the things on Google we talked about. Let me see.
Right.
This okay. Let me see if there's something in here. That's like we talked about immigration, Jamaican and then black third. Talk about that. Is there anything I'm missing? Yeah, and look, I've been dying for one to call. I mean, like, you know what? They call in all the time on different shows. If I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about the Bible or different shows, that they'll call in. But now I'm talking about FBA, like I'm trying to get these guys to call in. Nobody wants to call in. But it's funny though, because they appear on other podcasts asking the stupid questions. And then like, yo, ask that question here. You know, so if you're looking for an answer, come over here and ask that question.
That's because it's a couple of things. Is one, unless you're vested into this, nobody wants to talk about it, right? That's why it's our struggle, all right. And two, like I said, it's between me and you. We can drop some knowledge and give some definite pushback, just coming from a place of historical intelligence instead of anger, right? Like I said, I'm not angry at anybody, but I know how to deal with you. Right?
Right.
Once you show me who you are, I know how to deal with you.
Yeah.
See, so like I said, like I said, Fat Joe kind of sparked it off because I've been looking at all kind of stuff with him. I really, to be honest with you, is as a rapper, I wasn't really into his music. Okay, I mean, yeah,
Me
like I
either.
said, I mean, all the way up, nothing can stop me. That jam, Remy really made that one.
Yeah.
She kind of made that jam, that one, and then what you call your boy? Whoa, you still there, bro? You off the air?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I see you just
Yeah.
opened up the screen.
Yeah.
But that
I'm moving around back here.
I mean, the only two songs I know that one, and I know Lean Back. Other than that,
Wait. So the one with Remy Ma, what's that one?
Nothing Can Stop Me. I'm all the way.
Oh yeah. That was pretty good.
That was like one of my anthems right there.
Yeah. That was a good song. That was a good song, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, lean back. Yeah. Okay. What about the song with I something tell the singer other than you. That was a good one.
Bruh. Like I said, man, I'm
What
old
was
school,
that?
man. I'm old school. If you ain't talking about Eric B and Rakim or even KRS-One or Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah.
It's I can get into some, like I say, I can get into some Kendrick, I can get into J. Cole, I can get into J Electronica, where you actually have people with lyrics, okay? Some of this other stuff, this new drill rap, and I'm like, man,
Yeah.
Plus, like I said, is I don't know, as I've gotten older, I don't like to hear a whole lot of cussing, right? So
Right.
and that was the thing about, that was one of the things we pointed out about Rakim. Rakim, as smooth and as hard hitting as his raps were, There was very little cussing. He
Right.
rarely said, you know, any cussing. So,
Yeah.
and that's a testament to his lyrical skills.
Yeah.
You know,
Because it's hard to rap without cursing.
bruh. Like I
It's
said,
it's
man,
easy to curse and rap.
it's easy. But like I said, is with and you know, listen to one of his interviews. He said I did that because you know, mom and dad would be listening to my
Okay.
songs.
That's funny.
And you know, I wanted my parents to listen to it. I didn't want to bring shame. So you have to honor that about the brother. Say, you know, okay, all right, you know, see. So, but yeah, between that and then you know, you got these young ladies out here rapping now.
Oh my God. Oh my that's sexy red. Oh my God.
You know what? I'm not angry at her. I feel sorry for her because she's a product of her environment, bro.
Yeah. And like yeah, she's been misled and encouraged. To believe that this is the way. And then of course, you know, she know it ain't the way, so to cope with it, yeah, I give her drugs and alcohol. You know, it's just terrible.
Like I said, I can look in her eyes and see the sorrow, you know, in her eyes because I was like, man, this is somebody I can't be angry because she's just a product of her environment. That's like I said, is I'm, you know, same thing with your girl Glorilla. You know, she's a product of her. But the
Yeah.
thing about Glorilla I like is that I don't like her music, but I like how humble she always is.
Okay.
All right, and see how she's, you know, she's grateful for the opportunity she has because of from where she came from. I can appreciate that, right? So, you know,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna be too hard on them. I ain't gonna be the old hater,
Right, right,
right?
right.
But still at the same time, I'm like, hey, you know what? I can't, you know, I just at the same time, I'm like, hey, you know what? I can't be I
Bro,
can't be rocking with
in
all
the
of that.
car, I'm with you though. In the car, I watch serious music. I watch Rock the Bell with L Cool J. He got like a station. I pretty much just
Right,
watch that.
right. Now I'm on the groove where I get old school R&B.
Okay.
Because like I said, I just don't like a lot of cussing. Now. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I ain't no church person or anything, but I'm like, you know. Plus, a lot of times I'm with kids, and I don't want kids listening to that. You know, that's the thing is, I got nieces and nephews. I can't be encouraging them.
Yeah.
See, so I can't. They can't be listening to that. So, like I said,
IBM, IBM, you want to say something? IBM, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. How's it
Okay.
going?
Good, great, great.
How you doing, brother?
hey, what's going on, brother? How we doing?
Oh, just chilling, man. You know, taking it easy. Glad to hear finally in 2024, 2025 that we finally are, starting to see the light. Because I've been talking about this for years myself, and Bias was the one who gave me my opportunity. So we talk about, that's why, like he says, there's a lot of stuff that we've talked about here, sort of like going into scientific racism when we're talking about that.
Right.
See, racism is white supremacy, period.
Yep.
And systematic racism, prison release system, stuff like that we've talked about, and one of the laws that I brought up to Unbiased was reckless eyeballing.
Yeah, there you go. Reckless eyeballing.
Yeah,
You eyeballing me, boy? You eyeballing me?
That's right. You could go to jail for that,
That's wild. That's wild.
Think. I want you to think about this. All right, I want you to think about this. Think about as a black man, okay, being about 6'5", 6'6", and you working for a white man that's about 5'6". You're a foot taller than him, but you have to shrink yourself and not look him in his eye and bow your head down to make yourself lower than this person, or else you would go to jail.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. And then when you said about the state, we have to bring up the slave codes with that also. This is another thing that I talk about that I don't hear much about in this community. One of them was, you know, they were going against the interracial marriage, but also we got to remember that the slave code where they partus sequitur ventrum.
Yeah.
You know, I thought about that. That's where they took the right of the child and gave it to the mother instead of the father, like it is in the Bible.
Right.
And it still exists for them as the right of the father, but for us, it became partus sequitur ventrum during slavery. So that anything that came out of that mother was the slave,
Yeah.
you know, because the mother was the property, and anything that come out of the mother is property also. And it still continues today, right now, where the state takes over, kicks daddy out the house, and state takes over and runs the household.
All right.
So let's think about that for a second.
Wait,
that kind of plays into my
hold on, Leonard. Before you get on that.
Many of us have a childlike mentality because that's how they treat us, as like children. All right, we become property.
Let me address one thing he said first. So
Yeah.
what do you mean? What do you mean kick that dad out the house? What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, it's to get certain assistance. They would come by and check to see if a man was in the house. I mean, you might not be old enough to remember, but they did.
I got it. No, you talking about the Man in the House Act, bro. That was like a year or two, and it got rolled out in like '68. So so now listen. I work in housing today. Okay, so this is my expertise. That's why I had to challenge that. And like, so now next time you bring it out, just say, hey, at one point they were doing it, but if you leave it like that, then people will start believing it's still going on now, and it's not. You could have a husband and wife on
Put it on a
welfare.
timeline. Put it on a timeline.
Yeah,
What you saying?
but a quick one because that was only like for 2 years. But for the most part, you could be a married couple on welfare together with housing. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Well,
no, you're right.
I think what the brother's saying
brother.
is I think what the brother's saying, brother IBM is saying is if you look statistically back in 1965, early 60s, black people were married at 85% or higher. And then you started to see the decline at 1970. Now we're at 29, 28%. Okay, I think the threshold is like 40% when you start to see negative effects.
Yeah.
So the damage that they did, all right. So let's, when you look at that, when you look at white supremacy in that system, so think about it like this: is they physically tried to separate families, okay, and you still have accounts of
that didn't work.
Yeah, just physically tried. They lynched husbands. They physically tried to separate us. In the family unit, we were still strong. We were still. It was now think about it like this: in 1965, it was 85. We were marriable, okay, or people of marrying age. 85% of black people of marrying age were married, but only 22% of children were born out of wedlock. You fast forward today, it's about 28% of black people marry, and almost 80% of our children are born out of wedlock.
Yeah.
They completely reversed those numbers, and that was intended to break us up at our family level, because that was the thing that kept us together. This is why we were always able to fight. See, so and fight, and because the civil rights movement, that was a family movement. It was husbands, wives, and children out there getting hosed and bit up by dogs and all of that, and marching and everything. So you had the whole family out there, right? Now, like I said, as you fast forward now, because even all it took was just that little bit of time to set off some things in motion to divide the family. And you, like I said, you couple that already, black people, we weren't making, already we were economically strapped. We weren't owning anything, because that's how you generate your wealth and ownership. But also we weren't paid on the same schedule. I can remember in the 80s, my grandmother telling me, and this is in the 80s, this was still going on in the 80s. She worked at a place where she was a key punch operator, and she worked with white women and worked right next to white women, and they paid her based upon her zip code. So if she lived in a zip code or predominantly black area, she got paid less. not the job. This was happening still in the 80s. Okay, some 20 years after
Yeah, that's wild.
civil rights. Yeah. See, so like I said, is these are the invisible things that just not straight up racism in your face. Okay, this is the covert racism right there that's happening. See, so well, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Bill.
I mean, it's not straightforward, but like you say, these are things that we need to talk about. I heard y'all say something about a coup. The first coup was in Wilmington, North Carolina, when they, Reconstruction was going on, and the blacks were in office big time there. White supporters, they were working together, but then here comes Jim Crow, peeking its ugly face up, and the white man is going after our women, and they started, getting them kicked out of office and all that stuff, and said the black man will never rule us again. This is 1898. You know what I'm saying? That's the first coup in America, the first coup d'etat in America. But and then just like with the term black, it wasn't put into law until after Bacon's rebellion. The whites, the poor whites, Bacon was a rich man, landowner, but he wasn't being able to get into the 13 colonies, so they wanted to expand out westward, and they wouldn't sign the paper for him to do it. So that's when they had that rebellion. The poor whites and blacks, free blacks, slave blacks, all of them was working together, and then they put that black in to divide that term.
Yeah. Well,
these are all social constructs given. If Africa is the name of a colonizer and America is the name of a colonizer, why call yourself either? Yeah. But that's where I go with it. Go ahead, brother.
Right. So Bacon's rebellion, Nathaniel Bacon, his rebellion. There were two wars that were fought. The first were enslaved, indentured whites and enslaved blacks. And then the second war, once he got crushed, right? Because like I said, the first war, they were fighting. What was happening, they had to fight until the British came. Because at first they employed Native Americans, right, to fight. The second war, Native Americans fought with Africans and the British, okay? It's the African and English indentured servants. So like I say, once Nathaniel Bacon was killed and they squashed it, immediately after that is when they came up with the term white. All right, immediately they came up with the term white, and black was a result. As what they did is they came up with the term white in 1681. The Maryland Assembly created a law. Well, what they did is amended the miscegenation law. Because what they were saying was, if you are an African and a woman married to an African, then you automatically become a slave. But what they did was they created the term free white man, free white male. And that was the first time the term white was invented, which basically created the team. All right, the team. So what they did was divide the working class, because at that time, Africans and indentured whites, all right, from England were slaves, and they were subject to the same type of penalties. Now, another thing they did after that was when it came to white indentured slaves, they were slaves kind of like a peonage system where, if they committed a crime or they owed a debt, they would, go into slavery. With us, all right, with our ancestors, we were supposed to be slaves based upon a term called durante vita, which means during life. At no time were we ever supposed to be free. All right. So yeah, it's a whole lot of litigation and legal stuff that goes back to all the way to why we are the way we are, and things that we had to overcome, and the struggles that we went through as a group of people that lead us to today, and why we have got to honor that. I'm so glad that this movement is happening, because like I said, is this, I'm gonna call it the civil rights movement, but it's second. This is the next movement in America to right our course, okay, to get us straight. And that reparations conversation, like I said, that's the litmus test. That is, you can tell, hey, even if you didn't know anything about us or why we were demanding reparations, it's real easy to just say, you know what, I don't know enough about that to really comment on.
Right.
So I have to learn to just say, no, you don't need no reparations. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know what
and that's all you gotta do. If somebody's cosplaying as black and you're not sure, just ask them about reparations, and you'll pull the wool off really quickly. Nah, we beyond that. Okay, I know you ain't black, brother. What country? Which one of these thug countries are you from? Once they start denying reparations, well, we really, that's old. Okay, all right, brother. Which one of these shithole countries you represent?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I said, with that Bacon, during the rebellion, the poor, the poor whites, the saved blacks, the free blacks, they was working together. And the reason why the Indians wasn't working with them was because they was trying to expand westward out into their territory.
Right.
So that's why they wasn't with them at first.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So now if there was something, I don't know, I'm not too familiar with that one, brother.
Yeah.
The war after, but I would really like to learn about that, because I like to, because like I've done presentations myself, and part that indentured thing.
Mm-hmm.
What a lot of people don't understand, I tell them we're debt slaves as we speak.
Yeah.
You are indentured right now.
Right now.
If you have a job, because the definition of that word is simply signing a contract to work for someone for a certain amount of time.
Right.
So when you sign that job application, you are indentured.
Yeah.
You see?
Well,
so
what we're really
hold on, one more thing I wanted to say before I forget. Like I'm unbiased, as we've had Jamaicans on here, and I've messed with them, and I say, I've seen things starting to turn bad when they made that cop song in reggae tone. Bad boys. We can't call that dude. But I mean, we love them to death. You know what I'm saying? But they're just so arrogant. Even the people in the island say that they're arrogant. They don't get along with the Haitians. I'm asking them, why aren't you arguing about bauxite mining over there in Jamaica right now? Why ain't you saying something about that as displacing people in Jamaica, or talking about how the UN owes Haiti billions for the cholera that they, when they was pooping in the water and it was going downstream and they made them all sick?
Right.
How come y'all over here in our face telling us who we are, how to live, and where we come from? No different than Darwin or any of those fake scientists who was trying to tell us who we are, how to live, and where we come from.
No, we're not going to do that. Dude, we have a narrative. We're staying right where we are. We ain't going to do no rabbit holes tonight.
I don't see where I'm straight off point.
We're only mentioning names. Dude, we're not doing that. We're staying on task what we're talking about. We're not mentioning I don't want to hear nothing about Benjamin Franklin. I don't want to hear nothing about nobody else. Just right here, where we at.
Oh, okay.
We're not talking about Carl Linnaeus and all of them. Yes.
We staying right here.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing: is somebody's got to take the lead. So why not it be us?
Yeah.
Why not it be us? We like I said, was when I got involved with this. That was one of the things I said. Okay, so what we need to do is become the archetype of what all Black people around the world need to do to get the justice for the injustices that have happened to our people over the centuries. All right, no matter where you are, but it's got to start. It's going to start right here with us. All right, and if you don't support that, then you out.
Right.
You one of them.
Yeah. But I mean, if you did, this is the, some of the things that I say, like, any new movement is going to cause division.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether it's good-hearted, good intentions, it's going to cause division because you're drawing people from one side to the other.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, like you said, you put your best foot forward, and we, you know, if say we were the leaders, you know what I'm saying, of a new movement, not, you know, because I heard that you started, was it DOS, DOS?
It was DASI, Descendants of American Slaves Incorporated. I was the president and I wasn't one of the founders. I was one of the presidents, and it was a group of four of us. All right, so that plus we aligned ourselves with ASI, which is American Slaves Incorporated, and that's kind of who really set this whole conversation off. And these guys were out of Louisville, Kentucky. That's where Dr. Noah Shelton is. And like I said, he wrote the book, America's Little Black Book, that broke down, that, you know, kind of opened the eyes and say, listen, you know, and he talked about slavery and he talked about who we are in America as an immigrant, except us, those of us who, you know, once those first, and you got to see, that's the other thing, is you got a lot of brothers and sisters that were here before slavery. All right, the, you know, Black Indians, what they would call themselves. And then you got
John Horse and, you know, people like that who mixed with the Indians. It was a lot of the mixtures, you know, and they were taking Indians as slaves too.
You still had some that actually, because you had Africans. I mean, Ivan Van Sertima proved it, you know, Africans were traveling, you know, over 1,000 years, all right, before Columbus even came this way.
The guan and spear tips. The guan and spear tips. Remember that? The guan and spear tips. Them spear tips that they found. Yeah.
Yep, the Olmec heads, all of that. See, so like I said, so you had that. So those people, there's some truth to their claims, you know, that they're, you know, a tribe of Americans. So one of the things that, you know, we want to try to establish is that, you know, we are the true Americans, okay, in this country. Everybody else, you know, except for maybe Native Americans, are immigrants. Okay. So to call yourself an African American is like calling yourself an immigrant, which we descended from slavery. All right, we descended from our slave ancestors, and that's nothing to be ashamed of, because these are ancestors that overcame, like I said, the most brutal, harshest Holocaust in the history of the world. All right, I am here today because I have ancestors who were slaves, who were enslaved. All right, who were enslaved, and I'm gonna make a point to say that because they didn't want to be slaves. They were enslaved, and they survived, and not only survived, they prospered the best way they could. They could not break their humanity, so they had children, even though they knew their children had the risk of being sold off. Right? They still had children anyway. They still, you know, had a slave marriage. They still took a wife. They still did, you know, a husband. They grew families, all of that, right? Even though they took great risk, they did it anyway because it was the human thing to do. So we have to honor them for that. And that was one of the reasons why, you know, we got involved with this movement, is to open that up. And later to talk about, okay, so now we have to talk about reparations, because there has to be justice for what has happened to us, all right? Because we literally built this nation to what it is. Okay, so that conversation came on, and then, like I said, that's when, you know, Yvette and them kind of came in, and like I say, I ain't mad at them, because like I said, they took this conversation national on the internet. All right, and then Tariq came and, you know, did the historical research. To, you know, we're still continuously pushing. Like I said, I like FBA because that also includes those quote unquote Black Indians or Black Americans, as they would call themselves, all right, into this conversation, because they too were enslaved and owed some reparations as well. And we have, I've got, like I said, I've got some of my descendants are descendants of Native Americans. All right, I don't know if they were Black Indians, but the Chickasaw and the Choctaw Indians, I've got ancestors that were slaves of those nations. So like I said, you know,
I have Native American in my blood too, brother. But you know, this, you know, changing the, you don't know. I mean, our history was erased. Our, the ways we lived and all that. We were, I guess you say, simulated into this being like them. But you know what I'm saying. All of that. As far as the reparations goes, I like what Claude Anderson was saying. I heard y'all bring him up earlier also, where he was talking about instead of going after reparations, go after the resources, a certain percentage of the resources for a certain amount of time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. Reason why we look at cash reparations is because that's how this economy works. You gotta to be able to have a business or anything, or to be able to own something, you gotta be able to pay for it. So, like I said, now if if you give free land, it's good, but you still gotta work the land and make it profitable, or else you're gonna get it taxed.
Yeah.
But all FBAs should be tax exempt for at least 246 years, all taxes, every one of them, no sales tax, everything, right? So I'd say that, but yeah, cash reparations. You give us the money, we'll figure out what to do with it, right? Because
Right.
like
I buy my own land.
yeah, because like I said, you didn't see, the native, the Japanese, they gave them cash reparations. All right, everybody
Right.
has gotten cash reparations, but then when it comes to us, now it becomes, we'll give you education.
We'll give you welfare.
Listen, understand something. The first rule of pimping is what? What's the first rule of pimping? First rule of pimping is never let your hoes have money. All right, and that's how
Right.
they trying to do is they're trying to pimp us. So they say, oh, no, you don't
Right.
give them cash, just give them something else. Because if they get cash, they'll have power. All right. So, and like I said, now after everything that has gone on with Ukraine and Israel, you can't sit up and tell me now that there's not enough money in the economy, because funding these proxy wars has really, that's what really kind of, if we were going to recover from inflation or from COVID, had we not been printing money, just sending it to, these countries, all right, flooding our economy with more dollars, okay, and more money, we might have been all right. So you know what? I'm like this. You know what? If you're gonna flood the money for them, flood the economy with money for them, you can flood the economy with money for us. So there you go.
Right.
So,
Yeah, exactly.
So let me get a quick question. All right, you see what Dr. Umar said about reparations, right?
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, but he said something silly. I don't really take him serious when he talks like that. But you could tell what he said.
Dr. Umar said that we're not ready.
Oh yeah, we're not ready.
We're not ready for reparations.
Not this generation, right?
It should be put into a trust fund, and then once our minds get right. Now that's partial. That's partial truth. But here's the argument against that. Like I said, there was no argument against the Japanese or Germans or even anybody else getting cash reparations. So it shouldn't, because this is not a matter of whether we're ready or not. That's kind of like and I'm gonna use this as a loose analogy. It's kind of like borrowing money from an alcoholic, and then when it's time to pay the alcoholic back, say, nah.
Right. Yeah, you're not ready. I'm gonna give it to your unborn grandkid.
I'm not gonna give you what I owe you back, because you might spend it on alcohol.
Right.
But you didn't have a problem borrowing.
When your 7-year-old daughter have a kid, I'm gonna give it to your 7-year-old daughter kid. All right.
Yeah, because you're an alcoholic.
Are we good?
You might spend it on alcohol. See, so that's not how justice works. All right, because this is about justice. So justice is blind, and it's not for anybody to decide what we do with the money. It's for them to. The just thing is to give it to us, because that's what we're owed.
Just cut the check. Yeah, don't worry about what I'm going to do. Just cut the check, and what I do, I do. And why you care anyway?
Hey, they care because money is power. Listen, we in a monetary economy, so they know. Some of us will be foolish, but enough of us, all right, will do things with that money to transform our families.
More than enough is going to
right.
Because black folks own homes. Black folks got a lot of things going on right now. in this country, and guess what? That money going to help them elevate even more. You know, when you look at Black society, people, they own homes, they got this going on, they got a pension going on. Like their life is in order. Like they're not as barbaric as, you know, people may think. Like these people got their life in order.
Well, like I said, what would happen is, you know, like I said, is you'd have creation of Black businesses. These Black businesses would become part of the stock market, and we'd be creating mutual funds and index funds and invest in nothing but in Black businesses. Right?
Yeah.
See, so like I said, and generate wealth off of that. We'll take that money, and instead of spending it, put that money to work, owning things, owning securities, owning businesses, you know, and that's the empowerment we need. But here's the thing: is that would be actually good for America. Everybody would benefit because now crime would drop, everything. There would be no ghettos, no projects, none of that. See, so.
Yeah, I got into the stock market for just that reason.
What is that?
I was saying I got into the stock market for just that reason. But we got to remember that one of the first stocks sold at that place was slaves.
Yeah.
And you know, but as far as like, you know, with the reparations and things, I totally agree that we are old, you know, and I know, you know, my family goes back to the first, roadside diner in America in 1776. They were slaves. They were running the kitchen, and they ran it all the way up until, you know, probably about maybe 10 years ago. My cousin, my first cousin, she was the last of the generation up there to run it. But, you know, all of this, you know, we got to remember you're dealing with the people who funded the Nazi movement. You know, and y'all say don't go back, but I got to, man, because all this matters. All of it matters. These are the people who funded the Nazi movement. These are the people who was staunch eugenics.
Yep.
Carnegie, Rockefeller, Ford. All of them had their philanthropist institutions. Hold on, just like Bill Gates and them today. It's no different. Right. You know, Elon Musk is warning us against he's saying releasing AI is like releasing the devil, as you're putting out robots and Neuralink. You know. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are the same movements, the eugenics movements, as far as population control, as far as giving us the least amount of info possible to keep us, you know.
Listen, stop. Stay on court, man. You're going too far. And I'm
not going too far. You just can't keep up. That's what it is.
I'm moderating the conversation. Yes, you are. Okay, because I want to talk about a certain path. Mm-hmm. And when you start going off the path,
well, he was talking about the war, so I brought up the war too.
But okay, no. Stay where we are. Okay, so you're following what we're doing. We're not following what you're doing. All right, we're talking about a specific topic, path. You're off the path. Eugenics. We ain't doing none of that. Okay, we're staying right here in America. All right. And we got a time frame. This is where we at. You join the conversation, so join what we're talking about. Don't bring what you want to talk about. That's another show, different time. Okay? We're talking about what we're doing right now, and we're talking about reparations, and we're talking about the pushback. We're talking about Fat Joe. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you, Leonard. You heard about Fat Joe resigning from the BET? Step it down from there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know, listen, like I said, you know what time it is.
Yeah.
He released a record. It ain't selling. He's on BT hosting. All right, Black Entertainment. Okay, hip hop awards. You ain't black, and then you got a problem with black people. So yeah, that was. He tried to make it seem like, yo, man, 2 Chainz came to me and said, hey, man. So I just went on ahead and let him have it. I'm like, nah, bro. You know, you was getting ready to to get out of that scene. Period. You're getting ready to separate yourself from us Morenos anyway. So yeah, I ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah. IBM.
Your boy went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame behind his nonsense. Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes. With Digital Underground. With digital, the hall, Isn't it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? That's,
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Digital Underground, man.
I'm like, oh, the rock and roll? They count that as rock and roll?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be like the upper echelons of, you know what I mean, to let them tell it because it's theirs, even though it's our music. And even this rap comes from, if I was to put Muddy Waters on right now, and he said, when I was a young boy about the age of 5, my mama sit down and told me I'd be the greatest thing alive. Now I'm a grown man at the age of 21, and believe me, ladies, I can have lots of fun. Bars all day. That's blues right there, brother. Slave narratives to what we got today. That is all us, period. So there ain't no argument in that.
Right. Like I said, Muddy Waters.
I don't know who they got to replace him. I haven't read that part.
Who they got to do what? Replace him?
To replace Fat Joe, yeah.
Oh no, they got.
I hope it's Nick Cannon. Don't put Nick Cannon in, man. I'm tired of Nick Cannon.
They got 2 Chainz.
Oh, okay, 2 Chainz.
Yeah, 2 Chainz.
It ain't no different than Justin Timberlake with the Super Bowl thing with Janet Jackson. Then all of a sudden he moves the country.
Mm-hmm. hey, or Kid Rock. Kid Rock's releases a rap album and he hangs around. Hey, he lives up in like Romeoville, Michigan, out in the country, going down to Mount Clemens, all right, in the hood of the hood, trying to, culture vulture, trying to be part of culture. Then he released a rap album and it flops. So now he's rock and roll the country, going back to his roots, talking about a Confederate flag and all. I consider myself a rebel. Oh, really? Okay.
Country is blues. Country is blues. They just stole rock and roll. They just took that and the name, rock and roll, R&B, funk, all of that, and then R&B becomes pop, and then K-pop over in Asia or whatever.
Yeah, well,
and then now they're doing the same thing they did with rock and roll with rap. They're just going to take the name rap
But you really can't steal the genre. Like in order to like take it over, Leonard, we got to just stop participating because if we kept doing rock and they kept doing rock, you didn't steal it. We're both doing rock. Like, cause you got rap, you got black immigrant rappers, right? So we're still rapping. So they can't officially take it unless we just let it go. So as long as we keep rapping and they keep rapping, like we're still here.
Well,
so like
but if somebody was to tell you I listen to rock and roll. Oh, okay, but I don't know if you even understood what I just said.
Yeah,
dude. I did.
In order to take something, I gotta leave it alone.
Yeah. Well, it's more than just leaving it alone. It's who actually controls the business side of it. See, if you control it's intellectual properties. So if you control those intellectual properties, okay. So Eminem can be a guest in the House of Hip Hop, which he's a good artist. Fat Joe. Matter of fact, this guy, what's his name? Hunaman Khan out of India that made the song Big Dogs. All of that. They can all do it, but we control the business side and the narrative of it because we created it. See, that's the part that we have to do. It's just like jazz.
I had this debate with DJ Focus, right? And what I'm saying is this. Where?
Yeah, I
forgot the term, but I might lost the words. But on a watered down way, yes, they can like you did with the remember Temptation. They had those little white boy groups mocking them. Like, so how well did that go? Okay, they didn't go nowhere. Okay, but they were still in the same position they are now. They're in control of the music contracts. It's still the same position. So what I'm saying is you can't take over anything that we're still a part of. We don't got to sign contracts to these companies. We can go underground like we first started doing it, and you have underground rappers right now. Like we don't have to continue signing $50 million deals with Sony. We can do our own thing, making $100,000, $30,000, $400,000, and start it all over where we're in full control of everything. We don't. So now, if I'm a rapper, I'm 17. I don't got to sign with Sony, Warner Bros., none of these guys. I can do my own thing and be cool with just $50,000 or $80,000 or $400,000 because I don't want to be part of that circus show. And then other black folks can say, I like that. Yeah, I don't got to be a millionaire and be controlled and intellectual properties taken and being screwed by the producer and all these different things. You know what? My masters and all stuff being taken. You know what? No. I'd rather make a modest amount of money, build it back up from scratch. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. Nothing. You got underground rappers right now that's doing it now. You don't got to sign to make a major record label. You can do your own thing, make a humble make a humble purse, and then grow it back from there and own everything outright and then compete. Now, we're going to win because it's our music. So nobody can control your music. They can control contracts and airwaves and things like that. But, hey, take it. It's yours. Let's see how far it goes with these M&Ms. Okay, so I'm going to do underground rap, start all over again, like how it originated, and we'll compete later on. Because it's our thing. Like you can't take our stuff and make it yours. It'll never be the same. You can't go to China and do some Chinese songs and say, we own. No, you don't. Chinese people going to own Chinese. Indians going to own Indian music.
Well, the thing is,
it's us chasing after these millions of dollars when you could have a great life making 90, 100, 300 grand a year. You don't need the millions of dollars.
Well,
and you own everything like that.
I think what it is it's not so much the artists themselves because, Chance the Rapper, didn't have a label, and same thing with Soulja Boy. All right. Matter of fact, Soulja Boy made his money straight off of YouTube. And then, so I think what it is to actually control what it is we do. Like I say, all of the processes, everything is if we put more, I'll tell you what, get a chance to go. If you have a chance, go to Detroit and go to the Motown music, right? And that's what I'm talking about. Berry Gordy, all right.
Yeah.
Berry Gordy, Motown music, all right. Nobody, okay. That is our signature music that nobody. He owned 3 or 4 record labels because at that time on the radio station you could only play 3 songs off of one record label at a time. So he owned 3 or 4. So he always continuously play his music. I'm telling you, like I said, that is how you do it.
Yeah, but Barry had that 360 deal. Like Barry was the first person to come with that 360 deal. He was the first person, and then modern producers borrowed it from him actually.
Yeah, well, like I said, is his whole what it was is Barry worked for Ford, and he said, I'm gonna start making music just like you do on an assembly line in a car manufacturer.
Yeah, now it worked though. He wasn't wrong. Like he
no.
I think Diddy might have modeled his thing after him because it actually worked.
Well, like I said, is that work. The thing is like I said, is controlling that entire industry. Nobody, you can't name anybody else that, people sing Motown songs, all right, but nobody owns it like Berry Gordy and Motown. Right. He developed it, produced it, everything, all of it. Yeah. The artists, everybody's, and nobody can say, this is what we're talking about with hip hop. Other people can sing it and emulate it, all right? But when it comes to owning it, just like with jazz, it's a shame that more people know Kenny G and David Sanborn, right, than they do Grover Washington Jr. All right, so or John Coltrane. So that's somebody coming and taking over the narrative. Same thing with blues. All right, John Lee Hooker. You got all these other groups out here. We have a blues festival, and you hardly get any black artists or black people. That's the other part of it too. Is we
Right.
got to support our own stuff. It's important that we support our stuff because rap is.
Yeah, but that all comes from home though, because parents, they can easily. If a parent plays rock and roll, guess what? The kids gonna like rock and roll. The parents play country music, R&B, pop. The kids gonna like that. The parents got a lot of influence of the early stage of the kid. The parents, they do rap. Okay, I hit them with the gangster shit in the car. Kid 3 years old, and guess what? There you go. They're locked in.
Now that's just like me growing up. All right, when rap first came out, all right, nationally, okay, when Sugar Hill and them came out in '79, they was like saying, well, what the heck is this? This ain't, like I said, you had a lot of black pushback on that, all right, in which what we should have did was embraced it, especially as once we started to see, okay, this is kind of hip, this is kind of cool. And we should have just went on ahead and embraced it. My dad never really embraced it. He listened to some stuff, but he was a jazz man. All right, but that's kind of like this new stuff now. All right, I'm like, I can't embrace it because it's degeneracy. All right, this is worse.
Yeah, I tried, but then I just feel guilty playing that thing in public. I'm older than playing this bullshit. Like, let me get this off.
That plus, like I said, is I'm like, y'all ain't talking about nothing. I mean,
right.
I could see if it was conscious rap, or or even like I say, even if it ain't, if you had some skills, some rapping skills, some lyrics, some of them, they, some of these ladies, they got lyrics. Some of these guys, they got lyrics, right? But it's the content of the music. I mean, how many strip club anthems or dope boy songs?
Yeah, but that's a thing though. Hold up, that's a thing though. Okay, so we rap about the same garbage over and over and over.
Over and over and over.
Like you. Okay, this is East Coast. Mobb Deep, CNN, Capone Noriega, MOP, same bullshit. Now Eminem comes in the industry. He didn't cosplay. He didn't fake to be down, be black. He came with his own white boy style.
Right.
Hey, my name is. That was nothing like we play. He came with his own. He dancing no culture voter. He came with his own thing.
Right.
Totally different. Hey, my name is. Not that gangster. I'm gonna kill you, rob you. No, he came with. My name is Slim City, and the stuff he rapped about was nothing about hood, nothing to relate to, but it was different. It was genius. It was catchy. And most of his music was like that, right? So and look at Macklemore, his music. It ain't gangster at all, but shit dope is good music. So so it kills the myth you have to rap about gangster shit. You can come with a good song like Flow Rider and it's gonna hit. You don't gotta talk about drugs and pills and killing and drilling. You could just produce. We just like good music.
Well, you
produce a good song with good Macklemore, Eminem, Flow Rider. And none of them guys rap gangster, and we was loving their songs. Go ahead. Go.
Well, you think about Young MC that made Bust the Move,
and also Kanye West. Here's another one that came. Said, nah, I ain't doing that gangster shit. Kanye West, another one, came with his own style, my lane. You gonna like my good music? I ain't conforming, and popped off.
Well,
here's another one. And Young MC, yep.
Young MC.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the narrative of the day. That's what we need to understand. Just like the Baphomet out here, it has the male and female. Our kids are being hypersexualized, and this narrative of violence and hypersexuality is being promoted by the handlers who you are talking about, who's pushing the narrative. And this fits the narrative of the day like a hand in glove. No different than what they're doing to our kids in school.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to change that. That has to be brought up. That has to be beaten to the head of everybody that this is what's going on, and we have to stop falling for the madness, just like prison. Prison is big business, so we got to stop playing the game and allowing them to trap us up in it.
Playing what game?
Going in and out of prison, being the prison fillers for these wicked capitalists.
No. To go to prison, you got to commit a crime, right?
Man, we just sit here and talk to you about pig laws. We sit here and talk to you about see, we've had this conversation before. And when I said the prison lease system, you said I was wrong. And now you're saying that it's
because you couldn't explain
right.
it. No, you actually.
No, I can explain it very well. I said we became criminals after slavery.
No. We address that. No. That's a lie. Okay. All right, stop, bro. You visit right now. Okay, Leonard, he's lying. Right now in front of me, I got medical apartheid, I got slavery by another name, and I got Parchman for me. So shut up, dude. I got physical books in my presence. Okay,
where did I lie, Leonard?
A lot of you. Okay, cool. You on me just now, but you saying, okay, dude, listen, be quiet. Okay, wait, hold on, Leonard, because I can't let somebody defame me. Okay, I got 3 physical books in my presence that I've read, and I got more. And I will never make no dumbass. I just talk about convict leasing, peonage, and all these things. I will never say that. Stop lying. Okay, I'm talking about modern times. I'm not. When just now he made a statement. Just now, Leonard. We're talking about now. So I'm talking about the kids are going to prison for what now? We ain't talking about juggling in public. We ain't talking about juggling apples. We're talking about why are they going to prison now and it ain't juggling. These guys are actually committing a real crime to go to prison. And that's why I challenged them right away. I said, bro, what you mean ain't going to jail? Like, they're not just walking on the street juggling and getting locked up. No, these guys are committing real crimes to get locked up. And most of the crimes are violent.
Well, I think what the brother is saying is an elevation there, because, like I said, is you start from juggling and all of this, and eventually you start to say, well, especially if you don't have any economic power. I'll give you a good example. Growing up in Chicago.
Yeah, please.
Growing up in Chicago, one of the things, on the south side of Chicago, they would interview young black men, back in the day. And one of the things they would say, man, we just ain't got nothing to do out here. Ain't nothing for us to do. That was code for.
Yeah, but that's a lie though.
No. That was code. That was code for. There's nothing within my community that I can that's gonna reward me. I can do all of the good things. I can do all of the right stuff that I want to. Not have children, not go to jail, and then try to stay in my community and support it. There's no industry. There's nothing. I don't even have the capital to create anything within my community to be able to, So these guys, what ends up happening is, like I said, is you stop aging at about 14, 15 years old mentally, all right? And you think, oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because that was my train of thought. When I was 15, 16, 17, 20, that was my train of thought. Like, I had the same problem with them. Nothing I did was going to reward me. Like, everything you said, I faced the same thing. But nothing said, okay, let me start selling crack now. I still just had fun, played basketball, went to parties. And nothing made me say, let me turn criminal.
Well, that's not everybody. This is what I'm saying is growing up in that environment, okay, and it's true that you do become a product of your environment. If you don't get out or change the environment, you'll become a product. So, like I said,
okay, but why is the environment like that? So let's peel the onion a little back. So why is the environment like that?
Oh, we know why it's like that. I can tell you why. It's because South side of Chicago. Okay, so just the good jobs, all right, over on the south side of Chicago, over just over in Indiana, where the steel mills were, they closed down. All of the other jobs moved out to the suburbs. All right, so on the south side, you really don't have anything other than grocery stores, nothing that pays any money. All right. You got to go to school and go downtown, all right, and work a white collar job to be able to actually make some money, right? Or move out to the suburbs, or you're going to be hustling and scraping and scrounging, all right, because all of the industries have moved out of the city. That's how you create a ghetto. So when you don't have any opportunity, and plus, like I said, is if you don't have banks or you don't have anything in your community where you can build wealth, where you can own, where you can get loans from banks and things. All right, if the criteria is higher, okay, than other people, then yeah, okay. So I'm gonna constantly be a laborer, all right, and I'm gonna only make just enough to maybe survive. Higher numbers of poverty, all of that kind of stuff. See, so that's so.
So
This is what
wouldn't it be
happens.
wise to have only one kid? So under those circumstances, wouldn't it be wise to maybe just have one kid?
This is what happens when when your mindset is of a 15-year-old. That's what I'm telling you. Is as a 15, you don't care.
Okay. But that right there, I agree.
Yeah. See, so like I said, as you think about it like this, is imagine being an adult, all right, doing adult things with a 15-year-old mentality. All right. I don't have no accountability. I think I'm entitled. Everybody owes me something. I don't know how to function.
You know what Charles Murray called that, right?
What's that?
Bell curve. He said,
okay.
Yeah. So look. Yeah. So now listen, and this is the dangerous thing about it. Okay. So what you call Indigenous Black mentioned scientific racism earlier, right? And he was just talking. He was going. So IBM, briefly, when you mentioned scientific racism, because I'm going to show you something. When you mentioned scientific racism earlier, just briefly, a couple words, 15 seconds. Give me some examples of some important scientific examples that affected society and how Black folks are viewed in America. Give me some examples.
Okay, well, you had evolution. You had eugenics.
What?
I'm giving you examples, man. Don't cut me off. I mean, let me say what I got to say.
The question
because I don't need your help answering the question.
Yeah, but the question I framed for you, I framed it for a reason, because I didn't want you to go spitting anything. I said, which one of these views affected how white people view Black folks and treat us accordingly? The most important ones are scientific racism. You said dark. Okay, Leonard heard me. Okay, but that's the whole point. My point is, you mentioned scientific racism earlier. Scientific racism had painted Black folks certain things, and certain components had paint Black folks a certain view, which justified Jim Crow, hangings, and things. It wasn't no damn evolution, and it wasn't no damn
It wasn't
eugenics. Okay, so I'm gonna help you out what it was.
That wasn't what fostered the people to think this. Hold on, let me talk.
It was not that. It was not that. Let me ask you, because you don't own a physical book.
It becoming a scientific discipline is not a part of that.
Because you don't own a physical book, you haven't read it for yourself, not YouTubing, you don't know. Okay, so scientific racism was about. Okay. You said what you said. Scientific racism was about.
Though. You didn't let me finish.
Because it was wrong. Because it was wrong.
No,
that didn't justify. There was an actual argument before the Civil War.
So evolution and eugenics is not scientific racism.
Okay, all right. Okay, don't make me mute you, bro. You had your chance. You were wrong. What's the evolution? Evolution is called science, bro. Okay, now, so you were wrong. Now, so learn something. Get a book in your hand for the first time. So scientific racism was about trying to prove that Black folks was inherently criminal. We were inherently horrible. Hey, shut your nose, man. Be quiet. Hey, listen. It was to prove that it was in our genetics to be criminal, genetics to be whores, whoremongers, criminal. Had nothing to do with evolution, showing how the world came to be or life came to be. That's evolution. Had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with these people are inferior to white people. They're born this way. No social systems can help. Nothing in between. No early childhood program. That shit can't work. They're inherently just backwards. So treating them like animals, Jim Crowing, all this stuff is justified now. That's scientific racism. But like I said, you don't own a physical book to read about it. You don't know. You're just guessing. You said evolution. Evolution is part of science. Yo, please give me the book. Literally, any of you guys. I challenge you guys. Give me a book where evolution was coupled in with scientific racism. That's that. The evolution right now globally is seen as a scientific fact. What are you talking about? That's in every country.
Oh yeah.
So like I said, on my channel.
I mean, you really believe that? You believe Margaret Singer's right too, though, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You believe Margaret Singer? Tell your friend Margaret Singer's right too. Yeah.
Yeah, she is right. And let me meet you real fast. You've been disrespecting that. And this is why I don't give you the phone number. If I don't give you the phone number, because you become a coward and can't have an influence conversation. You want to disrupt the show. Now, I kept trying to bring you back on course. You kept saying stupid shit all day. I kept saying, bro, we have a narrative, we have a fact, we stay on it. But here you go, evolution. Now you have a religious position where you're against evolution. That's personal. Most black folks accept evolution, by the way. So don't bring your agendas to my live. Let's talk about what we're talking about, and that's it. That's what I'm going with. Don't evolution. No, that's science. The Big Bang, that's science. You got a problem with it? Then teach the creation shit somewhere else. But scientific racism was about how black folks were seen as inferior genetically to whites.
And where does that talking point come from?
Okay, this guy's still talking.
No, where does that come from? It comes from evolution.
Okay. He said evolution. This guy's retarded. Evolution is a worldwide accepted fact in science. He's a religious guy who's against evolution, against Big Bang, and he keeps bringing that a lot. We can talk about basketball. He'll talk about evolution. It's like, dude, keep your agenda to yourself, man. Stick with what we're talking about.
Okay, so that's some background. All right. And I mean, you could say, what's my man's name? Not Darwin, not evolution, but yeah, there's pseudoscience that tried to prove, but like I said, that was all because, like I said, religious.
Yeah, that was the South. Yeah, it was mainly the South doing all that, and the North scientists debunked that shit and kept it moving.
Yeah, well, I mean, you still had people over in Europe because you had Carl Linnaeus that came up with Systema. What is it? Natura Systema, which basically, from no science whatsoever, said this is how white people are, this is how black people are, this is how
right. That's scientific racism.
Yeah, so that part of what they did. I mean, they do all of this because that's part of trying to justify the cognitive dissonance, because they know, okay, so we're actually hurting human beings by making them into slaves, and this is wrong. And I'm supposedly a Christian, and I'm supposed to be this and that, and I'm morally
right. I gotta feel better.
But yet at the same time, so like I said, oh, wait a minute. In the Bible, it says that Ham's grandchildren will be the slaves of Japheth and what you call. See, okay, so religious. So even God said you'll be slaves. So science said you'll be slaves. So guess what? We can do all of this kind of stuff. So yeah,
right.
Yeah. See, I
and guess what? And that's exactly what you just depicted. That's exactly how scientific racism is explained. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, you do stop watching YouTube and get a book. Okay, like I said, I got 3 physical books. And by the way, medical apartheid goes into scientific racism, but he'll never know that because he don't got a book.
Yeah,
he'll got the book, so he'll never know that.
Michelle Alexander.
Okay, and then come on, man. So anyway, I'm gonna go back to the point I was making. I didn't forget, because we were talking about the kids in Chicago, and you said it, 15-year-old mind, and I was tying it back to Charles Murray hypothesis.
Yeah.
So Charles Murray hypothesis is saying, through the bell curve in his research and data and statisticians' work, he was saying black folks are genetically got a lower IQ, and what his point was, that's important because with a lower IQ, you don't make right decisions in real time.
Well, I'm not gonna say it's a low. I can't agree that we have a lower IQ. That was his.
No, but this is his argument. So I'm giving you his argument. So what I'm saying is, like, when you say when the reality is we act like 15-year-olds, Charles Murray gonna smile and say, yeah, exactly. I told you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because
That's what he gonna do.
that's because there are conditions. I mean, growing up, you gotta have initiations. You gotta have benchmarks. You gotta have, that's just like me growing up. All right. So my father was preparing me to be a functioning adult, right? The best way he could.
Right.
Right. So back then, there was certain things I needed to be able to do at certain ages. I was a teenager. I could change a tire. I had mechanical aptitude. I knew how to, clean. I knew how to wash my own clothes. So by the time I was able to get out to be an adult, I was equipped to do adult things. We're having children that are, children are having children, and there's no emphasis on adulting. All right. So you get, like I said, and growing up in my old neighborhood, tell you what, I left and came back. And, you got guys was younger than me, 15, 14 years old, having girls 15, 14, they having their first baby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how you going to support, see, so
welfare.
What I call it is arrested development, or it could be, as a good buddy of mine says, extended adolescence, where adversity, although, like I said, there are no teaching skills. I remember, like I said, growing up, there were all types of things. Even your parents, even if it weren't your parents, your community, all right, would teach you, hey, listen, this is how we do this. This is how we do that. This is how, you don't have that nowadays. It's like you can't, tell kids, hey, listen, this is the goal, right? But the problem you had, like I said, is if you got somebody in his 40s outside with pajamas and house shoes and a bonnet and a do-rag on, bro, you're stuck at about 13, 12 years old in your mind, but you're 40 and you didn't have kids.
Right.
So if you're stuck like that in your mind, who was there to tell you, no, this is not how we do this? All right. And that goes back to breaking up the family and taking the leadership out of the family. All right. Because as a man, my son growing up would not sag his pants. All right. Because I'm like, no grown man. We're not wearing pants under to where you can see your underwear. Okay. You're not going to go outside with a do-rag on your head. Okay. You can wear that when you go to bed, but not when you're going out. No, every time we go out, you're going to have clothes on to where you look like, anything, you're ready to handle some business. You're ready to go and shop or pay a bill or whatever, right? If you got to go to the hospital, back in the day, grandma would tell you, wear clean underwear because you never know. You go to the hospital, you don't want to be in the hospital with dirty drawers, right? So, it's these types of lessons that we miss because we don't have the same community. I can remember growing up, in my neighborhood, and I lived in the hood, but I didn't know it was the hood because I didn't know what the hood was, right? But our community was so tight knit that I could literally say I couldn't beat trouble home. That meant that if I got out in trouble, if I was doing something in the street and one of my grandparents or parents' friends saw me doing it, I couldn't beat bad news home. Right? They would be on the phone immediately. Yeah, I saw him and he was doing so. So by the time I got there, it was getting ready to be an ass whooping, right? You don't have that now, right? So what happens is generations after generations after generations where, we're just stuck, man, with and it's not about intelligence, it's about maturity. Because even, 14, 15 years old are smart, but they just don't make wise choices because they don't know. They don't have that type of experience. They don't have wisdom. And this is where we are, is we're making unwise choices, all right, and bad choices in the moment, impulsively, just like, having children out of wedlock. Hey, if you're having sex and you're not protecting yourself or not making sure a child is not produced, guess what's going to happen? A child is going to be. So are you prepared to have a child? All right. If
absolutely not.
So if you're not, okay, now life is getting ready to be harder. Okay. See, so, and this happens over and over. These cycles continue. So that's the problem. So what really needs to happen is real simple. A lot of us just need to grow up and do stuff like
Right.
an adult needs to do. Hey, listen, don't go out like this. Don't. Well, nobody can say, yeah, but I mean, come on now. You out, you in the grocery store with a house coat and pajamas, and like you just got out of bed, got in the car, and went to. That's just trifling and lazy. Okay, that's some stuff that you have to scold a child over, and you're 40 years old, and I'm having to tell you this, right? See, so like I said, is that's a big part of our problem, but it's not something that we've chosen intentionally. It's kind of it's a cultural thing. I can tell you, I know for a fact. All right, like I say, I go back to my experience in Chicago. The school I went to Carter Elementary. Carter Elementary was K through 8, right? And basic education. You didn't change classes. All right, this one teacher all day long teaching you all of the subjects. All right, you went to gym. Pretty much it, right? I was able to
Yeah.
test out and go to our magnet school that they just built. So I went to the academic center. When I went to the academic center, we changing classes. We got science class. We got this. We got that. We got So it was like being in high school, right? Except I'm in 7th grade. I'm doing this, right? So I'm like, okay, all right. So, so this was one school on the south side out of hundreds. Okay. So, we move out of the city and go to the suburbs, and I go to the white school, and the white school is just like my magnet school. That's the standard. Okay. So the standard out there is a good education. The standard in the inner city is just barely, let's just get them just enough to be able to read, write, do arithmetic, and that's about it. See, so there
Yeah.
are differences. There are differences within the community that affects, the education of a child. Fortunately for me, like I said, I grew up with my father in the house. And that was a driving force to be how I am now, right? A lot of our kids, matter of fact, the kids that I grew up with out in the suburbs, there was only about three of us. Only three groups of my friends had fathers in the house. All the rest of them,
Wow.
moms, you see. And I never noticed that until my dad told me one day. He said, you ever notice how, you got a dad, Nate got a dad, Sharon's got a dad, and Juju, but that's it. All the rest of your friends is single moms. I was like, I never noticed that, and I
Wow.
never knew it was a problem, right?
Yeah.
But see, if you don't know something is a problem, then you'll just
Right.
fall, right into the trap. See, so and these things is this is what's so insidious about racism now, is that it is covert. All right, it's you'll be doing things and not even know, or people be doing stuff to you not even know. That's just like when I was in my 40s. I can remember being in my 40s, and because I worked in retail before, I already know I'm in my 40s, 40-year-old veteran, going into the store, and I hear security scan so and so, so and so. I already knew. I've worked at
Yeah.
Kmart, so I already know what that is. Same thing if I go
Yeah.
into, security scan, or if I go into Ross, or it didn't have Ross back then, they had TJ Maxx. But I go into TJ Maxx and I see the store detective following me, right? And I know he's a store detective because it's just nondescript white guy kind of hanging around, going everywhere I go. So I just told him, I
Yeah.
say, hey, man. I told him, I say, hey,
You got
man,
a shadow.
say you, hey, have you caught anybody stealing anything? Because I know that's what you are, right? And then
Right.
but these are the types of microaggressions that we have to deal with, right? And it may not seem
Yeah.
like much, but it plagues on your character. You're saying to yourself, I don't do anything. I try to live an upstanding life, yet and still, as soon as I walk into the store, I hear security scan all sections, or I
Yeah.
hear, oh, I got the store detective, doing all of these things. You don't know. I had that even when I was in active duty, right? When I was when in uniform as an active duty soldier, going in to stop at the grocery store to pick up something and had security scan all sections. So it didn't matter what uniform I was wearing. They just saw who I was. Oh, he's black man, so he's subject to steal.
Right.
I don't care if he's a soldier. Soldiers steal too. So, like I said, it's it's these types of things, and I'm fortunate because I was aware of this kind of stuff. Right. A lot of us are not. A lot of us are not aware of the little sneaky stuff that they do to try to hem you up. See, so and stuff still happens today. Just like with the Jordan Neely case. Jordan Neely had a mental health issue, and he gets choked to death. People sit there and let him get choked to death. All right, by this guy, and now he's found not guilty.
To be honest, how would the white boy know he had a mental illness?
Oh, he wouldn't.
Because from his vantage point, right? From his vantage point, the guy's yelling, making threats, and he's being an American hero, basically. Like, he's stepping in and he's neutralizing the threat. Like,
hold on.
why that can't be the narrative?
I missed all of that because it was like lagging. So now, what was you just saying now?
I was saying, because it's two ways to look at it, because it's always easy to look at it one way. Okay, so you got a guy on the train, throwing insults and making threats, right?
Okay.
And then nobody knows he got a mental illness. They just see a crazy Negro yelling, making good on threats, or he's acting like he's gonna make good on threats. And then a white guy said, you know what? No, I could sit around and do nothing, mind my business, and let this person get hurt, or I could intervene and try to be like a great citizen, right? I could do a citizen arrest or citizen tackle or whatever. And then, he go out there and try to defend the woman's honor, do too much. We watch a little MMA, some bullshit, do too much and end up, killing a guy. But that was probably, I'm giving you from their argument. So he choked him out, not knowing, he choked him out to put him to sleep.
Right.
Not to kill him. Because in MMA, you choke people out, you go to sleep, they don't die. So he choked him out to put him to sleep, but the guy actually dies.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you the experience I had. I was in Michigan visiting when I was working, visiting customers, and we were in just a local restaurant. And one of the guys that was there was a VP of one. Was my customers, he was one of my customers' VPs, right? This guy was pissy drunk, belligerent. And they had a big screen TV up there, and he was eating chicken wings, and he said, "These are terrible," and just start throwing chicken wings at the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
So, by all rights of him, now he's drunk and violent and throwing things. Somebody could have came over and tackled him, right?
Right.
And took him out, right? And made him stop. None of that happened, all right? Because, it was all acceptable. Whereas, you got Jordan Neely, and like I said, New York, you've been in New York, and you know how the subway is. You subs to have anything.
But the crazy niggas on it, yeah.
Yeah, you subs to have anything. People will damn pull their pants down and shit on the damn train or piss in New York. So, but my thing is, if you try to be a hero, sometimes you got to pick your battles, right? Okay. If somebody is being belligerent and loud and arguing, but not touching anybody and they ain't got a weapon.
But hurling threats can be, I'll fuck you, I'll smack shit at you. Those threats, people don't take lightly.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that's a threat, okay? But if you're saying that to somebody, okay, you're saying that, that's just like, there's, I'm in Chicago on the train, me and my wife, and there was a woman on the train. She was just like, like reading Bible scriptures out loud and cussing and talking about the world coming to an end and all of this kind of stuff, hollering at my wife, lady, did you know something? Doing all this stuff. And I'm like, get over here. So You know, come and sit by me. Don't be by these people, right? So my point is, was there a better way to handle that than to sneak up behind him and choke him out, right? I mean, because the problem is that if you engage with somebody, see, here's the thing, right? And I believe this is what my father taught me. As a man, if you raise your hand against another man, you better kill him, okay? Because he'll come back. All right. Same thing with if a man raises his hand against you. I don't believe in fighting nobody. I believe in fighting to the death. If a man raises his hand to me, all right, we're gonna fight to the death or till somebody comes and breaks us up, right? Because I feel like that's a threat against my life. And if you think like that, then you'll start to look at your, is this really worth? Maybe I just need to move. Maybe, you know, is that person, I'll keep my eye, but, you know, maybe I'll tackle them and hold them on the ground. All right. You know, it's something like that. All right. Maybe maybe there's an officer. Is there an officer? Hey, listen, this guy's over here, you know, it makes you think about, because you put yourself in a situation, right, where doing some stuff. Maybe you didn't mean to do it, but guess what? You just killed somebody. It just happened. Same thing with, but and the problem is that this comes at a time where you have more and more of this type of stuff happening. All right. New York, you know, people are getting, you know, Eric Garner choked to death, right? Too many black men are being choked to death, all right, by white men, okay, all right, whether they be cops or want to be cops, or some other race soldier, right? So anytime this happens, it just escalates and escalates. And now, and the thing is now, well, you know, this person, you know, he posed a dangerous threat to the public, so he had to act. And you know, of course, a jury of his peers, all right, are gonna find him not guilty, right? But what about a jury of Jordan Neely's peers? Okay, like I said, is this guy? There's a lot of people homeless, got mental health issues, cussing people out in bad situations. How do we deal with this without actually having a physical altercation? Because if I have a physical altercation, I might have to kill this person. All right, that's how you have to think about it. So that's the angle I'm coming at, right? But the angle society is looking at, like, well, he's homeless, he's working. The same thing with, you know, now you got an immigrant that burns a woman to death, and you got the damn police just watching this woman burn.
Yeah.
Oh, see, so, you know, I'm like, so of course, you know, the media's not going to tell you that was a black homeless woman, you see, that just burnt to death, and the police let her burn. Okay, what kind of bull is that? All right, you see, so like I said, is there are standards here, okay, that scream racism, plain and simple. All right, you know, it's not fair for everybody. All right, it's not judged the same by everybody. Okay, you know, it's too many incidences are happening. All right, yeah, okay, so, and what's bad is it's more incidents happening that's actually being reported on. Way more that's actually being reported on. The you know, legacy media is not going. They're not going to tell you about all the stuff now. They'll tell you about when blacks, you know, oh, you know, in Chicago, yeah, this gang, 27 people killed over 4th of July, or, you know, they'll say that. All right. So many people shot, or, you know, like what happened in New Orleans. I mean, that's national news, obviously. Okay. Right. But that fits the narrative of, here's a person who has an Arab name. Okay. Yeah, he served in the military, but he's an immigrant. So that fits that narrative of, let's get these immigrants out of here. See, so you see how all of that works, right? But still, at the end of the day, like I said, is are there better ways of handling things? If you're not a racist, okay, and you're not trying to be a hero, all right, how would you handle a situation like that? How would you? I've been in situations, you know, guys, you know, you either move or you say, you know what, I don't want to be, you know. But my thing is, I tell you what, if I was on that train and I saw that guy choking Jordan Neely out, what's the dude's name? What's his name? Reginald Denny. I'd have knocked him the fuck out. plain and simple.
Hmm.
All right, because yeah, this guy might have been, and people were telling him stop. He's telling him stop, choking. You ain't an MMA wrestler. You ain't, you don't know what type of condition these people are in, and now you just put yourself, in the heat of a trial. But here's another thing you notice
Right.
is as soon as he got, indicted, look at all of the money that poured in for his law, for his legal fees. See, so same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse. You go to a place talking about I'm just going up to this riot with a medic bag, but you also got a long gun. All right, and yeah, some people attacked you. All right, and yeah, you gotta, if somebody's attacking you, yeah, you gotta shoot them. What are you doing there in the first place? What are you doing at a riot? And you're 17 years old. So like I said, is some of this stuff, it writes itself. And mom should be, listen. Now it's a riot. Now if it was like the boy in Baltimore,
Which guy in Baltimore?
is his mother came out there and was beating him. People saying, well, he emasculated. Yeah, maybe so, but also she's a mother and she's looking at a dangerous situation with the police, and she does not want her child to be caught up in no mess. All right, so okay, I'm gonna give you that, right? But like I said, so black mama's not gonna have, you got to not say I'm getting ready to go to a riot to a black mother, or she catches you
Yeah.
outside doing some stuff. That's see, so his mother, you driving out of state to go to a riot, and you take a weapon
Yeah.
with you. Come on now, you're
Right.
looking for somebody to kill. See, so that's what I'm saying is it's a double standard, plain and simple, right? It's racism involved. It's a double standard, all right. And to get away from this, all right, and like I said, it's these types of situations because this guy, Denny, working class guy, he was a Marine, working class guy. People on the train, working class people. All of these types of things cause resentment and distraction from what's going on. Okay, that's what the news media tries to put out there. That's just like everybody then commented on Fat Joe, which they needed to, right? They needed to comment on Fat Joe. They needed everybody, needed to say something about that, right? But the thing is okay, everybody has said something about it. Now let's move on to the next thing. All right, but that fits the narrative of this is why we as FBAs have to be careful who we let into our circle as far as non-FBAs. Plain and simple. We have to. We don't have a choice.
Yeah.
See, so yeah.
Yeah,
So
like it's deep. There's many ways. It's deep. It's not. It's just a lot of things to discuss, and I ain't even touch on. See and touching. There's a lot of things for that because it's a lot to unpack.
Oh yeah. The thing you have to say to yourself, like I said, I've been in the war, man. I'm a Desert Storm veteran. Okay, and every day I pray that I didn't have to kill somebody. Okay, because you don't want to. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody, unless you're just a psychotic person looking to kill somebody, right? Like that police officer, right? But no decent person, if put in a situation, you'll do what you have to do, but it's not something you want to do. Now, I'm a Desert Storm veteran, but I'm also a veteran. I also am a humanitarian recipient for Hurricane Andrew because I went down to Florida and was passing out water and food and different things to all the people down there that was, devastated by the hurricane. That gave me more fulfillment than actually, being on the verge of having to shoot somebody if I had to, right? So that's how you have to look at it. Say, listen, man, I don't want to be putting myself in a situation where, it's me versus them, and I gotta, take somebody out. If somebody breaks in my house, I'm prepared. I'm prepared. Okay, I don't want to have to, but I will. Right. But that's the difference between being prepared just in case and actually going to look for
Right.
stuff. See, so that's what these race soldiers out here doing. They're actually going out here looking for stuff because they feel like, and it's a condition because they feel like, oh well, I'll get away with it. Same thing that happened with Ahmaud Arbery. What are you doing in our neighborhood? Running, huh? I'm on a public street. I'm not running. What are you doing looking at that house? Well, maybe I want to buy it. I want to look around and see how it's constructed. No, you're not buying that house. Not in this neighborhood. Not you. And I've seen that kind of stuff happen before, right? See, so like I said, yeah, I've experienced racism. And I don't, I treat every individual individually, but I know that reparations conversation is the litmus test. I know it's not going to be supported by many white folks that I know or that are friends of mine. So I don't even have that conversation with them. I don't need their support with that. Like you said, enough of who we have to be able to do what we need to do for ourselves. All right. And like I said, is if you support us, you down with us, all right, and you within our proximity, hey, when we get ours, you're gonna benefit too. That's the thing. They're gonna benefit. But if you not with us and we remember and say, oh no, you wasn't with us. Or you was talking about this and that, you was being greasy. Nah, depart from me.
Yeah, right. Hey.
So damn, man, you got your hey, let my man back on so he's he pissed you off.
No. I won't know. He's gonna calm down. Because look, Leonard, I go live every day on this.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? I'm gonna wake up most likely 5 a.m., 6 a.m. I'll go live. I did it this morning. I went live on Jim Crow, peonage, those things. I went live, but I was playing it, the audio. There's an article, but some articles you can let it read or for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I went over Slavery by Another Name, Does Black Man. I got a book. I got the book. I went over a couple of things this morning, for people, because people are in the UK, people in overseas, and people in California, whatever. But people be up. Like you think they always somebody's up and they will tune in.
Yeah.
So what I was gonna do is surf the net, see what's the latest on Fat Joe or whatever going on in FBA, like see the latest going on, and then play a couple videos, and then like little chop, like I did today, and then go live again. So because there's so many people that want to tune in, but when I'm on, they're off, and when I'm so it's like hit or miss.
Right.
Sometimes I go live, there's 20 people, sometimes there's 50 people, sometimes there's 10 people. It's like I don't know when to catch them, so I just go live different times when I can and try to catch the broader audience. And then what I'm gonna do is when I wake up this morning at 5 a.m., I'm gonna play this live back. So I'm not even gonna do a new live. I'm gonna play this live back because they most likely didn't hear it. And then guess what? I'm gonna play this live again. This one over maybe 10 o'clock. I'm gonna play it 5. I'm gonna play it maybe 10. I'm gonna finish. That's it. Then I'm gonna do a new live after 10.
Now what we're gonna do is what I need to do is I need to find the actual, because I had a copy. I found it. I had a copy. I don't know if I saved it somewhere, but I had a copy of the actual Vagrant Act that said what.
I need that.
What was restricted? I'm telling you, juggling, tippling houses. I can remember all this. I was reading. I was like, man, what the heck? You can't even strip.
Yeah, I need that because that juggling is wow.
I'm telling you. So like you said, is they was just making stuff up, and there you go. That's you just being a public nuisance. Wait a minute.
Yeah, so,
If,
so now the brother who I removed, I know him. Like I know him for years. Okay, and when he takes a religious angle, I disagree with him. So I'm saying I'm trying to like, dude, I don't want to argue those religious angles. Let's just stay on code.
Right.
Okay. You can't even stay on code because I heard him throwing some religious stuff in there. I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. Like, that's why I said, oh, bro, let's stick to the, because you're going where we disagree at. We already know we disagree. So why are we going there? I'm not bringing it up. Why are you bringing it up? Let's stick to what we agree with.
Yeah.
Which is the topic, right?
Right.
FBA, and let's deal with that. But he keeps trying to sneak in other things that got nothing to do with what we're talking about, and we're going to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, dude, and like we already had those conversations about what we disagree on, and he don't have a good argument. It ain't like he got his stuff tight where he give me a good challenge and, we go back and forth. It's always one-sided because he's a YouTube watcher. I'm an article and book reader.
Yeah.
Because I always say, when you watch YouTube, this is for everybody out there listening. When you watch YouTube, those people talking got it from an article or a book.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So when people start talking, they read that somewhere.
Yeah.
And I want to know, where'd you read it from? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you read that from? If you can't tell me, then I'll disregard your information. Like, okay, let's move on.
So a good book for you to read by a white woman. All right. There you go. A good book for you to read by a white woman. It talks about Bacon's Rebellion, because that's when I was listening to it. I was like, okay, so all right. It talks about Bacon's Rebellion and talks about how the term white was created, was called Birth of a White Nation.
Right. I heard about it, but I never really read deep into it.
Birth of a White Nation is good. What you call Dr. Kendi X. Ibrahim. His book, How to Be Anti-Racist. That's a good book too.
Okay.
Like I said, Michelle Alexander, anything she does, medical apartheid.
Yeah. Of course, I got the new Jim Crow. I got the book.
New Jim Crow, all of that. Yeah, that's
what I said. Like
her stuff. Her stuff is tight too.
Yeah. She. It's funny. I came across some financial books, and they had some Obama laws in there. Some policy he passed. Like I bought a credit book, right, about credit, and they had the Credit Act that Obama passed. So these guys, they don't read, so they don't know. Right. I'm telling you guys, like, just watching YouTube, that's like people can see right through that. Like, dude, right. Like you guys gotta read. But and plus, like, reading is just fundamental. Like, that's exactly what it is. It makes you smarter when you read.
Well, you have to make the effort. You have to take reading. I mean, when you think about it, is the process of reading makes you smarter because your brain works in pictures. Okay, your brain is photographic, right? When you have to read, you have to take words and decode them into pictures, so you internalize that more than actually looking at videos. So when you look at videos, you get dumbed down a little bit, all right, unless it's some good information, right? But when you read it, you have to take the effort to internalize what it is you're reading, and it stays with you. So that's why people that read get, are typically smarter, all right, or more. I ain't gonna say smarter, they get more informed. That's a better term, because you become more informed because you've read stuff and you remember where you read it at and you've internalized it. So.
Right, and then like the best part is when you put it in your own words. You don't repeat it verbatim as you learned it. You put it in your own words, and that's how you're like pretty much graded. Like, okay, he was able to put his own words, and that's great. But to like just repeat somebody else or repeat the reading exactly, that's okay. But you got it. When I was young, they always say put it in your own words. Put it in your own words.
Oh yeah, put it in your own words. That way. Like I said, that means that you understood what you read. When you can go back and say, okay, I read this, so in other words, so and so, so and so, so and so. That means I was able to comprehend what I was reading. So, but yeah, man, like I said, man, that Dr. Umar.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Dr. Umar. Yeah, I don't take him serious at all.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say this, and I know if he heard this, he'd probably be mad at me, but I don't care, because I met Dr. Umar before during some of his lectures.
Yeah, he pseudo as hell, man.
Listen, man, nobody in the Black consciousness community has done more to destroy the Black conscious community than Dr. Umar.
Yeah, no, he's horrible, man. Like he's the guy that is responsible most likely for a lot of people with mental illnesses. You know, mental illness is real, and he thinks it's fake. Okay, so you got kids really struggling with this, and they need a medication. But he's telling them, get off medication, do yoga or some stupid shit. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
Like these people need their medications. It's only they could cope with life. These are serious, like bipolar and different like that. These are serious schizophrenia. These are serious mental illnesses that you need your medication, or you're gonna hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. And listen to his foolishness, his pseudoscience. No, medication, the pharma company, pharma. Like, stop.
I mean, part of what there's some truth to what he says. There's some truth to what he says. The problem is that he does not have enough expertise in.
Bro, there's not one doctor that agrees with his conclusion. There's not one doctor on earth.
Oh no!
That agrees with his conclusion.
Now,
I'm like, it's one thing to.
I know, like for children, okay. And this is especially when it comes to Black boys. I'm telling you, the school system, because I've seen it with my son when he was in school. I've seen it with my nephews. All right, and this is like 10, 15, 20 years later. Okay, same thing. Okay, is they want to label Black boys. Oh yeah, you got to learn to just feel. They need to be on some medication, so and so. So he's right about that, right? But what he does not explain, all right, in depth, is that it's okay for some of these kids to have some of these issues because the brain, just like any other part of the body in a child, is still developing, right? So as the brain develops, it does different. Sometimes you'll have issues with memory. Sometimes you have active memory loss. Sometimes you'll have, because it's a developing thing. Kids, like I said,
sometimes you're just hyper and can't sit down, which is real ADHD. You're up, you're hyper, you're everything is always extra. Like you get up and tell a story, hey guys, and normal people they get offended. That type of irregular behavior. Like that's a real thing. I got real friends who do that in real life, and they're like not welcome. They're not received warm in circles.
Right. And then some of that too. I'm telling you, some of it. Like I said, Doctor, it's a little bit of truth to that because some of it is what
I don't know.
Now, some of it is, listen, like I said, is you think about this is why I tell you about homesteading, because you cannot trust unless it comes from a farmer, a locally sourced farmer that you can go and visit their farm and see how they do stuff. It's hard to really, you're taking a chance on food that you eat because they got so many
chemicals. And guess what?
What's that?
Guess what? You're also taking a chance because I worked in pharmaceutical. Okay, all right. So now, okay, and I worked in. So most people can't say this. I worked with the FDA and the USDA. Like most people had never even worked with one. I worked with both. Okay, so everything you do, you're trusting the process. You're trusting that everybody sanitized and did follow the regulations. Everything on your body, everything in your mouth, you trust somebody to do their due diligence. When you go eat fast food, you're trusting that they use the necessary sanitary tools to clean the pot. You're trusting. You go to cookout. You're trusting your grandmother. So you're always trusting somebody, right? That's the best you can do is trust. And you're hoping that, the fines and things like that, you're hoping that scares the company to go straight. But we all know that's not the reality. People are going to still cut corners. People still going to, be disgusted and do those things. And that's a decision you got to make. Like you said, if you're not doing it yourself, you pretty much, vulnerable to these different things.
And you can cut down some of that stuff by, like I said, is like let's say, you're not raising your own pigs and chickens and goats and
what was turkeys. Umar right about though? I was waiting to hear that. What was Umar right about?
Well, if he's talking about how the food affects kids, if you're doing fast food with these kids,
but how would he know? That's not his expertise. He's a clinical school psychologist.
This is why
we know about food effects.
this is why you can't. This, like I said, this is why he loses legitimacy because, yeah, you're a doctor in this, but you're not a doctor in this over here, nutrition.
See, but hold up. Now, Leonard, that is a problem in society, period, and definitely black community. Dr. Bashir Muhammad does it a lot too. He's a doctor in religion, and what they do is Dr. Bashir Muhammad from Nation of Islam.
Okay,
He's a doctor in religion, and what they do is they use that doctor title when they talk about things outside of expertise, just to fool you with that too. So he'll talk about something else and say Dr. Bashir Muhammad. So now you think he's a doctor in that too. So they just mislead with this doctor title.
Right. And
you got a lot of white quacks do the same thing. They're a doctor in one thing, but then they'll run somewhere else and use that same doctor title to convince you, hey, I'm an expert in this too.
So I can tell you, like I said, is I like to use myself as an example. All right, so I am a diabetic. All right, type 2 diabetes. Okay, I've had that condition. Since I was 40 years old. I'm 57. Last year, January 6th of last year, I stopped taking my diabetes medicine. I was on everything. I was on Ozempic. I was on metformin. I was on glipizide. I took insulin before. I was on everything, right? And it was keeping my numbers down. But one of my doctors said, you know what, your numbers, are good, but it's the medicine that's doing it. You're going to have to change some things, right? And I took that to heart. So I started to do my research, all right? And I started to look at a low-carb diet, exercise and more. That's just like now. Tomorrow morning, it snowed out here, but I got to go hiking in the morning because that's part of my exercise regimen. I try to hike about 3, 4, 5 miles a day, every other day. But I stopped taking my medicine January 6th last year, and I completely reversed my diabetes through
Now that has nothing to do with Umar though.
No, it doesn't. But like I said, when he talks about the food, okay, even though he's not a medical expert,
right? So he shouldn't do that. Okay, so Leonard, when you talk about something out of your expertise, this is how you're supposed to sound. This is a responsible guy, right? He'll say, hey, Dr. So-and-so said this. Hey, I got this from this book. So you start sourcing up your information. So you're not the author of it. If you don't do that, then you come off as the author of information, which makes you disingenuous, a scammer, that's like fraud.
If you do your own experimentation, that's just like I'm a living test.
Which we know he ain't do, and most people ain't do because they're scientists. So we know he's not doing that.
Exactly. So like I said, it's plus, like I said, my son, when he was younger, they labeled him with ADHD. I didn't believe it at first until one day I went to pick him up from school from a snow day that let him out early, and he just could not stop laughing and making crazy noises and doing all of this kind of stuff.
Right.
I grabbed his face. I said, man, what is wrong? And I looked in his eyes and I said, he can't help it. He can't help what he's doing.
Yeah. Now Umar would say that's false. He'll be like, it just stink, and he'll make up some reason why. But so now Umar would say that Umar thinks it's fake.
Right. So I gave him his medicine because I had to go to sleep, right? Because I worked nights. I had to go to sleep, and I said I cannot leave him like this. So I gave him his medicine, and he had like an easel with all types of stuff, paints and markers. So I said, here, listen, man. Gave him his medicine, and I said, go ahead and draw you a comic book, all right, while I go to sleep. And that's what he did. I heard him. I was listening. I heard him slowly calm down. I said, okay. But I also took him to the UNC Chapel, or the University of North Carolina Child Development Center, because the teachers were trying to say he had like mild Asperger's or had Asperger's or mild form of autism, right? And I took him to medical professionals, and they debunked all of that. Okay, so I was like, yeah, I had a report, and I gave him a report. And I said, yeah, here's the report from the doctor. Here's the report. So stop with this Asperger's, and all of this kind of stuff. But they target our boys. So he's right about that part of it. All right, but like
I don't think so, because the teachers, they're trained a certain way. Okay, they're not the experts. Just like a nurse ain't a doctor. right? So it's like if you got a mother or aunt who's a nurse and you got symptoms, she's gonna give you her best assessment of what it is. Okay, it doesn't mean she's a doctor. So nurses, they're limited at the school, or teachers. Like they're trained to look at certain things and then they're going to generalize it, right? So all they could do is just best point out to what they learned prior to 6 months class of what is probably close to be, right? Just like a doctor say, hey, your pain is 1 through 10, what is it? And you tell them like 9, 1, and then based on that, he might give you a Tylenol or not. So but they go with what they just see, and that's it until they do further testing. Like you got done for your son, you got the further testing done, right? And they were able to pinpoint exactly what it was not. So I don't think teachers are targeting. I just think that they see a behavior that's abnormal, and they do their best to like generalize what it is, and it's up to the parent to do further testing. But go ahead.
I think maybe they do that. Like I said, it depends on the school system too. All right, I know up north, okay, the schools are better than they are down south. Let's just keep it a buck, right? And I'm like I said, is I have seen
I don't know about that.
Who's 30. My son is 31 now. My nephew is just getting ready to turn 19. I got another one turn 10, and all three of them went to different schools and went through the same type of process where, they was targeted. Oh yeah, we think he might have some. It's the same way with another.
I don't think that, because I was a class clown.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I went to school in Texas, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Georgia. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I was a class clown. Some of the schools I ain't do no work. And nobody ever told my mom, you know what? Your kid is this.
How long ago was that?
Right. Well, I'm 47. When I was 10, I was in Dallas. When I was like 12, I was in North Carolina. Like 13, middle school, 8th grade, I was in Mississippi, and then North Carolina. And then I was in North Carolina. I did the worst. in that school. I had like all F.
So
anybody ever say, hey, you got ADD?
You went to school in the 80s, okay? So like I said, you went to elementary school in the 80s and then high school in the 90s, right? My son went to school in the 2000s. This is the new thing, I'm telling you.
I don't think so.
Listen, I've seen with my own eyes. That's just like one of the schools here, all right?
But those assessments are subjective. Like that's not, they didn't draw blood. Like they're looking at behavior, and again, like your son could be bored. Like there's other things that can apply there. He could just be bored. He could be an asshole. And a teacher, based off her limited skill set, and she's trying to determine, she could diagnose or misdetermine what you think it is. Right? Okay, I think it's this. But off her limited skill set, and by your son purposely doing something or behaving a certain way that's probably black culture, not white culture, they could make a mistake where, okay, it's this, and it's not. But because they're not familiar with black culture, they take we're loud. You dig? And they take that as, okay, it must be this.
And like I say, that's a problem. But I'm telling you, I'll give you another example.
Yeah, I don't know about that conspiracy theory, bro. I'm be honest. Like that right there, I think
I'm gonna give you another
YouTube.
I'm gonna give you another example. Because I'm talking from experience. All right. So,
right.
My son, when he got to high school, on the first day of school.
But these are all anecdotal experiences, by the way.
Yeah, the first day he got to school. All right, first day. His first assignment coming home was to go to his parents and ask them what was the last book they read. Okay.
Yeah.
So why would a school do that?
That's a school assignment. That happens.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why they would do that. Because one, they find out who's in that household, and two, they find out the education level of the people in that household, because that will let them determine what type of student they're going to have. All right. Now they do it with all of the students, but we know that, okay, the black boys, yeah, single moms, black boys. If you don't come back, well, mom didn't read anything. She couldn't tell me anything. Now they already know. Okay, they already have labeled that child. His parents are not going to be involved in his education. All right, he may have a behavior issue. They're writing this stuff down. This is what I'm telling you. I know this for a fact.
So you think teachers are in this
I don't think
conspiracy?
the teachers are not doing it. It's the education system. They're part of. They're doing what they got.
Wait, but the education doesn't run itself. So you mean like the school principal is out to
not the principal,
funnel.
the entire county school system is making policies like this.
Now, see this where me and my boy ex-architect argue at. So this is why I think Umar ain't shit in school. His school idea ain't shit. It's unnecessary. I'm not under the impression it's the schools, all right, or the teachers. Okay. I'm under the impression it starts at home, right? So, what black folks, so let me paint it out for you. Let me draw it out for you. So for black folks, what we like to do when we have an issue, we'll redirect it somewhere else and we're not good at being accountable. We like to misappropriate somewhere else. So here, it gotta be that. We don't want to say it's me. Let me fix it, because if it's you, you gotta fix it yourself, right? You gotta be involved in the solution. So what we like to do is point at other things that can be the reason, but we will never say it's possibly me. Okay, so the school to prison pipeline doesn't start from school; it starts at home, by the way. And this is why Kamala was this is why Kamala was big on truancy, because she understood. She did a research in San Francisco that most of the violent criminals in San Francisco, that either die by violence or responsible killing by violence, all these kids in their backgrounds, you look at their background, they were all truant kids, like 80, 90%. Okay. So she said, okay, I got it. I got the problem. It's truancy. So now when she looked in the background, truancy started all the way to elementary school. So the question is, why the hell is 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 5th graders missing all this school time? So why are black parents allowing their kids, elementary kids, to miss all this school time?
So that goes back to again, 14, 15-year-old mindset. Okay, if you got a child and you got a 14 or 15-year-old mindset, you don't care if they go to school, you don't care what they do. All right. So what causes
and that's why she held them responsible. She's okay. They just got to stop, because these guys are producing murderers and they're dying. Only them. By the way, only they're dying. So these same kids that's got that's raised by these parents with the 15-year-old mindset, only these kids are dying and being thrown in prison. Nobody else but these guys largely. So she's like, all right, so we gotta address this. So she had to back on track program.
So one, okay, truancy.
Yeah.
All right. You know that schools get funded for the kids that are in school, right? So she figured out, all right, they were losing like $1.12 billion a year or something like that from truancy to fund the schools, which, okay, that's an important issue, right? Because the state of California is like an entire country to itself, right? So they need that money, all right, to be able to buy the computers and all of these types of things, to get the federal funding that they need to provide proper education. But the problem with a lot of the solutions of these politicians is they're treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Okay.
No. The root cause, they got nothing to do with it. The root cause is single mother. Okay. See, that's why I'm getting back to you. Okay, brother, I work in housing. Everybody who apply for housing, single parents with like 3-month-old babies. That means they just had the baby.
Right.
Where's the dad?
Yeah.
Okay, you just had the baby. And by the way, I look at the applications. I see the baby dad. I see how many kids. They're 21 years old with fucking 6 kids.
Yeah.
Okay, that ain't white supremacy. You're 21 years old with 6 kids. You're 29 with 6 kids, and they all got different baby daddies.
No, it's not. But what I'm saying is that there's an environment is there. Okay. I mean, it's not.
Huh?
When I say when we say white supremacy, it's not white supremacy telling yeah, go out and have these babies and do this.
Yeah, see,
No,
I can't see. That's what I'm trying to say. Like this. Okay,
yeah,
so let me.
it's not that.
Let's skip to this. Let's skip to this. Where are black folks accountable? Okay, so let's hit your right by everything you're saying. Okay, so where are black parents accountable? Where's their accountability in all this?
So again, when you have a mindset of 14 or 15,
I can't do. I can't do that. I cannot give black people just an excuse for all of their bad
That's
things they
not
do.
an excuse. Listen to what I'm
I
saying.
can't do that.
That's not an excuse. That's a problem. All right. Is when your mind, okay, when
So what's the solution then? It's a problem. What's the solution?
The solution is you got to grow up. All right. Is we got to come together as a
Yeah,
community.
but how do you encourage that? Okay, let's say I don't want to grow up. So how do you encourage or influence to grow up?
So here's what I tell young people. All right, young 19, 20 teenagers and grown and 20-year-olds. I say, listen, don't become a parent before you become a spouse. And the argument I make is if you become a parent before you become a spouse, number one, it takes two people to raise a child. Okay, especially in this economy. All right. And then number two, all right, to raise a child properly, okay, because you can raise a child, but to raise them properly and give them everything they need, it takes two. When you have children out of wedlock, you divide your resources. That's just another debt you've just created for yourself because you got your house to maintain and you got to pay for a child in somebody else's house that you got to maintain. And if you don't do it, in certain states, you'll go to jail or you'll lose your driver's license and not be able to work, and then you'll go to jail. So having children out of wedlock that you're not prepared to have puts you on a path, okay, of poverty. All right. And I speak to them in a voice of logic rather than religion. Oh, that's just bad, or you'll go to hell, or so and so, or that's what. No, I don't talk like that to them because they're not going to receive that. But if you start talking about money, you want to make the kind of money you want to make. Now, I'm not trying to tell you don't have sex. I'm just trying to tell you if you have sex, make sure you're protected. All right, men and women. Okay. If you're a guy, if you don't like to wear condoms, then you know what? Maybe it won't kill you not to have sex. Maybe you just don't need to have sex till you find the right one. All right.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody
they
ever
all got
died.
OnlyFans pages.
Yeah, ain't nobody died from lack of sex. So there you go. So like I said, that's what I tell them. But that plus,
Shit, not in the sexy red age. You not gonna get them. But they listen to her and she brag about having all sex in the world. Now they're definitely having sex.
So
all you
like
gotta do is go on IG and you're gonna see all these young ass chicks on there. Doing the most.
So like I said, I tell them that. All right. I tell them, I said, is we got to get you to be a functioning adult. All right. So what are you doing to become a functioning adult? And yeah, okay, your parents may not be functioning adults, okay, in their mind because they're struggling, they done made bad choices. All right, because that's what you have a cascade of just poor choices after generation after generation after generation. All right. So like I said, is at some point you got to grow up, okay? And there's expectations, all right? See, our culture, we don't have a culture of expectations anymore. I'm gonna tell you what it really boils down to, and it's just a saying. It goes like this. It says, "Hard times make strong people. Strong people make easy times. Easy times make weak people, and weak people make hard times." We are in a phase of weak people right now, and hard times are coming.
Yeah.
Right. So like I said, and how do we get to that place? The hard times and the struggles, the strong people were the people, fighting segregation, civil rights, that sort of thing. In the 60s. In the 70s, we took our foot off the gas as a people and just coasted. So, yeah, we've made it. We've arrived now. We don't have to do no more work. Yeah, we do. We got to, continue. You got to continue to challenge that next generation. All right. So that they understand, okay, there's still work to be done, but you still got to be an adult. You still, it's not party time. All right. It's not the disco. It's not, let's do drugs. Let's get high. Let's, see, so that's what you had all through the 70s. All right. Then come the 80s. Now you got all of these kids, okay, that you know, grew up with these parents, all right, and you know, the 80s still wasn't as bad, but you know, toward the end of the 80s, that's when you had the crack epidemic. Okay, so so more and more, you know, people got weaker and weaker and weaker, and now we're pretty much at our weakest. All right, because you got literally, like I said, is people that are children in the mind trying to raise children and can't even take care of themselves. Right. So, you know, like I said, being a child, as a child, you think about it, you ain't trying to be accountable. If you do, when you did something wrong as a child, you was like, man, hey, nope, I didn't do it. You know, you ain't taking accountability.
Yeah.
Somebody had to bust me. I got to get caught.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Right.
so imagine if there's nobody there to catch you, and you have the freedom of an adult, but you got the mind of a child, and we're played with that. All right. So like I said, it's has nothing to do with intelligence, but we got that way because as a people, we did not put our foot on the gas. We did not keep our foot on the gas. We took our foot off the gas and just let the next generation just coast. Okay. You can't do that. All right. There's still work to do. We're fighting for reparations right now. So the generation,
Yeah.
all right, that's being raised right now has to understand why that's important. Okay, and what we got to do. But the older generation has to be the one to fight it. But you got to prepare the other ones to take the baton. Okay, you know, when it's time to pass the baton, are they gonna be ready? See, so yeah, we kind of, you know, put ourselves in a little bit of this trick bag here, right? By not, but the thing is now we have to learn a lesson from this. We have to tell the truth. In the 70s, after after the 50s and the 60s, after, you know, we fought and, you know, got hosed down and got, you know, dogs sicked on us and got lynched and burned and everything else, and we survived all of that, and we were stronger people from it, and we got our way and got civil rights. Those in the 70s, okay, they did not continue to struggle. They said it's party time. It's time to go to the disco. It's time to smoke some weed. It's time to do some cocaine. You know, we've arrived now. We can go and get but we still did not understand how America worked. All right. That's one of the things and it's fortunate, you know, I'm teaching my son and the other generations after him. America's about owning things. So you want to be wealthy, all right, you have to own stuff. You want to have generational wealth, you got to own stuff. You got to buy, borrow, and die. Okay, that's the strategy. Okay, it's about owning things. This and we knew this. We knew it was important because that's why, like I said, my grandfather, even though he had a GI Bill, he got redlined. He couldn't get a bank loan, even though the government, as a World War II veteran, all right, put his life, couldn't get a bank loan, couldn't get a business loan, so locked out of the wealth building process. Okay, and think about it, that was during the time of industrialization. We got locked out of and like I said, the agrarian time, where, you know, that's not when the middle class was built. Middle class was built during the industrial age, and you buying houses and properties and different things, so, you know, you could have wealth and pass that on. Far too many of us got locked out of that process. So yeah, so we fought and had that, and then, like I said, the 70s, it was party time. You know, so that's why we are. That's why we are where we are. Okay, and still we live in a nation of profiteers. All right, this is why our food. This is why I tell you, down in South Carolina, bro, you want to break some ground. Get yourself. Hey, start researching. Break some ground. Get your almanac, and like I say, keep some bees. Grow you some beets, some cabbage. You know, some things. You know, get the fresh eggs from off the farm. Get the fresh milk. Because you know, and like you said, Dr. Umar, he plays off of these things, but you know, this stuff that I'm just saying right here. Yeah, okay, so how do we prove that food is no good? There are plenty of ways now. Yeah, and like you said, you work for the FDA, and you know, like I said, the FDA sometimes, you know, FDA and the what you say, you work for the FDA and the what
and USDA.
And USDA, yeah. See, so You know, these profiteer corporations, you know, they buy some of these aids. Some people go up in there now. A lot of them, just like with what was it? The movie Dope Sick. Who was it? Who was it? The Purdue Pharma. All right, how they shut Purdue Pharma down because they caused the opioid crisis. Okay, you know, yeah, they did all of that and they did their job with that. But come on now, I mean, when we study the history of opioids, in which was basically heroin, there is no safer form of heroin. They already proved that heroin. They tried to create heroin, and a German doctor created heroin in 1914 to replace morphine, and heroin was twice as addictive as morphine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you already know you're playing around with something, but you know, people are letting these pharmaceutical companies just do this. You know, and okay, well, yeah, all right, so it passes this test, and then they go, because we have a nation of profiteers. And if you do, like I said, is I can say this because I see what's going on with my own eyes and my own experience. Now, can I say it and be, you know, and certify it? No, I can't, because I'm not in that position to certify it. But I can say it, say, okay, I can say it with the intent on correcting things myself. Okay, so I don't want to be on all of these pharmacies. I don't want to be on diabetes medicine. So you know what? I need to figure out the right foods that I need to eat in order to be able to reverse my diabetes. And I was able to reverse my diabetes in 6 months without medication. See,
Oh, word.
so
Oh,
I
wow.
did that. I did that. I've already, as of December 31st, that was an entire year of not drinking alcohol. And I still haven't, even on New Year's when, you know, people was popping champagnes. I said, let me
Yeah.
just see how far I can go without this. Let me see. Let me try to
Right.
continue. So I'll take these things and I'll do them, and I'll be the experiment. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the one. All right. So yeah, I'm eating cabbage. I'm eating broccoli. I'm eating arugula. I'm detoxing my liver. I'm detoxing my kidneys. I'm detoxing my colon. I'm exercise. I'm going hiking. I'm getting fresh air. I'm getting sleep like I'm supposed to. Um, when I'm in pain, I go out here and get me some gummies. I ain't gonna lie, you know. But I mean, you know, like I said, I got arthritis, and I don't, you know, you got to be careful with that too. But like I said, is you know, that's what's legal, and I don't work for nobody,
Yeah.
so I don't have to worry about no drug tests. See, so
Right.
but the thing is, it helps me sleep. I'll be glad when the VA, because that's why I go to my doctor when the VA, when they finally legalize gummies and marijuana, and the VA can go ahead and prescribe me. I ain't gonna smoke nothing because I
Yeah.
stopped smoking. I stopped smoking what 25, 24 years ago.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah. See, so like I said, I'm saying these things based upon my experiences because, you know, like I said, is and it's my perspective, right? But when, you know, if you see it once, okay, all right, you can say, all right, well, that was, you know, that was an occurrence. When you start to see it multiple times in different places with different people, now it starts to become a pattern. All right. And I see these patterns. Now, like I said, is, you know, same thing with Dr. Umar. Yeah, all right, he works intimately with the school system and he can see that things are wrong. So if you see things are wrong, like you said, is, you know, like I would tell anybody that's a diabetic, I tell people now, if you're a diabetic, do not stop taking your medication. Follow your doctor's orders, okay? Don't stop taking your medication, you know, but still do your research to figure out, all right, what are some things that I need to do to have a healthier lifestyle and change your lifestyle? Figure out what that is, right? But don't stop taking your medication until you go to a doctor and they can
Yeah.
say, okay, all right, you've improved, so you don't have to take this medication. That's what happened with me is they
Right.
said, wow, you've improved enough to where we don't have to prescribe you this anymore. I said, well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
But yeah, but that's what I tell. I won't tell no, you ain't, don't be taking that, you know, all that so and so such, you know,
There's
which,
Umar for you.
like I said, now you see him move to Ghana, right? You got to sit to Ghana.
Yeah.
He done moved to
Who said
Ghana.
that school though?
bruh, we already know.
Yeah, what is that for, man?
You know what's bad about that? I'm gonna tell you what's bad about that and this is what's nobody. I'm telling you, I met Dr. Umar, and nobody has been a greater disappointment and hurt me more than him because of his brilliance. You know, the stuff that he says, okay, makes a whole lot of sense, and there's truth to it. But you're not living what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah,
you're not a good leadership, that sort of thing. You don't you got two girls, two daughters out of wedlock by two different mothers that you ain't married to. So how you gonna talk with so
right.
yeah. So like I said, so
Yeah, exactly.
the thing that really you know hurt me about him, like I said, is his brilliance. But here's what he could have did. If he really wanted to get the funding to build a school, all he would have had to do was do like Operation Push or Rainbow Coalition and create a website and have people become members, right? And just charge them $5 a month. Lamar Johnson easily has 200,000, 250,000 followers, okay?
Right.
If he was just able to get 200,000 of them to become members of the FMG Academy and so and so, and let them know, hey, listen, here's what your membership goes to. This funding goes to building the school and doing this and doing
Yeah.
that and doing. Bro, if 200,000 people did that at $5 a month, in 1 month you already got $1 million. At the end of the year, you got
Yeah.
12 million. You could have
Right.
funded the school. And what's bad is once people started seeing, okay, he's building schools, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's getting. Oh wait, all you got to do is just join, and it's $5 a month. He could have had 1 million people. If he had 1 million people
Right.
giving $5, that's $5 million a month.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. See,
60
and
million.
the thing with him, I'm in on this one. I can go to bed because I'm normally out like 10:30 because I wake up so early. But let me say this: the thing with him is that it ain't about the money, right? Because the money's not why he can't get to school. It's not the money. Like I play videos of black investors who's buying empty schools and making them apartment, which is way harder than okay. Now he explained how everything works, like what you need, the contractor. Umar was trying to be cheap. He gonna hire Pablo and Ricky and Raheem to be a contractor, and he ran out and said, well, he didn't know because he's not used to buying property and hiring contractors. He don't know contractors are known to run off with your money when they think you don't know what you're doing. They'll make you pay up front and they'll go. And he admit they did that. Because by the way, I work in housing. I work for contractors, so that's why. So I'm really experienced with life. Okay, so contractors, they get a small percentage of the money, and they have something called it's a list. It's a list. I get it, but it's a list a contractor's supposed to send you, and this list is telling you where the money's going. This money's paying for this, and so he got to justify the little down payment you give him, how it's all being spent up front. Okay. Okay, because he's winging it and he don't want any help. He's losing money because I really believe people are taking his money and running off on him.
Stop right there. What did you just say? He don't want no help. He don't
want no help.
The biggest thing with him, all right, is that when in this type of endeavor, you need a team, all right, and you need a team of people that got expertise in other stuff, right? Like I said, is you can still be the face, all right, but he wanted to keep all of the glory to himself. See, that's the. I'm gonna tell you what really was alarming. I don't know if you ever seen this, but he had a video. I don't know if he still got it up, where he had somebody create an action figure of him.
Nice.
He had an action figure. What was it called? Not Big Papa. It was Prince Pan Africanism something. An action figure of him with a red. He had on like a red suit with a little doll with a red suit and a cape and red, black, and green. I'm like, dude, man. I said, wait a minute. Hold on. I said, this guy right here, this guy, as a leader, one thing about leadership, a leader can never be greater than the vision.
Yeah.
He started to become greater than his own vision, right?
Right.
And this is how you get, I don't know, like I said, you get people to make action figures and dolls and all kinds of stuff,
Yeah.
and yet you're not
Right. It's
producing
all
a
about you now.
school. Yeah. You see,
Yeah.
so I'm like,
And let me say this. So when you have a big project like that, you said you could be the face. Well, bro, architecture is the face. Architects don't build shit, by the way. Architects just give you the blueprint of how you want it done, and then he hire people to get it done.
Right.
And he's responsible of getting the loan, getting investors, getting the money for the project. But the architects don't actually do shit. He just have the vision, he gets the investors, and he hired the proper contractors to get it done.
Right.
So he's still the face. So now you think he did everything, or he put his hands on and stuff? He didn't do shit.
No,
he hired
he didn't
contractors to do that shit.
Listen.
Right.
He didn't
And
even.
that's all. Or is
I don't
but it
even
wasn't
think
that difficult, Umar.
I don't even think he hired the right contractors. I think, like I said,
Now, I said that he hired Pablo, he hired Raheem, he hired a bunch of crackheads because he's trying to cut corners to keep money in his pocket, and they ran off with his money. Because he even admit, he said, if you watch his videos, he admit that the first contractors ran off with the money. I believe him. He wasn't lying. They ran off with the money because they realized they got one. Okay, this guy, he don't know what he's doing.
So that goes back to, all right, I'm an expert in this, but I'm not an expert in this right here. I need somebody that I can trust that knows how to deal with contractors. And like I said, it's fundraising. Man, you talking about Cash App and damn, dude, man, here's the thing about our people is we want to help you, but we need instructions, okay? If he'd have laid out a website with a membership and it, it takes, like I say, a membership, it takes $5 a month, because he was talking about some, now you're being arrogant, man. I'm not going to tell you about my plans and you just gave me $20. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
Now
His
you done
plan, like,
messed up.
you know, when an architect is going to build something, the plans are not secret. Like there's not a secret thing. It's just not that deep.
No, exactly. So you like I said, think about it like this. What if he had a steady stream of at least $1 million a month? He could have had multiple schools built. And what's good about that?
He's not. Listen, he had more than enough money. He had more than enough money to get two schools, one school, at least one school. Brother,
Well, the
there's
thing is
literally no reason not to have a school right now. And by the way, wait, the last thing, because I want everybody to know. By the way, when the black architecture had turned that abandoned school to a luxury apartment, it took him 4 years. And this shit was worse than Umar school. It took him 4 years. This guy's on like 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no school coming. You don't take that long to open up school. There's no school coming.
No.
That's why he's trying to flee to Ghana right now.
So flee to Ghana. Plus, like I said, is now you commenting on everything. People don't want to hear about it. People want to hear about their school, right? They don't want to hear about.
Well, he ain't gonna care now because he got all that money, and in Ghana, well, in Jamaica, 96,000 Jamaican dollars is only $54 in American currency. Right. So in Ghana, it's probably worse than that. So he gonna go over there with 500 grand, and he's gonna live rich until he dies, and he's okay with that. He's okay with his cutting off the internet.
He'll still do speaking engagements and stuff over there. All right, because
of course he'll do that.
He'll come back and do some stuff and travel around and do all of that kind of stuff. He'll still do speaking engagements, but because even though
he found his home.
Oh yeah. You see, like I said, so now you got the school that you didn't just abandon and gave it. This is what I'm telling you. Nobody in the Black consciousness community has done more damage to the Black consciousness community than Umar Johnson. Nobody.
I agree.
Because
now on that note, because I'll be here till 1 o'clock. On that note, Leonard, we got to invite you back. Like I said, I'm talking about FBA all the time. So whenever you're free, get you back on. And, we could go talk about some things that we need to accomplish to get this really kicked off in the right direction, because there's so many non-suspecting FBAs that don't know anything about it, and so we got a hell of a task in front of us, and we got to make everybody aware. Like, hey, because I do believe, like, when you get African Americans' attention and you explain it to them, like, yeah, look, I caught my aunt off guard just willy nilly. I'm in a text. I said, hey, auntie, I said, auntie, you ever heard of FBA? And I played. She said, what's that? I said, Foundation of Black Americans. So I explained to her what it is. I said, it's a lineage based on it's a group based on lineage, and from slavery, right? From the slave ships here, and other slave ships went to the islands and everywhere else, but our slave ship came here, and we're one lineage and went through ethnogenesis, and they had theirs in Jamaica and over here, blah 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 blah. And she didn't fight. She said, hey, I could trace our family well beyond 1870, and she said, we're definitely FBA.
Right.
It was that easy.
Yep.
To get her on board. There was no fight, no push, nothing.
Right. And then, like I said,
she said, based off that definition, then we are FBA, and I could trace our family back well beyond 1870. She said like 1840, I think she said.
Yep. See, so, and like I said, the next phase is, once you get people to know who they are, is what's our assignment? What is our mission? What are we trying to do?
Right.
See, so, and on that note, brother.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. We had a good conversation. IBM, as long as you can stay focused, stay on topic, get rid of your religious agendas, and to stay what we're doing, man. Because now he did it last time. Last time he was going to Darwin. Brother, you're going to see. No matter, we could talk about LeBron James versus Michael Jordan. He's going to bring up Darwin. Eugenics. He just can't help himself, man.
I hear you, bro.
He just can't help himself. He's going to bring up Darwin, eugenics, Margaret Sanger. He just cannot help himself. I'm like, dude, listen, that's the wrong fight. That's the wrong fight, bro. Right. Like, we got the momentum right now. Let's use it. The ball's in our court. Everybody want to know who's the FBA. What is that? So let's keep pushing. Why get off it? We're the Kansas City. We're the Kansas City Chiefs. Right? No, we ain't win yet. We are the Baltimore Ravens right now.
Right.
Okay. We got the momentum. Everybody's looking. We're the Detroit Lions. Everybody looking at us.
Right.
So why would we hop off and go to baseball? That's stupid.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
On that note, bro, let me roll out, man.
Brother, I'll contact you Facebook, and we'll keep in touch. All right, I appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot.